Hello, 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 everyone. It's Ramona Rogers here. Happy Sunday, by the way. And here we are with our fourth event, Rio event, Royal Influencers Organization event called the Elevate and Innovate for business owners and entrepreneurs. An event today that is going to bring these elite, phenomenal speakers from all over the globe as well. And guess what? We had a little technical glitch this morning, but we didn't let that stop us. And guess what else? We are live streaming on Facebook. We are also live streaming on LinkedIn, and we are also live streaming on YouTube, as well as Clubhouse. Right now, we have just kicked off in a room on Clubhouse. Oh, there we go. Abid Awan is in the house, and he is a great friend that I just recently, all the way from the UK, by the way, that I just met on Chatter a couple of weeks ago. He is a phenomenal entrepreneur. He's already in the chat, kicking it off with us today, saying thank you. So thank you, Abid Awan, for joining us as well. And guess what else? A little bit later today, we're going to pop on and go live on Chatter from right here, streaming on StreamYard. So thank you, and thank you again to each and every one of you popping in early, bright and early on this Sunday morning. You could be anywhere doing anything, but you're not. You're here with us. And guess what, guys? We have a treat for you. We have kicking off one of my ambassadors that has not missed not one of any of the Rio events. Over 150 speakers now. Over 150 speakers now. It was 100 speakers that participated last year in 2023 in a string of about 5 to 6, totaling by the end of the year 9 events that Rio kicked off in itself, and then collectively combined with other events that Rio was actually collaborating with throughout the year as well. So guess what else? We have news for you. Each and every one of these phenomenal entrepreneurs are going to be bringing to you their offers. So make sure that you have pen and paper, because guess what? These are value-packed and value-filled events as well as speakers. And they do not, we have Veronica Atkins in the chat also saying, let's go team. So proud of everyone. Keep winning. So there you go, guys. The chats are already blowing up and taking off. I see everybody else got their links, but my links wouldn't work this morning. But you know what? I made sure that by 11 a.m. kickoff time, they definitely were put into action. So with that said, if I have to go onto my phone, I will do whatever it takes. But right now we are live and we are ready and we are kicking off and taking off. Every single one of these entrepreneurs are absolutely phenomenal. Let me tell you, every single one of them, handpicked, by the way, by yours truly, making sure that you get a variety. Every single business is very different, right? And every single entrepreneur and business owner, just like each and every one of you, bring their own unique knowledge, skill, experience to the table. So this very first speaker, I am so excited to announce to you. In fact, one of a good friend of mine who's speaking here, his fiance just joined us. We have Will to Rise. I see you. We are royals. Yes, he said it right. We are royals. So with that said, in fact, the fiance of one of the speakers just said, hey, I've been watching you from afar. I want to be a part of whatever it is that you are doing. And I said, well, guess what? Here's a link to definitely participate with us today and see exactly firsthand exactly what it is that I have created, and that what I think is one of the absolute best movements, because that's exactly what it is. It is not just an event. It's an experience. So when you show up and you participate and you observe and you take notes and you connect with all of these phenomenal speakers and loyal. I love that. Will Baptiste said we are royals and loyal. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. There is Mitra Dixit said, ready with my pen and paper. So there you go, guys. They are in the StreamYard chat. Is video streaming? Yes, Abid, the video is streaming. It's on YouTube, my YouTube, which is Queendompreneur TV. Just search Ramona Rogers if you're looking for us on on StreamYard. And yes, it clearly says right here that we are definitely live. So with that said, go over to StreamYard, follow and subscribe to all of these speakers. Go and follow them on Instagram. Don't just listen and partake in their value. Go to their links in their bio. Every single one of them have some great things going on. And the fiance of David Williams, who will be speaking a little bit later today, joined our Legacy Ladies community as well last night. She also joined our Wednesday event. So she's in. She said, I want to be a part of anything. So you're going to hear a little bit more about that in just a few minutes when I bring up this phenomenal media mogul is what I nicknamed her. She is definitely a media mogul, and our speakers are definitely here with us. We have Bakari Jambar. My apologies if I mispronounced your name, sir, but he is a consummate professional. He'll be speaking right after this first speaker kicks us off with the energy as usual as well. So Bakari, a pleasure to have you here already. Good day. Looking forward to hearing the empowering messages. Absolutely. And I am here with my pen and paper as usual as well. So if I ask for something of you, guess what? I'm going to do it as well. So I'm not going to ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do. So if I say bring your pen and paper and always be ready, as soon as we kick off, here are the leaders right here inside of the chat already prepared, waiting, eagerly waiting. And I see Araya in the background cheering already. So I'm going to go ahead and let her join us for these last couple of minutes. And we're going to chat it up really quickly. And I'm sure that we have kicked it off on Clubhouse as well. So unless I need to do something like push the start button, and I'll do that. Oh,
you look gorgeous, by the way, Ramona. I just have to say, love the look. Wake up with Ramona.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. So what we're going to do is everybody who is speaking, make sure that you check your lighting as well as check your audio, and I can hear you well as well. So we are ready to kick it off. So Araya, how are you doing on this beautiful Sunday morning?
Oh my gosh, only for you, Ramona, will I work on a Sunday. This is so special and so important to me, and your audience is my family, and I would never miss. So only you could say, I'm going to do it on Sunday. I'm like, okay, let's do it. God's got something big in store for us to take off on a Sunday and do something like this, because I know we're all busy, but Sunday is our day where we recharge and rest, do our faith, whatever you all have planned. And it's important to do that. But today is something special. Something's in the air. So I hope you're watching it live. If not, make sure your friends and family watch this on replay, because something's cooking. So we don't normally do this on a Sunday. So
That's right.
I'm excited.
Absolutely. That is definitely right. Something is cooking. In fact, a lot is cooking. We have Laura Lee Kinney inside of the chat as well, saying hello from Canada.
Ooh, Canada.
I just got back from church, she said, in Canada. So welcome to the Elevate and Innovate. Elevate and Innovate. Every single one of you have been elevating and innovating, and I've been watching from afar. And not only that, that is exactly what business owners and entrepreneurs do, right? We are constantly elevating and figuring out ways and finding ways to elevate in our business as well as in our personal life, right? So this is not just about business, but in our life as well. So you're going to hear some motivation and some inspiration woven throughout each and every one of these speakers' messages. So get ready, because we are in for a treat. The other thing is, I wanted to also make sure that I honored everybody's time, be respectful of everybody's time. And I also just wanted to make sure that we cut this one down to a one-day event, because there's people traveling. There's storms that have ravaged areas like in Houston, Texas. So shout out to all of those people who are still struggling with no AC in one of the hottest regions, no running water yet, and relying on supplies and things of that nature. So there's people that have been traveling there and stuck there still trying to get home and get out. So we are just definitely aware that we're also in the height also in the height of the travel season and things in the height of the summer.
Mhm.
So I definitely just wanted to be respectful of that. And I am definitely going to kick this off right now with Araya McGarry of the Limelight Network, as well as Get Celebritized in the house, everybody. So let me tell you, Araya is a real one. Let me just say that. I can't say it any different. Araya is real. She is a real balcony friend. She is a real woman of God. She is a real phenomenal entrepreneur and business owner. And she is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm going to get out of her way and let her do what she does best so that you can see for yourself. So with that said, thank you so much, Araya, for being here and always saying yes and never missing. Never missing.
Never will. Never
Oh
will.
my goodness, I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I am now an ambassador for her as well. So we're collaborating and working together. And that is also the beauty of what comes out of every one of these Rio events as well.
Mhm.
And Abid is hot in the chat. He says, I can't see or hear anything. Or has it not started yet? Yes, it has started. We're kicking off right here, Abid. I say check out, jump out, and come back in because my StreamYard was acting up a little bit as well earlier this morning before we kicked off. So Abid, jump out of StreamYard and then come back, okay? Thank you. And I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best, okay?
Ramona, thank you so much. You're never in the way. And thank you for doing this. And I don't ever miss because, when you have a balcony friend, and we'll talk about that for a second, you show up. And that's what we do for each other. And Ramona, you started this out perfectly. All I'm going to do is I'm the opening speaker. So you don't have to worry about taking copious notes right now. I have been called this morning because I always pray about what does God want me to speak on? Because there's so many different ways and avenues I could go on. And I'm only going to be up here for maybe about 15, 20 minutes. But I really felt called to start this day off with a bang as far as inspiration. Instead of it's okay, let's take notes. Here's your 10 steps to. You'll get to that. You're going to definitely keep your pen and paper handy. You're going to learn amazing things. But nothing will happen unless you get inspired to take action, inspired to find out how do you take action on everything you're going to learn today and everything you've probably learned just even the last week or month or year or lifetime. What's missing? What's not happening to make these things come into fruition? And we've all been there. And we're all constantly trying to take one more piece of the pie into fruition. And what's missing? What am I not doing? So we're going to dive deep into that today. So I am so honored to be here. I am your dream weaver. I am your balcony friend. I have these awards behind me, not because, ooh, look at Araya go, but because it's dreams that have happened, prayers that have been answered. And I'm going to talk for the next few minutes about the right team around you, the right balcony friends around you, surrounding yourself with people that say, wow, that idea is absolutely crazy. Sure, how can I help? Instead of, what are you doing now? Oh my gosh, Araya, you want to do what? You want to win an Emmy? Don't you know you're in your 40s? Well, I was. I'm past that now. But when I was dreaming it, going for this, starting a TV show, don't you know, Ray, you don't have a vocal cord nerve. You can't talk. And you kind of sound like a chicken because I did when I was starting the TV show. But I wasn't surrounded with people like that. I was surrounded with people that said, how can I help? What can I do? Let's go for this. It sounded absolutely crazy. I hadn't been out of chemo for very long. My hair was still, growing in. I still wasn't feeling good. I was still probably even 30 pounds more overweight from the steroids. I was not feeling camera ready. Not at all. My hair wasn't beautiful and long like this. It sounded like a chicken, didn't look that great, but I had this calling inside I needed to do to start the talk show. And I could have said, I wish I did that when I was 21. Well, I'm not 21. Past is past. The opportunity is now. Let's go for it. And Ramona, you said something really interesting. You were talking about innovate, getting together to innovate. And entrepreneurs, we want to innovate, but don't you feel we get inundated? We want to innovate, but the inundation, being inundated with technology and information, and you might even feel inundated today with all the information, all the great ideas. And I challenge you to just take a breath after today and not try to change everything and try to start it all. Take one idea and put it into fruition. One thing, because you can set your sails and change it by 1 degree and go in a completely different direction. You can change the water from hot to boiling by 1 degree. We all know those sayings. So today it might be that one thing or that one person that resonates with you. And you call Ramona and say, Ramona, how do I get a hold of Araya? How do I get a hold of so-and-so who's speaking next? Why not call? Why not find out? Okay. So with that, let me just tell you, since the Olympics are going on now, which is filled with dreams coming true, a lot of dreams not coming true, but the one dream that is coming true for all the athletes there is that they're there. That part of the dream made it to fruition. They're on the team. They are there. Win, lose, or draw, they're there. And that's better than most of the world will ever make. So celebrate these amazing, I say kids, because they're all still young. They were all started these dreams, they little, and look at them now. So just by being there, there's almost 600 just Americans alone there representing their sport. I mean, God bless them, cheer them on. We'll cheer them on, we'll laugh with them, we'll cry with them, we'll celebrate with them. So cool. So why not your dreams coming true? But let me tell you something that happens with being on an Olympic team or being great at what you do. You don't do it alone. You do not do this alone. The Olympics takes coaches. It takes good parents that say, yes, we're going to sacrifice everything we do. We're going to send you off, send you away to Colorado Springs where the Olympic team training camp is for all the sports and sacrifice being with them every day and waking up and hugging them for their dreams. Never, despite all the other sacrifices they make financially and every which way sacrifices are made. It takes a team, not just to raise children, not just to raise gold medal athletes. It takes a team to raise people. So if it takes so much team effort to raise athletes, to sports, if you're talking football, if you're talking My World TV, you think you make the Titanic movie alone? Think Steven Spielberg works alone and does everything on his own? He's the set designer, he's the director, he's everything. He gets the locations, he gets the lighting, he gets the camera, he gets the food. Oh, no. Takes a team. Think Tyler Perry Studios? Is Tyler Perry there alone doing it all? Ringleader? No. Team. You think Walt Disney started Disney just with his dream? Said, I can do this on my own. Yes, the dream was his. But it took a team for it to become a legacy that is still going on to this day, long after he's passed away. And we could talk about a million other businesses like that live on. That's the legacy part. So why do we as entrepreneurs think, I've got a great idea, a great business, great product or service, and I got this? And we feel that loneliness. We feel that waking up every morning and we're in our office, in our homes alone. And we're like, I can do it. I can do it bigger, better, faster. And then we're doing like, gosh, I need help. But I can still do it faster if I do it myself. I can't afford to help. So if nothing else today, I would love for you to know that you're not alone. I would love for you to know that it doesn't always cost a boatload of money to find one key mentor or friend that helps you move the needle further along to your dreams coming to fruition. Sometimes we get caught in, oh my gosh, I need a coach, but all the coaches I'm hearing, God, it's $10,000, it's $5,000. I'd love to go see Tony Robbins, or I'd love to see Grant Cardone, but I don't have $50,000. And we can get caught up in all the things we can't afford because we're a solopreneur. We forget, what can we do? And you'd be surprised at the power of getting in the same room with people that are accomplishing their goals. And you get one new idea from them. That's why I developed the Legacy Living by Design community. And we'll talk more about that. I have an event coming up on Wednesday that's, marketing, media, and profit mastery. I'm not doing it alone. Ramona's one of my speakers, Rachel Weaver, Melissa Anderson, and Wendy Shore. We're doing it together. Can I hold an event and it's just all me and speak and teach you everything? I could, but I'm not a master at everything. Nobody is. So you bring people together. Ramona and I have partnered now. She's one of my ambassadors for Legacy Living by Design, where I have said, my passion is to help women come together and get the help they need to get inspired. See, that's a great idea. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. What do you mean you want to do that? But I'll help you. What do you need from me? Sure, you can. You're not too old at 40. You're not too old at 50. God knows you're not too old at 60. You're smarter and wiser and better at 60. I should know. I've already turned 60. 70? Phenomenal. You're 70. Oh my God, your juices are flowing. You've got it. You've got all the goods. 80, let's do it. You know, Dick Van Dyke, this year was the oldest Emmy nominee and now Emmy winner in history at like 98. Tell him that he's too old. Nay, nay, I say not. You're not either. So I brought this together because I really love, especially helping women, because we tend to think we're too old, we're too this, we're too that. Guys don't seem to have that as much. They've got a lot more self-confidence for the most part, that they know they can get out there and do it. Age isn't an issue usually with guys. You know, their salty pepper gray hair looks sexy. Women, we're trying to cover that gray every chance we get. Oh no, gray hair. Men don't do that. Look at the George Clooney's and all the, you know, the hot guys that are salt pepper. It's all beautiful. But God forbid a woman goes gray. So we need to stick together, remind each other how beautiful we are, how great aging is, how much smarter we are, and how much the world needs us, and our mentorship and our wisdom. So we're going to go for this. Legacy Living by Design. I know Ramona's going to tell you more about it, but get with me. And guess what? I made it so affordable. $27 a month. You heard me right. We just started. $27 a month. Tap into me. Tap into Ramona and all my other friends, Rachel Weaver, Wendy Shore, Melissa Anderson, all brilliant women that I know that I partnered with. I said, I want you to be my ambassadors. They know PR, scaling businesses, you know, landing pages and all the technology and the AI. They're experts in these fields. I'm not an expert in those fields. I'm an expert in what I do: podcasting, TV, keynote speaking, believing your dreams and going for them, winning these awards. You can do it too in your industry. But I would be silly. I was going to say be stupid, that too, if I said, let me do this alone. I have all the answers. Everybody, come on. I got you. It's like, no, go together. Go to the top together. And there's this saying, if you go alone, you go fast. If you go together, you go far. And I totally disagree with that, because I don't believe if you go alone, you go fast. I tried that route. Going alone is not the fast way. Going together, you do go farther, but going together, you go much faster. You really do. Take it from me. So I'm so passionate about helping. I think about Sarah Blakely with Spanx. She had a great idea for these footless pantyhose. Now look where it's gone. It's a $1 billion corporation. She had friends near her. She hired one of her best friends to be her marketing person when she first started. People need people. God made it that way. You think Oprah wakes up every morning and does it all herself? No. Team. So who are we as entrepreneurs? We're trying to leave a 9-to-5, or we leave a 9-to-5 to go work alone at home and think, I've got this, or you don't know where to find help. And so I wanted to cut through all the chaos, especially after the pandemic, and say, let's help women get the help they need, because we don't always have to pay for a new idea. You know, sometimes there's so many people just struggling and they need just one idea. That's why I love these events too. You're going to get so many ideas and it's not going to break the bank. Isn't that wonderful? The free ideas are flowing. We also know the magic happens to put these things into action. So there's plenty of room for businesses and to earn your income. But sometimes we need to just make sure, well, always, that you're with the right mentor at the right time, the next best coach for you. That, you know, I won't even take clients that aren't ready for where I can take them. I'd say, you know what, you really need to get with somebody like Ramona to figure out the business plan first, then come to me and I'll celebritize the heck out of it. But I would be silly to think that I could do it all. Now, could I? Yes. It's not my expertise. My expertise is getting you celebritized, getting the world to know who you are in your industry so you can show up and you walk in the door and it's like, oh, there's the realtor. She's amazing. Have you met that realtor? She sells more homes than anybody and she's so sweet. She's so nice. She really cares. That's your reputation. I can get you that point. But if you have no business, you're not already a realtor, then you got to work on that. There's other places you need to be until you get to there so I can celebritize you. Does that make sense? So we all need each other as leaders to know, hey, I've got a client for you. They need you, then they can come back to me. Or I just finished up with a client. Now they need you. You know how many of my peers send their clients to me once they've got all their business set up, they're ready, and they can handle, 10 new clients today? They're ready. You need a celebritizer now. They're ready. They're ready to go. Great. That's teamwork. That's what happens. And that's what you're seeing now. If you're watching the Olympics, loving all the camaraderie and the teamwork, all the countries have their teams, they're representing. Who's your team? Who's helping you represent your industry? Who's got your back? And I say this probably every time. I know my time is about up. I say this every time. You need to have those balcony friends. And that's why I started Legacy Living by Design. So myself and my balcony friends can be your balcony friends. And we're going to go on a retreat in September to a beautiful cabin mansion with an inside grotto waterfall pool inside. Oh my gosh. So much more to tell you, but I can't tell you everything today. So tap into me. But I say this a lot. Here's my favorite thing to say before I know Ramona's going to come back on. You need to have those balcony friends in your life that have your back. And you need to be one as well, that if your balcony friend calls you at 2:00 in the morning and says, Araya, I've got a dead body in the trunk. All I would say is, I've got my shovel. Where do you need me? Now, this wouldn't really happen. We're being facetious. But I say, I've got my shovel. Where do you need me? I don't say, oh my gosh, Susie Q, where are you? What did you do? Who's in that trunk? What did you do now? Oh my gosh, I knew you'd go off the rails. The last week has just been crazy for you. Let me bring a doctor. Let me get the ambulance. Oh my gosh, you're going to go to jail. I mean, this is just going to be terrible. Your life is ruined. What are you thinking? They're just there to say, you've got this idea. You want to win an Emmy Award? I got you. What can I do to help? Let's think this through. What do we need to do first? How can I help you? Instead of saying, you're 60, you want to do a TEDx? You might want to leave that to the younger generation. They've got all the ideas. You'll never keep up. AI, all the stuff. Why don't you speak to the chamber? Why don't you speak to the Rotary Club? You're 70. Oh, really too old now. Sometimes those people mean, all the time those people mean well. Sometimes they're in your family. Sometimes they might be your best friends. So you have to make sure on purpose you bring some balcony friends into your business, into your life. Ramona and I are balcony friends. We call each other all the time. Sometimes you just have a roof that falls in and you're waiting around with buckets and water. You just need to vent. You just need to say, oh my gosh, now what? And somebody's like me, it's going to say, you know what? I've been there, done that. My roof caved in twice. And I have a brand new Tuscany kitchen because of it, because insurance is a wonderful thing. That's why we spend all the money for insurance. Instead of saying, oh my gosh, Ramona, you have a leak in your ceiling. You better cancel your royal influencer. You just can't do it with that. Oh my gosh, you got too much to do. And this and that and all the obstacles. Instead, let's keep going. It's good. It's a roof. It'll be there on Monday. They'll fix it. Insurance is wonderful. Start designing your new sunroom. Make sense? It's the ones that have solutions. It's those balcony friends that say, over, under, around, or through. Yes, you can. Let's figure it out. And I'm going to give you a book that everybody should read. It is not my book. It's a book I thoroughly enjoyed and I absolutely love. And it's Maria Forleo. Everything is figure outable. And if you have that attitude, you will be a balcony friend to others. You will gravitate to balcony friends. Say, okay, you got this problem. Let's figure it outable. Let's get it figured out. That's what my community, Legacy Living by Design, is all about. I'm surrounding myself with balcony, big thinking girlfriends that help you all figure it out and stop stressing about all the obstacles and how am I going to do this and all the how and all the stuff. Say, okay, let's do it. It's figure outable. It's figure outable. Ramona, I know you're going to come back on, but I hope that helps. I really, truly hope that I give you the inspiration to know today is going to be a great day. You're going to learn a lot. Take one new idea and connect with at least one of the speakers today. Say, Ramona, how do I get a hold of so-and-so? And she will connect you because we are accessible and we want to help. I know I'm speaking for all the speakers that are going to come after me because they're not here if they were selfish. They would not spend their Sunday here with you if they were selfish. So they are good people, balcony friends, all the rest of the day. Get to know us. Pick some of us that you want to chime into. And Ramona, of course, you already tapped into her. And surround yourself with balcony friends. And you will rise up. I promise. I guarantee it. Ramona.
Oh my goodness! Wow, wow, wow. Guys, Araya in the house, they just said in the chat as well.
No,
That's right. That's right. Let's go. I absolutely
Harry
love
was not
this.
an option.
There you go. Absolutely love. I built in a few extra minutes. If you felt like you were there for a while, that's why. It's
Oh,
because
it's fine. It's
I
fine.
just built in a few extra minutes because you were just on a roll. You were on fire as usual. Great energy as usual as well. And I love when you show up and you kick us off because
Dream
you
big.
love. There you go. Dream big right behind her. And look at all the Emmys right behind her as well.
The rest are Tellys and Davies.
Oh, well, there you go.
Wow.
Same difference. So there you go. Speaking of the Olympics, right? Here you have one winning in the media. Winning in the media with Tellys and Emmys and all sorts of things right there behind her. So she has already blazed major trails, guys. Trust me. She has invited me to so many different events already just from being connected to her. And every single event that I go to, I know, and I meet another great set of friends. So that is the beauty of connecting and networking, which is also something that I absolutely love doing. Bobby Vincent said over and under around the group. If Araya can't do it, so can you?
I love you, Bobby.
He popped in to say hi. We have
Aw.
people. Will Baptiste is watching from LinkedIn, by the way, everybody. We also have Saumitra Dixit watching from LinkedIn. They actually have their little icon right next to their comments. So I know exactly where everybody's watching from. So let me just say this. There were all kinds of nuggets woven in to everything that you just shared. The biggest nugget, the boulder that a lot of entrepreneurs struggle with. I'm just going to be transparent here and true today. They struggle with the team aspect because entrepreneurship can be so lonely already because it's on you to get you. You're building something, right? It's on you.
Solo.
Yes, and they, in their minds, maybe they've seen or idolized someone that appeared to be doing it solo, truly doing it solo. But what you miss and don't really see is that they have phenomenal people working behind the scenes. Just like this event right now, we have Christina Baca, my one-woman powerhouse team, doing absolutely phenomenal. So all of those beautiful flyers and magazine covers and things of that nature was created by Christina Baca. I started working with her, mentoring her at 17 years old, met her on Clubhouse in John Lee's room. And she just kind of started popping into rooms everywhere I went, started following me. And she eventually said, hey, you're my mentor. I'm following you everywhere. And I said, well, let's go. Hope you can keep up. And sure enough, she has, obviously. She is now an author working on her second book as well. And she is also phenomenal with tech. So I could not resist bringing her on board as the Royal Influencers Organization administrative assistant. And she's also going to be helping the Legacy Ladies, Legacy Living by Design. So Legacy Living by Design was put on across the actual feed right here. It's up again, right there, up again. Click that link, jot it down. Men, if you're watching, you have a significant other, fiance, wife, girlfriend. Mom. There you go. Go ahead and take a screenshot. And I absolutely love the other big nugget. Araya, and I don't want anybody to miss this because every single one of you, men and women, are going to get major value from this point, is age. Your age has absolutely nothing to do with anything, to be honest.
Except you're better and smarter.
Yes, exactly. You're no longer starting from scratch, right? You're no longer starting from scratch.
Now that I wasn't 30 and 20.
Absolutely. Yeah. I always said your 20s are where you kind of make all of the mistakes, right? The 30s is where you figure it out, like, oh, I better not do these things again.
Oh, I was supposed to figure it out in my 30s? Ooh,
oh, God, no. God, no.
Missed that memo.
There you go. And Laura Lee Kinney said, what a great story of leadership. And then if you really look at some of the greats that we idolize in the business, in any business. So if you look at Warren Buffett, a lot of people have not done their research. They're just seeing where these people are today.
Yeah.
But if you look at Oprah Winfrey's, any of the Michael Jordans, for example, he was cut from his 9th grade team. Right. That's when he was struggling the most early on when he was younger. And it wasn't until
he didn't do it alone.
No, he got coaches. He got all of his coaches played a role and a part in who he is and where he is today. He also connected with and followed people like Magic Johnson and learned the business side of the sports, right? That, oh, we aren't just supposed to sit here on these multi-million-dollar contracts and do nothing with them or squander it away. We're supposed to invest it,
And
right?
it's also, on another note, like most people know that the big companies, that they have teams and staffs, right? But I want you to take it down to another level too. When you're watching social media and somebody blowing up on TikTok or somebody blowing up on YouTube, there is a team behind them as well. They're not just, because you might be thinking, oh, I do YouTube, I get out my phone. Why don't mine go viral? There is a formula. There is a team. There's at least one other person behind that camera and helping them do what they do. There's editing. So the bigger they get on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, there are people helping them do that. Make no mistake. It's not like, why don't I sit here at the house? Why am I not blowing up? It's you don't have the team. You've got to reach out and then find those people that are doing it and ask them how they're doing it. That's how you learn too.
Absolutely.
Find people that are doing what you want to do and ask them how to do exactly that. Don't ask me how to do something to get 4 million views. I don't have 4 million views. You need to ask somebody who's doing that. And if you need us to find those people, we're happy to bring them in as speakers. Just let us know.
Absolutely. And another thing that I wanted to point out is this phenomenal community that you actually have created, because we are in the Web3 era right now, right? And those who can network, collaborate, and connect with others and join a community, be a part of a community, which is exactly what Royal Influencers Organization is as well. It's a community of business owners, leaders, as well as entrepreneurs, all coming together, bringing all of our knowledge, skills, experience, expertise together and sharing it out to anybody else out there who's looking for it and who can use it and need it.
Yeah.
So you're in the right place. And let's talk about some women who did the same thing. We mentioned Oprah in the media world, because you're in the media world. She always comes to mind every time you're speaking.
I know.
We have Kate Spade. We have J.K. Rowling. Sarah Blakely. Yeah, Spanx. We have all of these women. And guess what? They did not reach the pinnacle levels of success at their younger years. They all reached those levels of success that we're watching and seeing now later in life.
Mary Kay Ash didn't start Mary Kay until she was 45.
Yes,
Rowling didn't write Harry Potter until she was in her late 40s. I mean, we can go on and on about that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that when they're seeing them now at this very high level of success, they don't realize they struggled first. They had losses as well. So if you're out there, whoever you are, wherever you are, if you're in another country, I know that we had Mayor, who probably has joined us because she just popped into Clubhouse, and I was talking to her, telling her, click that link right above the room and jump in to the chat. So into the actual event and things of that nature. And I know that she's over in the UK or India, I believe. And so there's friends popping in, and they're leaving Clubhouse and jumping into the event as well. And I just wanted to definitely give someone out there a word that they can take with themselves. If you and use and implement, if you are struggling in any way, shape, or form, right? I have not seen anyone that has not at some point struggled in some area, whether it be your relationships, whether it be your business, whatever it is. Trust me, for one, this too shall pass. Nothing lasts forever or always, right? So what you have to do is get yourself in a community just like the one that Araya, if you're a woman out there, just like Araya, if you're 39 and above, just like Araya has just created, get yourself in that community. $27 as an investment in yourself is peanuts, because what you're going to gain from being connected to Araya, to myself, to Rachel Weaver, to the Wendy Shores, to the Melissa Manfield Andersons, to all of these phenomenal leaders, what you're going to gain. Hello, Darren. Click the link right above the room and join the actual live event. Thank you for popping in. So what you will gain from being connected to all of these phenomenal Rio community. Go to the link in my bio, right in the upper left corner, and on all social medias, there's a subscribe button. Get on my email list, because you will get heads up when we're doing things just like this. When the next event's coming up, maybe you always wanted to speak at an event like this, then maybe that's your opportunity to connect with me. Find my email on my website and reach out to me and let me know exactly what it is that you need. Maybe, just maybe, you've always thought that you wanted a coach and you weren't sure. Well, guess what? Just for being here today, you get 50% off. So if you always want a coach and you haven't quite yet had, let me just say this too. How in the world are you in business and expecting people, others, to invest in your business, and yet you have yet to invest in yourself? The other thing is, what level have you invested in yourself? Because that is the exact level. If you're finding yourself in a business and you've hit a ceiling, guess what? If you have not invested in yourself at that level, but you're asking others to, that's probably why you're not getting those sales that you want, those high ticket sales that you want. Because people will only invest in you at the level that you have invested in yourself. And I'm getting some fire emojis from the people.
Now you see why we're balcony friends. I love it.
He's watching. Abid is watching us from YouTube now, so he's watching it in. So he said he was having trouble earlier watching and seeing. But yes, you must invest in yourself. So invest in Araya's community that she has created. Also click that link and join the summit. It is
Wednesday.
The title: marketing,
yeah. Marketing, media, and profit mastery. The Ultimate Growth Summit. It's this July 31st, 11 to 2. Shorty but goody. You're speaking. We're doing 20-minute spots to help you market, profit, and media mastery. Those 3 topics to help you move the needle to the next level. It's you and Rachel Weaver, Wendy Shore, and Melissa Baker Anderson, and myself. So it's going to be power packed. And these are all my ambassadors from the Legacy by Design community. So it's me and my fabulous ambassadors that are experts in their industry. Rachel does PR. Wendy has scaled restaurants and businesses to the $1 million level. Melissa has done publishing and books and landing pages and customer journeys and funnels. And Ramona, we all know Ramona, what she does and all the coaching and helping you do everything you need to scale your business. And me with my expertise in media, PR, mastery of podcasting, TV show. And we're going to be talking a little bit about who to say no to when it comes to PR marketing in radio, podcasting, and television. Who should you be saying no to when it comes to being on the air, and why, and what that can do to move your needle bigger, better, and faster. So it's really exciting. It's this Wednesday, July 31st. So excited. And then our retreat is in September. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. Ramona, thank you so much for having me.
You are quite welcome. The chat's blowing up. And he said, Abid said, I can hear and watch now. And Veronica said, Ramona and Araya are so amazing. Absolutely. She's also in the Legacy, Living by Design.
She's Legacy by Design.
She's already in. So that's a smart cookie right there.
Yeah, smart cookie.
Early. And then we have Bobby that's also giving us all kinds of emojis as well. So I definitely want to thank you. Thank you right here publicly. That you are absolutely just as amazing in person as you are on these events and every time that I see you. So thank you, and thank you. Absolutely a pleasure. Not just a pleasure, but an absolute privilege. So you heard it right here. Look, a team. Let me give you guys an acronym for team. So many of you have heard it already. Team. That was one of the biggest nuggets. Together is the T. Everyone achieves more. We can go fast. Heard it right here in Araya's segment. You can go fast alone.
No, you can't.
Go much farther together.
Show me one person did fast alone. I'm sorry, it doesn't happen.
So Araya said she's not buying the fast alone either.
No.
But yes.
Fast alone. You're going to go through all the obstacles and through all the pitfalls and try to figure it all out yourself. You've all been in school, so obviously we haven't learned everything we learned alone. We had to go to school. You know, we have to get educated. We have to learn stuff. So fast together, far together. Let's do it. Ramona, thank you.
You're quite welcome. Love you back. Thank you. Araya McGarry, everybody of Get Celebritized, as well as the Limelight Network is in the house. Just dropped major value. Join. Go to her link in her bio on all social media sites. But right here below, we have the link up for you guys. And we will definitely be sending out. If you registered when you were asked to register, by the way, to get on to StreamYard, I know. But I definitely just want to make sure that you guys are not missing out. Be a part of a community. If you're not a part of a community yet, create one. So that is exactly how you elevate and innovate, which is exactly what this event is all about. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again for being here. Now let's go ahead and get some shout outs. I saw Dylan Taylor in the chat of Blindside Connections a little bit earlier, and I just want to give a shout out to all. Oh, there he is. He's put up the fire emoji. I want to give a shout out. Take this opportunity to give a shout out to every single one of the sponsors of Rio. Rio for short. You see the little icon sitting there in the upper right corner, my right anyway. It might be on your left, depending on where you're watching and how you see it and what you're watching on. However, Rio stands for Royal Influencers Organization. And it was a part of my rebranding and an idea that I had after being a master moderator in John Lee's room for years, the entire pandemic, as a matter of fact. And he also does summits, 3-day summits, and they're like 8 hours each day, literally 24-hour summits. And he brings all of his phenomenal speakers and anybody else that he's connected to onto his events and let them also share his stage to his audience, share their value to his audience. And this is a blueprint. This is his blueprint that I'm actually following. Now, I've been on several summits and things of that nature, but in many of the summits, so some of the speakers are not allowed to talk about their business. They are allowed to talk on the subject, but they aren't necessarily allowed to talk on their business and what they actually bring. But no. I want to elevate each and every one of the speakers as well. I want them to feel comfortable talking about their business. And not only that, every single where you go, you have a responsibility to talk about your business. You need to shout it from the rooftops and let everybody know exactly who you are and what it is that you do. Because if people don't know who you are and where to find you and how to connect with you and how to buy your products and services, then guess what? You're not in business. And you need people when you are in business. You can't be in business without people. So why not shout and speak and share anything and anywhere you are about who you are and what it is that you actually do. So this platform, Rio, Royal Influencers Organization, and each event has its own unique theme. If you haven't noticed yet, or maybe this is your first one, like Abid's first one, but every single one of them, you can go back to my feed on IG and you will see all of the different flyers and all of the different magazine covers. You will see the themes of each event are unique to that particular event. So this one is Elevate and Innovate. We are talking about, and every single speaker that's coming up here, we are talking about how to elevate personally and professionally in your business, and how to innovate. And community is one of them. That's how you can do both, elevate and innovate. Because guess what? Every single one of those people that you connect with inside of that community, they have an idea that you have not yet thought about. You might just say, hey, I'm working on this. Do you know anybody that knows about this particular area, like AI or whatever the case may be, right? How many of you out there are still kind of shy, gun shy about AI, right? You dibble and dabble, but you haven't quite integrated it or implemented it in any aspect of it in your business. Well, guess what? A lot of people are a little worried as well about things like, will AI replace people? Well, no. Because AI will never replace people, but it will replace the people who refuse to use it and implement it in their business. So are you one of those people? Are you a Blockbuster or a Toys R Us or a Sears and Roebuck? Those are now dinosaurs. Those were the one-hit wonders. Those were the ones that failed to transition and pivot with the market, and fail to listen to their customers' needs. So with that said, I definitely just wanted to hone in on the title and the theme and make sure that with all of the people that are watching, whether you're on YouTube, I see you guys up in the upper corner, or whether you are also on StreamYard, we're also streaming on LinkedIn as well as Facebook right now. So we're streaming on multiple platforms right now, and there's people watching on all of them. So when you come and show up at these events, you want to come with pen and paper. You want to come asking yourself, what is it that I can do differently? What is it that I can do better? Because those business owners and entrepreneurs who've learned how to do it faster, better, and easier are the ones that's going to be the ones to thrive and not just survive in this world of business, as well as in this do or die dog eat dog world that we live in, right? So that is how you start the elevation and innovation process. Connect with people. Araya said it as well. Connect with people that have or are where it is that you want to go. Have what it is that you want or need and are already where you are wanting to go. Connect with them. Reach out to them. Ask questions. If they say join my event, and it's free, by the way, and all it takes is some of your time, join and see what it's all about before you just come up with an excuse of why you can't. Think of all of the reasons why you should. And I also just want to definitely say thank you to each and every one of my sponsors. We have Cindy Stampo of C Stampo Development, that is a sponsor of and an ambassador of Rio as well. And all of my sponsors become ambassadors. Also, we have Araya McGarry of Limelight Network, as well as Get Celebritized, and now has launched the Legacy Living by Design as well. And she is also an ambassador and a sponsor as well of Royal Influencers Organization. And we also have Dylan Taylor, who is the CEO of Blindside Connections, where he wants to make sure that all of your landing pages and your websites, as well as your events and your event marketing materials, are accessible to those people who have a vision impairment just like himself and use things like sight readers, because they have trillions of dollars, 400 and more of trillions with a T dollars in the disability community that they want to spend with you, but they can't. If they use things like a sight reader, like he does, and he wants to buy your products and services, but your buy buttons can't be read with a sight reader because you have not taken the time, the energy, the effort to get the knowledge that you need and to become more aware of making your business and every aspect of your business accessible to those people with vision impairments. So reach out to Blindside Connections. Go to Instagram, follow him there as well. Reach out to him, get on a call with him, and make sure that you pick his brain about exactly what it is that he needs to share with you to make sure that you're not leaving money on the table. And just by making your websites and your landing pages accessible, guess what else you're doing? You're increasing your profits. That's why he also has a course called Access to Profits, teaching you how to do just that. So buy his course as well, invest in yourself and in your business, increase your sales by 13%, and figure out how to do that. He also has a book. Yes, he is also an author with the acronym called GROW. He breaks down the acronym of GROW, again, giving you strategies to implement in your business, teaching you how, again, to make your post even easier to read by those people who are low vision or vision impaired by using things like alt text. And it's right there readily available. And you have no idea that right there on Instagram, right there on Facebook, all you have to do is just click this little arrow and add alt text to your post. And someone with a vision impairment who's scrolling on social media who also has funds and who's also looking for exactly what you do and exactly what you have can now get access to your products and your services. And when they go to buy it, they don't get rejected or they don't get lost on your site with their tools that they have to use. So with that said, I definitely just wanted to thank each and every one of our sponsors. We also have Jose Elizondo of Fast Lane Tools. So every single one of us who has a business knows that we must have systems and processes in place, whether it be a funnel, whether it be a website, whether it be a landing page for our brand new product that we just launched. Doesn't really matter what. We need ways that our customers can access and make it easy for them. We want to reduce buyer friction. So are you making your customers jump through hoops just to get to your products and your services or find you on social media by not showing up as well on social media? Or are you showing up? If they wanted exactly what it is that you have, can they find you easily? Or do they have to go searching? Because I guarantee you, if they have a hard time finding you, then guess what? You're also missing money, losing money, missing missing customers that you were called to serve as well, missing the opportunity to elevate and innovate someone else's business through yours as well. So I definitely just wanted to give you that information also before we bring up our very next speaker. So with that said, guys, thank you, and thank you. I want to thank every single one of you for taking time out of your busy day. Thank you, Darren, who's hanging out with us in the audience on Clubhouse, and I'll go ahead and bring you up. Since it looks like you're hanging out here, I'm going to go ahead and invite you to come up on stage. Feel free to join us on stage if you like. Feel free. A pleasure to have you on Clubhouse with us. So we are everywhere, guys, omnipresent, exactly what you guys need to be as well. So with that said, without further ado, we are going to bring up our very next speaker. And this gentleman, I actually was a co-host in another event in the middle of the pandemic. And it was another event similar to this one, similar to the Rio events as well. And it was through a young lady, Jennifer Maharaj, who was living with a chronic illness. And she said that I want to do something. It was the Healing and Motivational Summit. And this gentleman spoke in that summit while I was a co-host there. And he is a very powerful speaker for one, powerful motivational speaker for two, as well as he is also an expert in the financial sector because he has used everything that he has learned, his tools and his skills and his experience in the financial sector has also set him financially free. He's also a retired veteran. So we want to thank him for his service as well in advance before we bring him up on stage. He's not in the back channel yet. So I'm going to just go ahead and introduce him while we wait. I do know that I saw him inside. Hello, Charlene. How are you? Come on up and join us on stage on Clubhouse, or click that link right above the room and join us on StreamYard in our Elevate and Innovate event today. So while I wait for Bakari Jambor to join us backstage, I'm definitely excited. I am ecstatic that he has chosen to join us here for the third time. And he's definitely already said, once he joined us once, he said, I am definitely in. I love what you're doing and I want to be a part. So we are excited to have him as well join us also inside of the Elevate and Innovate Royal Influencers Organization virtual experience today. So if you're watching on Facebook, whether you're watching on Facebook, thank you for watching on Facebook. Thank you for those that are watching on Instagram. Thank you to those that are watching on YouTube as well as LinkedIn. And thank you to those that are joining us right here on Clubhouse. If you're here and you pop in, they typically pop in, they sit for a little bit and then they pop out and then they click that link right above the room and they join us. So with that said, thank you, and thank you. We're also on YouTube, guys. Queendompreneur TV on YouTube. Just search my name or Queendompreneur TV. And it will be just a few minutes before we bring up Bakari. Oh, well, there he is. He's made some comments in our chat a few minutes ago. And we are excited. So this gentleman has served and retired from the military, as I mentioned earlier. So we thank him for our service. Come on up, beloved, and William and Will are popping in. These are speakers too, by the way. They're popping into Clubhouse really quickly. I have not been on Clubhouse a lot lately. So I said, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to stream it out on Clubhouse. And I'm going to say hello to all of my friends on Clubhouse and let them know that I'm spending equal time on the brand new Chatter app. So if you guys want to hear a little bit more about Chatter, I'll be talking and integrating Chatter information. And if you're interested in joining us on Chatter, you will need to just download the Chatter app, go to the Apple Store. There were 10,000 downloads of that app in 24 hours. And then there's over 10,000 iOS subscribers on the app as well. They are working on getting Android users on the app as well, but you can join from an iPad or something of that nature. So join us, guys. Thank you guys for popping in, hanging out with us. I just decided to live stream. Thank you. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Join us on stage as well. Hello, Rosalind. Thank you. Click that link right above the room, guys. We have a live event going on that you can join us with. Click that link right above the room. Join us on StreamYard. And Chatter is an app that I'm spending equal amounts of my time on. So I'm on Chatter some days during the week, and then I'm rarely on Clubhouse, but I still pop in and do rooms. And I decided to live stream my actual event right here. Now, let me tell you what has been happening on Chatter while we wait for Bakari Jambor to jump in. So let me tell you what's happening on Chatter. We have had Brian McKnight pop in and sing by video, on video. And we have had, there was, oh my God, what was his name? Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I even have screenshots of him. He was a lightweight, a lightweight boxer, and won all types of belts and things of that nature. He popped on to Chatter as well. We had Nick Cannon pop on to Chatter as well. So those are just a few of these phenomenal people that have jumped on to Chatter. And I think we're only in about day 10 to 15, between day 10 and 15 of being in the public beta, which is why you need an invite. So if you are interested, definitely reach out to anybody that you know is on Chatter. If they're on Clubhouse, they may have Chatter listed in their bio. Feel free to reach out to them to see if they have see if they have an invite. And you can definitely reach out to me. I think I have a few invites left that I will definitely give you. But you have to first download the app. And once you download the app, on the App Store, you will hit a wall that tells you that you need to have an invite. So now it's your opportunity to reach out to someone with an invite and ask for an invite. And I definitely have a few, and then others may have a few as well. There's a couple with a group of invites, like we have Laura Frank Bernard that has a group of invites. I know if you know her, reach out to her or find her on social media, on IG or Clubhouse. And then there's a few others as well that I will mention throughout. Lauren, we also have Lauren Lapointe. That's another one that has a group of invites. Reach out to her, find her on social media. And myself, Lauren Lapointe, as well as Laura Frank Bernard. Those are just a few, and there's others. So with that said, thank you. And McGinna Agari, I believe is the pronunciation of her name. Thank you, Charlene, for popping up on stage on Clubhouse. And Beloved, who is David Williams, is also speaking a little bit later, who has launched a wine business. He's a 9-time author, all kinds of things going on with him as well. And we have Bakari Jambor. I have to think about that because I have a habit of saying it incorrectly, and I know he will correct me when I'm wrong, and I am corrected with pleasure. So welcome, and thank you for joining us, Bakari Jambor. How are you?
You're welcome. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. And yourself?
Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Absolute pleasure. This is my wheelhouse. This is where this is my second nature. Is being on these events with people. Absolutely love connecting all of these phenomenal business leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs together, having you guys come and share your value with everybody. Cindy Stumpo has spoken in this event as well. She's here today, a little bit later today. And she said, I love what you're doing. I don't want to miss it. And she shows up. In fact, I hate doing it during the week because she's so busy building these multi-million-dollar mansions for all of these phenomenal people, especially people on the Boston Celtics and things of that nature, like Al Horford and things of that nature. So I absolutely love. I'm good friends with her. She's a great friend of mine. She's absolutely phenomenal. But Nelson Apega, the creator of Chatter, he has spoken on one of my events as well before, and we've even had Isaac Hayes III, the creator of Fanbase. He's come and spoke at my event as well. We had Tyrone Poole, 2-time Super Bowl champion. We had Tim Wright, 1-time Super Bowl champion, and now we have Bakari Jambor. So tell everyone a little bit about yourself. Who are you? And thank you for your service, because you are retired military, first of all. You are financially free as well, through your financial prowess, as well as your knowledge, experience, and skill, and things of that nature. And I absolutely just wanted to bring you on and let everyone know that even though you can still be meek, mild-mannered, and still be a powerhouse at the same time, which is exactly what you are. So when you're in the room, you're just an observer. You just kind of sit back and observe. And there you are. Sky Legacy Financial Services is the business. And I want to thank you. Thank you for all of the motivational, I read and sit there and watch every single post, because I know that there's one thing that is guaranteed. is that you're going to give value. You're
Wow,
going to
thank
give
you. Thank
value.
you. For my
So
wife and I, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
yes, absolutely. And I want to thank her, because behind every powerful man is a powerful woman. And also let her know that she is welcome to join us, and welcome to also join our women's community, which
Will
you just
do.
yes, absolutely. Share it out with her. Tell her to follow Araya or myself, and I will make sure that you get that information and the links, and she can feel free to join us. We're going to be
Okay.
doing some phenomenal things. Phenomenal women are there, and Araya is
Yeah,
phenomenal in media and connecting us to awesome people as well. So we would love to have you there as well, have her there as well with us. So thank
sure.
you.
You're
So with that
welcome.
said, tell us, who is Bakari Jambor?
I am a retired United States Marine Corps veteran. I served for a total of 20 years. And
Wow.
prior to me retiring, I received some powerful financial information from a financial advisor that had set me up to be retired for literally the rest of my life. And I
Wow.
retired at the age of 39 years old, and now I'm going on 48 in August on the 27th.
Wow.
I'm also a serial entrepreneur. I'm a real estate investor with my beautiful wife, Amani Jambor. We also in the life insurance industry. Additionally, we're in the e-commerce space as well. And as you all can see, I'm a motivational speaker as well too. So that's what I do, and I'm a servant. That's who I am. I want to be known more as a person who wants to see people to live their best life. That's what
Absolutely.
my goal is. I love your guest you had on prior, because she talked about being a people person as well as you. And that's what I love about your ministry so much, is that you're about empowering people. And I'm looking forward to
Oh, thank
empowering some
you.
people on today so they can live their best life. They can set their families up financially as well, to be able to live their best lives too.
Absolutely. And how can people reach out to you? I saw it on the screen. And if Christina
Sure.
can put it back up, Meet. Is it Meet?
That's correct.
Okay, there you go. Meet. Okay,
Yes.
there you go. Meet Bakari.
www dot, because some people they tend to have a problem sometimes, is www.meetbakari.com. That
Okay,
has all my social media outlets, has all my contact information. So I would love to connect
awesome.
with you. If you have any speaking engagements that you like me to speak via virtual or in person, please feel free to reach out to me. I would love to connect with you, and I would love to serve whoever it is that you have in your audience that needs to be empowered.
There you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you reach out to him. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. And we will be right back at the end of your segment. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your yes. So with
You're
that
welcome.
said, over to you.
Thank you. We're talking about today elevating, and elevation is when you go to an higher height. Just like a plane, when it takes off, it begins to elevate. And in order for you to actually elevate in your life, first of all, it starts with your mindset. So many people, they want to get to the top, but unfortunately, they haven't programmed their mindset in order for them to elevate to that next level in their lives. That is what's keeping some individuals grounded. What I've come to find in counseling individuals is that their mindset is what actually keeps them down. One thing about the way that you think is it influences how you live. Okay. So you cannot go above your mindset. Your mindset will either set you up to succeed or to fail. So, in order for you to go to that next level, okay, you cannot think the way that you're thinking now and expect for you to become a millionaire. Okay. You have to get the mindset of a millionaire. In order for you to get the mindset of a millionaire, it's very, very, very simple. Very simple. You listen to a millionaire, and you not only listen, because I know sometimes people say that note takers are money makers. I disagree with that, because you can learn, but until you apply what you have learned, then you'll never be able to reap the fruits of implementing that particular information, as I did. That's what helped me to be able to retire at the age of 39 years old. I didn't just listen to the financial advisor, and when I left the office, I didn't execute. Okay. I call it the triple E effect: education, execution, and eradication. Okay. You learn, you apply what you learn, okay, and it eradicates poverty in your life and puts you in a posture in order for you to be able to prosper. So, first things first, let's start with what is going to empower you to be able to go to the next level. It is information. This is the reason why you have numerous individuals that go to colleges, okay, so they can get the information in order for them to receive the certifications, the credentialing that they need in order for them to be able to execute in the arena that they are able to gain the type of lifestyle that they want from their occupation. Now, with that being said, that's the reason why you want to get into a wealth circle. Okay. You want to get in so that way you can get in the know. Okay. One thing I recognize is that individuals don't know. Just like me at one point in my life, the reason why I didn't get where I am sooner, and I'm very, very, very confident in this, that had I known it, because I'm an executor. Okay. So had I known what I know now, then I will be further along in my life. And the reason why I'm not further along is simply because I did not know. What you don't know, contrary to popular belief, it will hurt you. Okay. It's important to learn financial strategies that will empower you economically so that way you can empower you and your family as well as the community. Okay. And you cannot teach no one anything that you do not know. So, what does that have to do with elevating? Well, the information is what's going to help you to elevate, because you can't get to that next level without the information. Consider information like a GPS. Okay, when you don't know where you're going, the information directs you and it helps you to be able to reach your destination. What is your financial destination in life? In fact, I will be remiss if I limit it to that. Okay, let's also talk about what destination you want to be at in your life mentally. Okay, what's going to get you there? Because you can have all the money in the world, but if you have no peace, okay, you'll never enjoy what you have. That is a proven fact. That's why so many people that are wealthy are still miserable. Why? Because they haven't dealt with their mind. That's the reason why I always home in on the mind. Okay, because if your mind is out of control, then your life will be out of control. Thus, you cannot elevate. So, in order for you to be able to elevate, you have to have a higher consciousness. Okay, you have to put information in your mind that's going to cause you to grow. Okay. And if you don't have that information, then it cannot cause growth in your life. So, what you have to do is get to the root of a thing, which is what? Information. Okay. Why am I feeling the way I'm feeling? Why am I down? Okay. Instead of up in my spirit, why is my business down instead of going up? Again, it's information, because when you talk to a psychiatrist, what do? They communicate with you. Correct? And so you're getting what? Information. Information that could bring about transformation in your life once you implement it. So it's the information and the implementation of the information that will bring about transformation in your life, okay, spiritually and economically. I love to talk about the full circle lifestyle, okay? I personally believe that if you're mentally, spiritually, and physically, as well as financially well, I believe that you will experience heaven on earth. Okay. And so I personally believe that it's imperative that you will learn, apply, okay, then you can fly. Okay, learn, apply, then you can fly. Okay, you can get to that next level that you want to get at, okay, in your personal life, okay, spiritually, financially, health wise. You learn, what do I need to eat? Okay, what do I need to stay away from? What exercises I need to do? Okay, in order for me to go to that next level, okay, again, you need someone who has that information that can help you to get to the next level. Understand that in my circle, when I was growing up, nobody around me had that information to give me. So they could not teach me what they did not know. And I'm talking about spiritually, physically, and financially. I promise you that my life went to the next level once I got into the circles that were in the know. And when I started to know, I applied what I know. That's when I started to grow. So if you want to elevate, okay, additionally, and I'm getting ready to land right here, is that you cannot make it by faking it. I want to say this again for you. You cannot make it by faking it. Why? Because nobody can know to assist you if they don't know that you have an issue. I'm going to say it again. And I know that rhymed a little bit right there. You know, give me the mic. I'll go platinum. Nobody can assist you if they don't know that you have an issue. Okay, listen, this is a big thing. And I heard earlier the other guests talk about the numerous followers that people have. Listen, understand me very clearly. A very intelligent person will know whether or not you really paid for those followers, because how can you have more followers than a famous person? Yeah. Not only that, you cannot convert fake followers. Think about it. That's why you want to put in that organic work in order for you to be able to convert them into customers and or clients. So in order for you to elevate, you can't fake it. You got to keep it real so you can make it. Thank you, Ramona. I greatly appreciate it.
Hello, 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 Bakari.
Hello.
How are you? Wow,
Very well.
wow, wow. I have a whole page of notes here. You cannot go beyond your mindset. The mindset that you actually have is where that is what will elevate you. I love how you also broke down exactly what elevation and innovation is and incorporated it in mindset. Your mindset is what's going to take you wherever it is. You will only go as high as your mindset, as you have built your mindset to believe that you can go. And also
Absolutely.
the mindset of a millionaire. Listen to a millionaire. Listen. Keyword. Who are you listening to? Who has your ear? I absolutely love that
Absolutely.
part of your speech as well. And what I thought about when you said that, by the way, I have a whole page of notes here. What I thought about when you said that is when you look at the word heart, HEART, you take off the H, take off the T, and right there built in the middle is the word ear.
Absolutely.
Whoever has your ear has your results.
Absolutely.
Because you will only be an average, right, of the top
That's
5
right.
people that you spend the most time with. So if you are spending time with naysayers, negative Nancy's, or negative Nathans, right? It could be both men and women. It doesn't really matter, right? But if you're spending most of the time with someone who does not have that self-motivating motor, right? When they fall down a couple of notches, they have a little challenge, they have a little roadblock, and they allow it to take them down a rabbit hole rather than having the growth mindset of how to get themselves back to where they were, because you can go there, but you just can't stay there, right?
That's right.
That was one of the major takeaways. And that word, I thought about that word instantly. I actually wrote down that statement that you made, and I put the word listen inside of a box. That's my note for myself, is listen. It's a skill, by the way. Not everybody is a great listener, right?
That's a fact.
But great followers, great leaders were once great followers first. A lot
Absolutely.
of entrepreneurs and business owners forget that part. I also heard you say at the very beginning that you were privy to some very great information, financial information at the very beginning of your segment. And that is what has allowed you to retire at 39. Let's not forget that, everybody. Regardless of whether you're listening on Clubhouse or Facebook or Instagram, or not Instagram, I'm sorry, LinkedIn or YouTube, because Instagram or right here on StreamYard, because Instagram only gave you like an hour. So with that said, I don't want anybody to miss that part because you were open even then at 39 to listening to that information. And if you weren't, if you were a negative Nathan, or if you had your wife with you as a negative Nancy, guess what? They would have talked you out of it.
That's right.
Right? Or if you had a negative mindset, would you have stopped and paused and paid attention long enough to get that valuable information that has now set you financially free? So I want people to get that who you have around you in your ear has, because everything that you hear goes straight to your heart, and you literally, it becomes who you are. It becomes your paradigm. And the paradigm is simply, there you go. A paradigm is just simply a set of mental programming in your subconscious that controls everything that we do and how we do it.
That's right.
So that is definitely, those were major takeaways. Now you have the three triple E: education, execution, and eradication. Through information and education. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's a whole bar for one. Let's just not miss that. That's a bar. Okay. So I said, okay, he came to drop some bars today. That was
the hip hop side came out.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that. That's what I said, okay. I got my pen and started scribbling really quickly. I'm like, oh, I got to catch up. He's on fire. So I absolutely love it. Absolutely love that. That was powerful. And I picked up that another great bar, if you will, puts you in a posture to prosper.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was powerful. That was powerful. By listening, getting the information and the education, and that's the education, executing it, because I love that you also pointed out that you can't just be a note taker and become a money maker by default, not automatically, right?
That's right?
It's getting the information and now putting the information to work. Implementing it.
Absolutely.
So all of you watching and listening, when you take these notes, now you have to go back to your business, back home, or back to your office, wherever it is that you spend the most time in work. You have to now go back and implement. Figure out, okay, so how am I going to get more information? Getting on Rio events is just like this one. If you're a woman, like your wife, Amani, we would love to have her in the Living Your Legacy Life by Design as well. If she has goals and dreams that she wanted to, not just being married to you, who's financially free and has freed her as well, but I'm sure that she has other things that she might want to do.
No, my wife freed herself.
There you go.
Freed herself. No, I'm serious. My wife actually contributed a part of the reason why I know what I know too. My wife actually had introduced me to financial information that actually helped me to go to an even higher level.
Wow. Amazing.
So yeah.
Amazing. So there you go. Behind every great man is a great woman. And thank you so much, Amani, for giving him allowing him to share with us today and giving us about 20 minutes of his time today. We definitely appreciate it. And I've seen her beautiful pictures all over your social media, and I've definitely commented or liked them and things of that nature, from anniversaries to buying homes and all kinds of great things. So that's just it. Positive mind thinks alike. And that's exactly what I look for on social media. I'm not just on social media to randomly scroll like a lot of people. What I look for is the thought leaders, the motivational leaders, the inspirational leaders. And I literally listen. Like you just said, I'm a great listener as well as a speaker. In fact, you can't even become a great speaker without first being a great listener, right?
Absolutely.
You have to listen to the greats in the business, the greats that are doing it at a high level. You have to listen to them, observe them as well. And I have definitely, I mentioned it early on before you came backstage. I mentioned that I was a co-host in the Healing and Motivational Summit with Jennifer Maharaj, and you were a speaker. And that was maybe 2021, in the middle of the pandemic. Wow. And now here you are, a speaker, I think third time, something like that, second or third time, Rio Royal Influences Organization. So thank you, and thank you for your yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. And tell Amani she is always welcome to join you here on stage as well. Let her know that. I will definitely.
My wife, she's always in the background making it happen. She's more of a background person. She like a producer. She like the do the backdrop.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll tell her that we would definitely love to see her more on the front end because we need more leaders as well. They could be mild-mannered and meek, but if they're doing some powerful things, then guess what? There's some people out here that are looking to be served at a high
Definitely.
level as well by all of these phenomenal people that are also serving themselves. So thank you, and thank you
You're
so much
welcome.
again for being here.
Thank
Always an
you.
absolute pleasure. He's the CEO of Sky Legacy Financial Services. Go to www.meetBakari John Boer or Barkery, right? Not John Boer on your website.com. It's just your first name.com, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. There it is right there on the screen. So
Looking forward to serving all of you, and thank you all for the opportunity for me to be able to pour into your lives. I greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. That was phenomenal. So I have a whole page of notes and I hope you guys did as well. So thank you, and thank you again for being here. See you at the next one. Talk to you soon.
Ma'am.
All righty. Thank you. Awesome. Guys, wow. That's just speaker number 2 in our Elevate and Innovate virtual conference experience today. And it's just today. Normally it's a 2-day event, but it's just today. So we have a whole lineup. And like I just mentioned to you guys, I have a few minutes here before our next speaker comes up. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a goal setting training, if you will, really quickly. Hello, Tony C. and Unisa is hanging out with us on Clubhouse. Guys, all of you can click the link and join us on the virtual event, free of cost, by the way. So on me. So click that link right above the room and join us on, we're on all platforms streaming right now. We're on LinkedIn streaming, on YouTube. Definitely subscribe to YouTube if you're there. I see you guys there in the upper corner here. And we have a few people who are watching from LinkedIn. Sumitra, I believe, what's his name? Ditzy. I see the little LinkedIn icons next to the comments. So I see that you guys, some of you guys are watching from LinkedIn as well. And Facebook. We're also streaming right here on StreamYard and Facebook. So join us. This is what we do. I have brought over 150 speakers onto this platform, Rio platform, and Rio Stage, Royal Influencers Organization Stage, kicked it off and rebranded. Part of my rebranding. Most of you on Clubhouse anyway, recognize and know me from John Lee's space. And John Lee brings me on stage at some of his events now as well. So John Lee is a consummate professional and a very elite entrepreneur as well. He has over 6 million plus followers, over 6 million followers all over social media. He has learned the strategies. He has learned the techniques. He has learned all the algorithms and things of that nature. And I learned a great deal from him as well throughout the whole entire pandemic of running his rooms and hearing that information. It is now it has become a part of exactly who I am as well and what I do. He's a part of the UK Wealth Dragons. And it was a pleasure to see him on Clubhouse. Just last week for 3 days, he also live streamed on Clubhouse. So I said, you know what? I'm going to follow one of the greats. And I'm going to live stream this event on Clubhouse as well. Since I don't spend a lot of time on Clubhouse, but I plan to definitely come back and start coming back regularly on Clubhouse because I'll never forget Clubhouse. Because without Clubhouse, I would not have met and learned exactly what all of you do. So that is what I absolutely love about Clubhouse. Is it has definitely connected people all over the globe. We have Unisa Kamara, who's a great friend of mine of Global Speakers Platform. He is here in the audience right now on Clubhouse, and he also has a speaking platform, but he's out of the UK. He once lived in the States, I believe, and he's out of the UK. And he has definitely invited me as a speaker to his platform as well. And none of those connections and the networking could not have happened without coming on and spending time on these social media apps. And right now I'm spending time on Chatter. Chatter is a brand new app created by Nelson Apega, which a lot of you know from right here on Clubhouse. And 10,000 people downloaded that app within 24 hours when he went to public beta. He was in private beta for a month or two, and then he went private beta. And we're only in like day 10, 12, somewhere in that ballpark of public beta. And let me tell you, we've had professional boxers that are retired now that was just recently on the app on video. We had Nick Cannon show up on video. We had Brian McKnight showed up and sang and sang. There was just people who were connected to all of these phenomenal people. I think it was Danny Colifell who knew this particular boxer. And I'll give you his name because I took screenshots of all of these and I posted them, by the way, on my feed. So you will see Brian McKnight on my feed and a lot of other Nick Cannon, I believe you will see on my feed as well. And either on LinkedIn, I'm sorry, not LinkedIn, either on IG or Facebook. That's where I post more. But feel free to reach out if you need a link, but you have to download the app first. Download the app first, and then I will make sure that you connect with someone who has an invite. And then you need an invite to get on, because right now it's by invite only, because they are in public beta. And we want to make sure that we maintain the integrity and safety on the app so that everybody feels comfortable and welcome and they have a great experience. That is directly from the horse's mouth, Nelson Apega. When he created this app, he wanted to avoid the chaos, the drama, and things of that nature. So if you are looking to monetize, you can create channels, and you can monetize 3 channels. There's something called Moments, and there's video. So right now, guys, if I was on Chatter, and I think I'm going to pop in on Chatter a little bit later. If I was on Chatter, guess what I can do? I can click the little video button, and not only will you now just hear my audio, but you will now be able to see me live in this event as well on Chatter. So that's what I would highly recommend for each of you. Just go on to my IG and give me the word Chatter, and I'll know that you have downloaded the app. Don't send the word Chatter until you have downloaded the app from the Apple iStore. And there's over 10,000 people who have also iOS users. That means Apple iPhones, because he's working with his developers on making sure. Oh, let me bring Bella is in the house. Dylan Taylor, one of my clients and sponsors, is in the house. Come on up and join us. Come on up and join us. I just invited you guys to come up on stage. And Eunice Kamara, I definitely sent you an invite. Come on up and join us on stage as well. Thank you guys for hanging out with us in the Royal Influencers Organization House. Click the link right above the room and join us on StreamYard, where you can see all of these phenomenal speakers live. And our next speaker that's coming up in just a few short minutes, I'm going to do a quick training on networking, the power of networking, for one, and the power of goal setting. So that you guys can get some more value from me as well. So with that said, we have Shara Ruffin coming up shortly. In fact, she's not here yet, and she should be popping into the backstage. So while we wait for her, it's Shara Ruffin, and then it's Will Baptiste that will be joining us as well. He was hanging out with us here on Chatter, and he was also watching, because I see comments. He was on LinkedIn watching as well. Both of you ladies look, oh my goodness. That's a comment that he made earlier when Araya and I were on stage chatting it up a little bit. Thank you so much for the compliment. I just read it. Will Baptiste will be coming and speaking as well, helping men become more emotionally sound and learning how to deal with their emotions instead of suppressing their emotions, right? That's something great that he's doing as well. He has been a speaker in a couple of events here, and he also went VIP. He was a participant first, and he went VIP. And in that VIP, he actually got a one-on-one with me, and it ended up implementing. He took full advantage of that one-on-one coaching segment, and he went and implemented, and he is now soaring, taking off. He has a brand new book as well, and things of that nature, Will to Rise, that he will be speaking about a little bit later. So with that said, we have a full lineup. We have Cindy Stampo that's going to pop in and hang out with us as well. Great friend of mine, and I'll be visiting her soon. We have Megan DiMartino who's coming. We already heard from Araya McGarry and Bakari Jambor. And we have David Evans coming a little bit later, also of Kick TV Network. We have Samara Beck coming to share the power of retreats and events with us. We have Bobby Vincent coming as well. He has spoken, powerful speaker. Lots of major value that he shares as well. We have Abid Awan watching from the UK. I am loving the enthusiasm, he says a little bit earlier. He was in the chat. I met him on Chatter as well. Phenomenal entrepreneur, by the way, in the e-commerce space, doing $500,000 a month. So guess who I'm looking to bring on to this platform on our very next one, August 8th and 9th, everybody. Get your tickets now. You can actually go to my royalinfluencersorganization.com and get your ticket right now to the next one, because I don't know that we'll be streaming free like we are right now on all platforms. So once I can stream from Chatter, there will be a gate entry. There will be a gate entry to get in to the event from Chatter as well. So if you're not on Chatter yet, definitely get on Chatter. It's definitely growing leaps and bounds and going to be another phenomenal app. But you can also go on video on Chatter. So I see Will Baptiste has popped into the background, so and backstage with us. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. If you are available, put a thumbs up. Will from backstage, if you're available to go for about 20 minutes. Will Baptiste, if you hear me and available to go for about 20 minutes. He might just be setting up, so he hasn't given me, give me a thumbs up that you are ready to go, or you're just maybe setting up everything. Okay, I think he's just setting up. So what I'm going to do is talk about the power of goals until he's ready to come on. And when you are ready to come on, Will, if you're available, give me a thumbs up. Okay, so he's setting up. So with that said, I'm going to talk about the power of goal setting and then the power of networking while we wait for Shara Ruffin to come on stage. So, or backstage, and then I'll bring her up and let her give her segment. She has some phenomenal things that she's doing phenomenal. Oh my gosh, she is getting ready to be on Wikipedia. And this young lady that's coming on to speak, hopefully, she actually just a couple of years ago almost lost everything, her home, her car, everything. And was barely making it. And now multiple six figures, LinkedIn expert on Wikipedia, getting authorized and processed to have her own personal Wikipedia. And Wikipedia just does not just throw people onto their website. But she is getting ready to have her entire life exposed on Wikipedia because of all of the great things that she has done in such a very short time. And it was the day that she flipped the script in her head and made a decision to not be afraid and play small, and to not see what she does as a problem, but a solution to a lot of people. And that is exactly when her world changed. So if you're out there listening and you've listened to the first two speakers who came and just dropped major value, like you must start building a team from day one. If you're building a business and you don't have a team, then you need to start today. And it's never too late to start. And it's not about all of the education and information that you gather at these events. It's about executing. It's about implementing. That's what we just heard from Bakari Jambor as well. And goal setting. If you are walking around every day right now without goals, or your goals are ancient, old, meaning that you wrote these goals down, or you've just been still saying out loud that you want to do something. I wish I could do this and I wish I could do that. Then guess what? That's not a goal. That's a dream. That's not a goal. That's also a wish. It becomes a goal when you take it serious enough to write it down, put it on paper, and not only write it down and put it on paper, but you read it in the morning when you wake up before your feet hits the floor, and you read it again at night before you go to sleep. And when you read it, you really let it absorb into your mind, absorb into your heart, become emotionally attached to your goal. You know how some of us are emotionally attached to our home. We love our home, we cherish it. And when we walk in the door, all of our cares just go away. Some of us are emotionally attached to our job. We prefer to be at our job than we prefer to be at home because we are emotionally attached to it, right? The people in the office or whatever it is that makes you so emotionally attached to it that you could not imagine your life without it, right? You can't imagine your life without your home, your job, your car, your kids. That's how emotionally attached you must become with your goals. You can't play with you, and nor can you play with your goals and your dreams. You have to take them so serious that you carry a goal card with you everywhere you go. Just like you carry your credit card and your license with you, right? With your license and your social security card and your credit cards and your debit cards, you need to also take your goals so serious that you write them down on a little card so that every time you go into that wallet and every time that you see your bank account or you think about what you have or what your balance is on those credit cards, you also see and you think about your goals. Because your goals are like a GPS to your mind. So just like if you have a GPS or you use MapQuest on your phone, the MapQuest app, you can't get to your destination without first knowing exactly where you started from. And I see Shara Ruffin has just joined us in the background, in the backstage rather. So goals are just that important. It's just as important as that goal, as that job that you are emotionally attached to that you can't live without. It's just as important as having a roof over your head. And without it, makes your skin crawl. Without it, imagining yourself without it gives you anxiety, makes you nervous, puts butterflies in the pit of your stomach. That's exactly how you become emotionally attached to your goals. You have to let them get into your psyche, seek into your mind and your heart, and you have to visit them on a regular basis. So if you wrote them down or thought about them, or you were in I don't know, a room on Clubhouse and they were talking about goal setting, and you're always finding yourself connecting to and following people who are avid goal, not just goal setters, but goal getters. And what you're hearing from today are goal getters. They aren't just goal setters. They aren't just setting the goal, but they're going to get the goal. And that's what you're getting ready to hear from right now, from this phenomenal woman who has done some phenomenal things and has just joined us backstage. So I'm not going to waste any more time with you on goal setting right now, but I will definitely come back and give you some actionable steps that you can jot down with you. Hello, Shara Ruffin is in the house, everybody, coming to share major value. And I want you to definitely share. Thank you for one. I know it's a Sunday, and I know some people don't do a whole lot on Sundays. It's their rest day, but these are the leaders, guys. These are the leaders. All of you sitting here on Clubhouse, all of you on Facebook, all of you on LinkedIn, all of you on YouTube, all of you right here on the chat inside of StreamYard, and everybody on Clubhouse can join the StreamYard link at the top of the room as well. So this is what I definitely want to make sure. If you want to get this amazing show on Chatter, just let me know and I'll set up the audio stream there. I'll post it on Chatter chat, what's currently speaking based on the info. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Bobby. Bobby said that he'll set us up on Chatter as well. So yes, you can go ahead and do that if you like, Bobby. No worries at all. I give you permission to go ahead and air us on Chatter as well. So thank you, Bobby. So with that said, Shara Ruffin is in the house, everybody. If you don't know who she is, follow her on all social media sites. She's on LinkedIn as well as the voice of LinkedIn, I don't know, multiple times over, expert on LinkedIn, multiple times over. She is everywhere. She's on TikTok. I've seen her on TikTok as well. And she is changing the lives of a lot of people. And just a few years ago, she had humble beginnings. And just a few years ago, I want you to definitely share that part of your story, because there's people here listening that may not even have the courage, Shara, to even come into the chat and say something, or may not have the courage to reach out to somebody and say, I'm struggling in my business, or I'm struggling in my life right now. I just had something devastating happen, or whatever the case may be. Many of my clients, a couple of my clients, one of my clients just lost her mother days ago, and she had just relocated to a new state, a new city in the same state, but a new city. And she had just days away from relocating. And then she gets that her mother's in the hospital and she lost her mother. So imagine being in the middle of building your dream, setting goals, and now you're going after them. And then something devastating happens. Well, I want you to listen to this woman. And I want you to listen to just some of the things, the challenges that she faced. And I also want you to listen to how she became who she is today and where she is today. So never, ever, ever, never, ever give up is the message that I want to make sure that you take away from this segment that you're getting ready to be privileged to hear, because she showed up not just for herself, but she showed up for every single one of you. Whether you're listening on Clubhouse, and we have people popping into Clubhouse. Thank you, Christopher, Bella, Sherlyn, Rosalind, Beloved, who's going to be speaking. David Williams going to be speaking with us a little bit later, and Eunice Kamara, all the way from the UK. We also have Abid Awan, who makes $500,000 a month. I just met him on Chatter. He makes $500,000 a month in his e-commerce stores, and I'm getting on a call with him on WhatsApp this week as well. And he'll be coming and bringing that information and value to you guys here to share with you how he did it and how he's doing it big right now as well. And we have Veronica Atkins in the chat, Dylan Taylor in the chat, who's a sponsor, Blindside Connection. Go follow him on IG And you guys will get a little treat if you follow him on IG. Look for Blindside Connections. Say hello to him on the back channel, and you will get a treat for doing so. And then Rosalind Cohn is here. She was just on Clubhouse and clicked the link and took action and said true. So thank you so much, Rosalind. Yes, can you please send me an invite? Absolutely. DM the word invite or chatter on the back channel of IG for me, Rosalind. I'll write your name down here. And so Shara Ruffin, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You were going to be speaking at our last event, and then there was something else devastating that took place, and she missed that one because of that devastation. And I just want to thank you. I think the world of you. I think you are absolutely amazing. I think the world needs to hear, more of the world needs to hear your story. You need to be on television everywhere. You need to be on big stages everywhere. And I plan to make sure that you do that right here in the Rio stages, because we're going live, everybody. You heard it first here. Yes, the Rio events are going live, coming to a city near you, kicking off in Atlanta and looking to go to New York, LA, all over the place. We are going live. So with that said, if you want to be a speaker, then definitely reach out to me as well. And with the word speak, and also I coach speakers also. So 50% off if you're listening anywhere, 50% off of coaching for speakers and transformational coaches as well, coaching as well. So with that said, Shara Ruffin, thank you for being here again. Tell everybody who you are.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for inviting me. Sundays, I actually do work on Sundays. I rest, but I also work. But everybody, my name is Shara Ruffin. I'm a former clinical social worker, 18 years in the game, former psychotherapist, now turned entrepreneur, almost 4 years. I can't believe it. It's been that, it kind of was a whirlwind experience for me. I'm a LinkedIn advisor, just got featured on their page as their first social worker to be picked out of 1 billion users on the platform. So that was a major achievement. And I can actually formally announce that I will be officially in Wikipedia in about a week's time. I just submitted the last criteria for it, so I can officially announce that. So you guys will find me. I will be more than just Googleable. It took me about a year to get in there.
Goodness. Amazing.
Blood, sweat, and tears. So usually to get in there, I thought that with Wikipedia, you had to just create a Wikipedia page. Nope. I was actually approached by their team on LinkedIn saying that I had such an impact in my field that they chose to support me in creating that page. So it's been quite a journey for me, but I'll share a little bit of that as I go along. But that's a little bit about me in retrospect to just a little intimate where I've been. And I will definitely share more of that story when everyone's ready.
Absolutely. We are ready. And I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do. So go right ahead, take it away and wow them, because I know that's exactly what I get every time you speak. So I'll come back in a little bit.
No problem. Hi, everybody. So I'm going to share my story with you. I'm a person that's very transparent. Again, I was born to 2 teenage parents. I live in West Philadelphia, getting ready to move to Delaware, but born to 2 teenage parents. I'm 38 years old. I grew up in an atmosphere where I was often seen and not heard. So I just recently found my voice to share this story with you. So 3 years ago, before I even started my business, I was broke on food stamps and really struggling, almost evicted with 3 kids at home. And it was because I couldn't pass a board exam. I'm a clinical social worker now, but for social work, it takes about 2 years to get a clinical license. It took me a decade. And I remember in 2019, I was a burnt out therapist, and I started sharing the story of me not being able to pass my board exam, which took me 10 years to get to. I missed it by 2 points the first time in November 2019. Well, I got on LinkedIn. I started sharing more of that story. I had a mentor that said, if people don't see you, if they don't hear you, they're not going to know your story. They need to trust you. So you need to start speaking. And she said, I need to do video for 90 days. I said, I don't have time for that. And a lot of that was my initial fear. Well, I started doing video every day for a year on LinkedIn. I had already a big following there, about 30,000, but I had never showed up behind video. So I started doing video there every single day. And of course, not showing up as I am now. It was just me looking, whether I was cooking, deep frying a turkey, just sharing parts of that journey of going from having a thriving career to not passing a board exam to being stuck and depressed with migraines at home, taking care of my kids for almost a year. Because when I was supposed to take my exam again in 90 days, I ended up not taking it because everything was shut down because of the pandemic. I had lost my part-time job a week before. So in that, my story, my company was born, Journey to Licensure. From that journey, it in my feature section of my profile, if you ever look, it's buried a little bit, but I share a post that actually birthed my business. It hit over 100,000 views. It was me sharing that 10-year journey of trying to get this license, one of them behind my name right now, that took a decade. Losing my daughter, she was born as a stillborn during my ex-husband's deployment to Afghanistan. Um, Having another baby, my son Jaden, who was supposed to live past his 6-month mark. He's now 10 years old. Taking time to rebuild my career after a divorce. My ex-husband had a baby during our marriage, which I became really debilitated by, but rebuilt my career with a baby on my hip that was medically compromised. I worked in a psychiatric hospital, which was a very high risk, very, very daunting job. I loved it, but at the same time, it caused me a lot of stress because I could be Shar, the therapist, and then Shar, where her life is in pieces. You're living with family, and really just struggling and not having stability. And I put on that mask for many years. And then after that came my licensing exam, which I had worked very hard to get to, but then I missed it by 2 points. And that's where the devastation came from. I shared that story on LinkedIn. Of course, it blew up. I went to Clubhouse and I started sharing more of that story when Clubhouse was really hot, which is what Chatter is now. And I started sharing that story more. And I end up forming a room as a social worker to help social workers pass their board exams. In the beginning, the first 6 months, it was just me doing it for free. Just because I generally just wanted to help people not have the same type of struggles that I had. And people started passing. About around June, July, I had a colleague of mine who became my book publisher, Eric Reed. He said, "You're giving something away for free that people are really getting a lot of support with. I think you need to turn it into a business." I'm like, I'm just trying to help. He says, "But you're still broke. You're still on food stamps. You're still struggling. I think you need to turn this into something." And it was a mindset shift that I needed to make of really value myself and what I had to give. I had 20 years of therapy experience, and I was coaching people to pass a board exam for free. So with just fear, I decided to turn that into a business. That first year hit 125K within 6 months of me starting. Now that business is 3.5 years later, and it has hit over $500,000 in gross sales. That did not come without its struggles. Being everybody in one, learning how to delegate. My business has been in various publications: Success Magazine, USA Today, Entrepreneur Magazine, a couple of other ones, New York Weekly most recently, and soon to be Wikipedia page. I had lost my 18-year-old brother in the midst of my success that I was having. Right after I had birthed 2 books that were Amazon bestsellers, both of them 5-time Amazon bestsellers. But beyond all the success I was getting at the time, I was struggling with just really trying to find a way for me to learn how to not be everyone in one. When you're first building a business, you're kind of everyone wants, you're building everything. And I was working 14 to 16-hour days. My brother, 18 years old, was killed during my second year in business when things were really climbing. And I'm the go-to person in my family, and the oldest of 5. So when he passed away, it was 6 blocks away from home. He was shot in the chest and shot in the stomach. And I stopped everything I was doing to go to the hospital to see him, but he was already gone. And my family, they were leaning on me because I was the one that had everything sort of together. And I ended up in the hospital that December 2022, because I was so stressed of keeping everything together in terms of taking care of the funeral, making sure everything was okay. And then my stepfather was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He is in his 3rd year of terminal cancer now. But right after my brother was killed, he started having seizures, and we found out he had lung cancer metastasis, which now is very much terminal, and he has months to live. But during that second year, it was a lot. Then I had a family member, Ramona kind of hinted this, who was murdered not too far from me. That was a very young family member. So a lot had happened, but learning how to stay the course, be resilient, but lean on people when I needed that support is probably what's gotten me through. If I had to look at all of the success that I've had, I just got my first business award under the American Business Awards, the only social worker to get that award as a thought leader of the year. It's called the Stevie Awards if you ever want to look it up. I did not expect a lot of the success that I had, but I think it was my willingness to just be in a place of service to others. Everything I can say was unintentional, in the sense that my intention was not to make money at all. My intention was my service social work heart is to serve my colleagues. And so far it's been thriving, to the point where I'm now being recognized by an online dictionary, Wikipedia, which most people know their SEO is second to LinkedIn's, which is, I'm still pinching myself that occurred. But what I would say to you, because I built my business from the ground up with no overhead, no money, I had nothing. I had a story that I was willing to tell, that I was willing to share, that I was willing to help people and build that trust and build that community. I'm now on 8 different platforms. I do have a small team now that helps me with social media and everything. But I would just say, just start. You never know how your gifts can be used in multiple ways. I thought I was going to go in private practice as a therapist once I got my license. I never did. I've been a therapist for 20 years, but I use those skills in a different way now than I did back then. So that is my story for you today, to know that you can do this, that you can prosper no matter what your situation is, no matter where you come from. I wasn't born into money or anything like that. But all my life, I was someone that was pretty much a go-getter. But there is a dark side to this. And I do want to share that with all the success that I have had with me being type A. And the go-getter part is the burnout, is the thinking I could do everything. It has a cost. And that's something that I've had to learn along the way to be able to balance a lot better than I have in the past because of my ambition. So that's what I have for you today. Good luck to all of you. And I hope with you getting kind of there's a lot more pieces to that story, but with a short recap of some of the milestones I've been able to hit, with some of the tragedies that have happened to me over time, that you stay the course and that you stay resilient. And know that everything that happens to you, whether it is good or bad or indifferent, is meant to strengthen you for the next part of your journey. And that is concluding my story for you today.
Wow, wow, wow. First and foremost, congratulations on all of your success, Shara. You are a beacon of light, a beacon of hope for so many women, as well as business owners. You show them what resilience looks like. You are an example of exactly what persistent and not giving up looks like, regardless of your humble beginnings, regardless of how you started. One thing that was really, really powerful was that you grew up in a household where you didn't feel seen or heard, and you just found your voice. That in itself, I have a page of notes here. That in itself is a TED Talk. From unseen, unheard to finding your voice. That is a powerful message. That sends a message to everybody here. Kermit said that he's watching. Hello, Ramona, and love the lineup. Everyone is adding value. I'm going to go ahead and show you that. So that was while you were speaking as well. That's from another speaker that was just here. So I definitely want to thank you. Thank you for your due diligence. Thank you for showing up for yourself, because you have a gift. You had a gift hidden inside. The message to everybody else is you have a gift that was hidden inside. And it wasn't until you made the decision to show up and share that gift is when all of the other people that were struggling with the same thing that you were struggling with and needed what you had. So not only did you have a solution to their problem, but you had also a gift of teaching them exactly what it is that they needed to know to pass that board exam. Because for you, it was only supposed to take 2 years.
Yeah.
And it took you a decade because of fear, possibly. And when you don't manage fear, it manifests and creates blocks to a lot of other things in your life, personally, relationships. It can impact relationships as well. When you're afraid to show up and speak up, potentially, it creates a block. And Rosalind Cohn just said, hi, Shara, thank you for your share as well. Let me go ahead and put that comment out there for you. So there you go. So you are definitely making an impact, and you are amazing to watch. I love every single one of your posts. I mean, I've been a little busy lately for my birthday month of June. I wasn't even on social media as often or frequently as I normally am. And LinkedIn has been a godsend from Auntie Yvonne Robinson Jackson, who's also a LinkedIn expert and voice of LinkedIn on Clubhouse. She used to do rooms, win on LinkedIn rooms on Clubhouse that I got into. And I created that LinkedIn so long ago, but it was so complicated in my mind. And all it took was just time for me to sit down, settle down, and just start learning just one step at a time of exactly what I needed to do to really hone in on LinkedIn. And I just kept hearing LinkedIn, every event, LinkedIn, on Clubhouse, LinkedIn. I'm like, okay, I'm going over here and I'm getting ready to focus on LinkedIn. So I went from, like, in just the last 6 to 8 months, I would say that I went from 200, 25, 50, because I wasn't even going over and visiting, posting or anything. That was just organically, wasn't doing anything to try to even get those, to now 7,000, 6,000 some odd connections. And I mean, I'm getting offers. There was a chairman of SCORE just reached out and said, hey, I like what you're doing. You need to be a mentor for business owners on SCORE. And I am in the process of filling that application out. There is another board executive that said that we would like for you to be on a board. Would you like to be a part of our board of advisors? And I said, oh my gosh, of course. And I have to fill that one out and things of that nature. So I'm letting everyone else out here know that through LinkedIn, all of those magazine articles and all of those companies and Wikipedia alike, there are some phenomenal people out there, businesses out there, companies out there that are looking for people just like Shara Ruffin, just like Kermit Henderson, just like Rosalind Cohn, just like Bella, as well as Vicky. Thank you for popping into the room, Vicky. Come on up and join us, or click that link right above the room and join us in the actual virtual conference. It's free of charge. So feel free to come back anytime, Shara. And when we go live, we planned, by the way, I'm actually a business manager for a gentleman and working with him on bringing his book to fruition. He is the father of the rapper Eve, who connected with me on Clubhouse. And he lives in Philadelphia. There's a building called the Pyramid Club on the 52nd floor. He's a member, and that's where it holds 500 people. And he's planning a live event there. So when you said that you're from Philadelphia, are you there now? Right now? You're in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I'm still in Philly, yes.
Wow, but you're moving to Delaware. I heard that. I caught that.
Mm-hmm.
You're moving to Delaware.
Yeah.
Wow. So when do you plan to move? Is it soon or?
We're waiting on the final wording on the house. We built it from the ground up. So it's just
wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow. And you chose Delaware because?
We always vacationed there a lot. It was more so that I love the beaches, even though it's cold.
There you go.
But yeah, it was no particular. It was close enough that my partner could get to work, and close enough to my family I could still come to Philly. Other than that, I think if it wasn't for that, I probably would be down there. I love Atlanta. I've been there quite a few times.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
and I'm originally from Miami. I'm originally from Miami, Florida. So I love my beaches also. I miss my beaches, but they have some water here, but it's not anything like Miami beaches. So yes, no. Yeah. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. So without further ado, we are about 10 minutes into the next speaker that's coming up, and he's behind the scenes waiting to come up. So thank you, and thank you again. Shara Ruffin in the house, everybody. Follow her everywhere on all social media sites. Go over on LinkedIn, check out her work, see what she does. And if you can use her services, definitely reach out. So thank you again, Shara Ruffin.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye.
Awesome. There we go. So thank you, everybody. So next we have this phenomenal gentleman coming up. Will Baptiste is coming up, guys. Will Taraz, he became a new author as well this year of 2024, maybe even 2023. But he will definitely share that with us, as well as his initiative to helping men all over the world become more emotionally sound, learn how to use their emotions to their benefit, rather than not or suppressing them and not using them properly to the point where they are self-sabotaging relationships, jobs, and themselves. So thank you, Will Baptiste, for your patience and waiting to speak. I definitely had to wait for Shara to pop in and hang out with us and share her powerful story. And I see she got a lot of comments in the chat as well. What a prime example. Rosalind said you are impacting her today. So definitely just wanted to let Shara know that she showed up and made an impact here as well, not just on LinkedIn and not just with Wikipedia as well. So thank you for being here. So Will Baptiste, tell everybody who you are and what you do, and then I'm going to get out of your way and let you take the and tell everybody how you and I connected on Clubhouse. I'm so thankful for Clubhouse. I will never leave Clubhouse, by the way. But you were first a participant in the Rio event.
That's right. That's absolutely.
You were just observing and listening and watching, and then you VIP'd. You went VIP.
Right,
and you done a coaching segment, a 1 hour coaching session. So tell everybody a little bit about that.
Barely a 1 hour, and then that's all I needed. As a matter of fact, you and I spoke on OWL first. And I was surprised when you answered my call. I'm like, listen, this is gonna be the next 10 minutes of my life. I want to make sure that I really, very precise about the question that I want to ask. And you were so gracious. I'm like, you know what, this woman, there's something about her, I gotta follow her. And I was following you everywhere, because I remember my mother once told me, "Will, follow your dream." And I said, from that point on, I started following you. And it has been such a phenomenal experience to have known you. And when I decided to be, to follow you, to be part of everything that you're doing, it definitely changed my life for the better. So I will be eternally grateful for everything. And listen, I'm across the border. See, that's the thing about technology. That's the thing about when you really want something, nothing can stop you. Not even the border, not even a different country or whatnot can stop you. Why? Because your mind can take you further than your body can even take you, even your words. Because my mind, I was ready, I was hungry. And I call him Uncle Les Brown. My Uncle Les Brown always say, you got to be hungry. So and when you called on me, I mean, Sunday, it's my day where it's non-negotiable. That's my Jesus day. I say, you know what? This is Ramona. Will, you don't say no to Ramona. I say, you know what? You give me a couple of choices. I said, you know what, I couldn't do the other day. I said, but definitely I'm in. So I'm all suited up and booted up. I'm like, yeah, I gotta show out. So here we are today.
Well, I hope when you went VIP for that higher ticket for that event, $67, I think is what it was. I hope that you got your money's worth.
Oh my God. 10 times, 20 times over. I'm doing events now. I'm doing
goodness.
I'm doing events every 3 months now, because that's one other thing that you taught me. Every 3 months now there's an event. That's just me doing my own events, and I'm getting approached and offered to speak this, then the third.
Oh my goodness. I'm watching. I'm like, look at him. I'm like, what's going on here? What is happening?
I'm telling you, all of that was $67 of investment. And that to me was worth it. So here I am today. I am a product of your teaching, and the information and everything that you've done. So I am grateful, Ramona.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you
you.
very
And
much.
you're a product. Oh, wow. That is just phenomenal to hear. So Will was one of the well, in the very beginning, when I first launched Rio last year, 2023, he showed up and he was just coming into John Lee's rooms on Clubhouse and things like that, listening. And then he started coming into our rooms, the other rooms, listening, my own rooms when I created Rio and things of that nature, just listening. And he bought his ticket and he went VIP. And VIP gave them a one-on-one with me, a coaching call with me. And we have some time built in, so I'm going to make sure you get your time. So Will, and I wanted to bring him in for a reason. Elevate and innovate. Notice the title, the theme. Elevate and innovate. Who are you listening to? Who are you connecting with? Do they have what it is that you need? So Will said, I can't wait. When do I get my one-on-one? I just want my one-on-one. I bought that ticket for my one-on-one, because you can get a one-on-one coaching call with me, but it's $97 when you go to my actual website. So if they went VIP, they got a discount for a one-on-one. So he said, I am taking full advantage. And we are live on Chatter right now as well, everybody. So I definitely just wanted to let you guys know that. Bobby just put that in the chat. So he asked if he can go live on Chatter, and I said, absolutely, go live on Chatter. And here I am streaming on Clubhouse audio, of course, just only on Clubhouse. However, Vicky and everybody else in the room, click that link right above the room. Rosalind definitely did, and she's still hanging out with us inside of Clubhouse while she's here in the chat on StreamYard as well. However, Will said, when we finally got on the call, I remember exactly where I was, because Will said, okay, I want every single minute. I don't want to waste a second. He said, I'm starting this business. I just wrote a book and I want to monetize. I work a 9-to-5, but one day my goal is, and I asked, what is your goal? And he said, my goal is to monetize to the point where it supplements my income and I can now do this full time. And I said, okay. And I was just listening and I heard his passion right away. And I'm doing this live because this is the power. This is the power of when you are ready, staying ready for one, so you don't have to ever get ready, because you never know. We are all one relationship away, just one relationship, one connection away from taking us to another level. And what I'm seeing right now, from the date of your one-on-one with me, and Will said, I want you to know, Ramona, okay, you're giving, oh my God, that's some more sauce. Oh my God, are you see? Oh my God. He was just writing and he was so excited. And I said, so none of it's going to do you any good unless you implement it. Well, within 30 days, Will reached out to me and said, I'm doing an event and I want you to come and speak. I want everyone to meet the person behind why I did this event. And I believe there was probably 17 people or so on this Zoom call. I'm at a little meeting at church. I step out of the meeting because he gave me a time, and I step out of the meeting and I come on. And I'm like, wow, he really did it. He really put it into action. And I told him to make a course out of his book for people, men, to come and join. And now he's coaching men. Will to Rise Coaching. I see it right here. He is now coaching men.
That's
and
right.
I'm like, wow. So he literally took that blueprint that I gave him, and he literally built his value proposition ladder.
And the book is in the process of being translated in French.
Wow.
And I'm in Montreal and in Quebec, and now it's gonna be. I'm meeting with the publisher, and this week it's gonna be translated in French.
And I see you on all platforms. People are inviting you to speak on their platforms and things of that nature as well.
Yes.
Amazing. And I was just liking all of his content, for one, that he was actually sharing on LinkedIn. And it was all very motivational and inspirational and powerful content that he was actually sharing. And I would always comment and like his posts and things like that. Then he went to Owl, which is another audio app where you can actually get phone calls and receive phone calls and make phone calls to other like-minded individuals. And he actually called in and just wanted to speak. And I got him on a call, and there you go. Lo and behold, those couple of times that he reached out and connected, and by ask and you shall receive. Seek,
and the rest is
and you shall find.
That's
Knock,
right.
And the door shall be open.
That's
that
right.
is Matthew 7:7, live and living color right here on the Rio stage. He knocked, he asked, and he also sought. He sought advice. He sought counsel. He asked the right questions, and I gave him everything that I had. And not only did I give it to him, but he took it and he went out and he implemented it. And now his business, I don't know, your business is soaring.
Oh, I'm telling you, beyond my wildest imagination, sometimes I have to pinch myself to see how did you get here. Well, guess
Wow,
what? The mindset that got me here, it's
amazing.
gonna take me another mindset to get me to the next
Oh,
level.
oh,
Because
believe it, believe
that's what we're about to do. We're about to elevate and innovate. That's
it.
right. Because we
I
are
absolutely
warriors.
love it.
We
He's
are
about to
warriors.
elevate and innovate. So that's
That's
what
right.
business owners and entrepreneurs should always be doing. You should
Right.
always be in a mindset of elevating. What can I
Hmm.
do to take this business or this idea to the next level? What can I do? Or who? Maybe it's not the what, but who is it that I need
Right.
to connect with and ask them how they are doing whatever it is that they are doing. And that is exactly the power of the ask
Absolutely.
as well. So thank you so much, Will Baptiste, for taking a small part of your Sunday out to be here so that you can now pour into others. And there's, I'm sure, some men that you guys may end up collaborating and putting both of your businesses together and maybe going out and doing a live event together or something of that nature. You never know.
You
So
just never know.
thank you, and thank you for being here. Are
Absolutely.
you on Chatter, by the way?
Not yet, not yet. I've been asked. I was giving a code to go in by another person, so I'm looking into it sometime this week.
Awesome,
So
awesome. So
yes,
thank you, and thank you again for being here. Absolute
absolutely.
pleasure. I'm going to get out of your way, let you do what you do. There's a few minutes built in because we have
Yes,
a segment where that's open. So no worries at all. But thank you for waiting patiently to speak as well. So I'm going to go
absolutely.
ahead and go down, and then I'll come back up when you're done.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Will here. They call me the Haitian sensation, the only one in the nation. You already know. I am a coach, an author, a speaker. I'm a trainer, and I'm also the 2024 Black Healthcare Heroes Award nominee here in Canada. My goal is my mission and my vision. I'm here to provide a safe and supportive environment for men to confront their unspoken fears and build faith and find courage. Now you may ask, what is will have to do? What do I have to do? Or what I'm doing? How can it be innovated and elevated? Well, let me give you a little bit of background. I've got over 25 years of work experience, including 15 years in sales, 5 years as a gym owner, 3 years as a firefighter. Shout out to all my firefighters and all first responders. 3 years in finance, as well as 4 years in telecommunications. So I understand. I understand the elevation, the innovation. I understand that part. And during my experience, I was able to develop key skills in operations management, department management, team management, financial management, and sales and customer as well. Now you may ask, it's a great mantra, right? Elevate and innovate. Well, that can be applied to a various aspect of life, from personal growth to professional development and business strategy. And here's a breakdown. I have a breakdown for you. I want you to understand exactly how does that fit in what I'm doing as a coach for men, for the emotions, how to be vulnerable. Because I do believe that for too long men have suppressed the emotions, and to the point where it's affecting them. And not just affecting them, it's affecting the work, it's affecting the family, it's affecting everything that they do. Now, the first thing we have to do as men, the first part of the elevation, what we have to do is to raise the bar. We have to set higher standards and strive for excellence. And what do I mean by setting higher standards? Is we have to stop accepting the status quo that men don't have emotions, because that's part of the elevation. That's part of raising the bar. It's to say, you know what? We no longer going to abide by this notion that men don't have emotions. Because to say men don't have emotions is to eliminate, is to not acknowledge it. And anytime that we do not acknowledge something, we cannot verbalize it. We cannot accept it, and we cannot control it, and neither will we be able to uh, uh, um, have a full control over that. So I think it's very important not only that we have to set the higher standards, but also we have to strive for excellence, because we got another group of generation of men and young boys that's coming up. And I think it's very important that we must do that. And the second thing that we have to do, the second point of the elevation, is upgrade skills. We have to continuously learn and improve abilities. What do I mean by that? It's how we communicate, because communication is a skill. And when you break down the word communication, you have a common action, communication. And a lot of times we are talking, but we think that we are communicating because right here, right now, I'm talking. But unless the other person or people that are listening to me understand what I'm saying, I'm not communicating. If I'm not getting any feedback, I'm not communicating. I'm only talking. So we have to upgrade our skills. And how do we do that? Whether it's through coaching, like a coach like me, whether to therapy, whether to other means for us, but we must absolutely must upgrade our skills and continuously to improve the ability, because once we learn how to communicate, now we can only improve on that, because once we know how to communicate, now we cannot communicate the same way we communicate to our wives or our husband. It's the same way we're going to communicate to our children, to our friends and colleagues. So what we learn, once we upgrade our skills, then now we can have to improve it, and by improving it, we are elevating ourselves, we are elevating our families, we are elevating our community. And we have to, and the third point, and we have to have advanced thinking, which is we have to challenge the assumptions and explore new perspectives. And the assumption is that men don't have emotions. The assumption is that I can do it all by myself, I don't need any help. How are you going to have a new perspective on things if you're not willing to tell people exactly what the issue is? And I remember I was listening to the a speaker before the last speaker talking about, and I'm paraphrasing. If you don't think you have need assistance, or if you don't think you have an issue, how can you get the help? We need to understand that we have issues as people, especially as men. We have issues, and our issues is we are not expressing our emotions the right way. Now, let me mention something here. We actually are expressing our emotions. We are not doing it in a way that is constructive. We are doing it in a way that is destructive. So it's like we are not using it at all. So for me, it's very important that the man that I coach, if you are a man, you're listening, or if you're a woman, you have a man in your life, whether it's your father, whether it's your husband, or your partner, your son, your cousin. This information is so important. Yes, I may be talking directly to men, but this is an information. This is something that needs to be heard across the community, across the family, across the world. Because wherever we have men, we must understand that there are certain responsibility that lies within ourselves. And as a human being, we all must take responsibility, but especially as men, because we have been giving we have been sold this lie, and we bought into this lie. And now we have to unlearn everything that we have learned to be able to relearn. Because it's not always about learning new stuff. Sometimes it's about unlearning so we can relearn. And the last part of the elevation is amplify impact. What does that mean? We must increase our influence and make greater difference. So now that we have done it for ourselves, now that we have seek counsel, now that we have raised, first of all, we have raised the standard, we have raised the bar, and we are striving for excellence, meaning that we are not going to accept the status quo. We are not going to accept the fact that we are men, all of a sudden that we have to bottle everything in, that we don't have to talk to anybody. We can only talk about things that are superficial, but the thing that are really going on in our lives each and every day that are literally killing us or destroying ourselves and destroying our family, we must not accept the status quo. So once we raise that bar for ourselves, now we have to upgrade our skills, our communication skill, our interaction. Once we upgrade our skills, our communication skills, now we must improve the ability of that communication to be able to communicate with people in a more effective way. Because every single one of us has a way to communicate. And this is not one size fit all. The way that I communicate with my children is not the same way that I'm going to communicate with a coworker. It's not the same way that I'm going to communicate with a friend. And the last part is amplify impact, increase our influence, and make a greater difference. Now that we have done the work on ourselves, now let's go out in our community. Let's go out in different places on our job and our work. and a different platform that we have, and let's continue that work, because this work, yes, although it's we are doing this work for ourselves, but it's going to have an impact, whether it's positive or negative. It's going to have an impact on the people that are around us, and most of the time the people that are being impacted the most are the people that are closest to us, and those are the people that we love the most, but they will be impacted the most. So I think it is in our best interest as men to make sure that we are not accepting the status quo when it comes to our emotions. We must develop a strong emotional intelligence. We must accept that it is okay to be vulnerable, that we shouldn't be ashamed of being vulnerable. We shouldn't be emasculated for us being vulnerable. And that elevation part is not gonna only gonna come from us, but also it's gonna come from the people that are around us. Because as we elevate, other people around us gonna elevate as well. Now, here's the thing about this, about the elevation part. Just like a rocket, when it starts to launch, when it gets to a certain altitude, there are certain particles that's gonna fall off. Those particles doesn't mean that they're bad. They just can't get to that altitude. So as you elevate, there are people that you're gonna have to leave behind. It's not because they're bad people. It's not because they're mean. It's just because to where you need to go, they cannot go there. Only the people that are gonna get to the next level are meant to be there. So I want to let you know that don't feel bad. Whether it's a family member, whether it's a close friend, whether it's a childhood friend, whenever you need to elevate, there are some weights that you're gonna have to drop in order for you to get to the next level. And I'm here to tell you, as a man that have lived now in 3 different countries, I'm telling you, every time that I had to leave a country, I had to drop some weight because where I was going, I could no longer take those people with me. Not because they were bad, because they're just not meant to be in the next journey of my life. Now let's talk about innovate. What is innovation? Is embracing change. How do you embrace change? You have to stay adaptable and open to new ideas. Because now that you have an elevating, and it doesn't stop there. Now you have to embrace that change because you're in a different altitude now. You're in a different atmosphere. You're in a different realm. You have to be adaptable and you have to be open. We have to be open to new ideas. Just like I was open to just like I was open to Ramona to teach me things that I thought I knew and realized, my God, I had a lot more to learn. And you will understand somebody that's ready to innovate. The more they learn, the more they're gonna realize how much more they still need to learn. And second part of that innovation is experiment and take risk. There are a lot of risks that I have to imagine living in 3 different countries. That means every time that you move to a different country, you have to start all over again. How many of us that are staying comfortable where we are because we have fear of risk? Well, guess what? I'd rather take the risk than to stay stuck in a place of just going around in circle in circle. The fear of staying at the same place is greater than the fear of taking a risk. Let me say that again. The fear for me of staying in the same place is greater and more damaging than the fear of taking a risk. We must encourage the creativity. We must calculate the risk taking as well. Yes, we want to take risk, but knowing, especially as a father or as someone as a leader, whenever you take risk, there are other people that are going to be impacted by those risks. So I think as part of your innovation, yes, you're going to take risks, but make sure that the people that are around you are not going to be collateral damage. And that's what a leader does. That's what an emotionally intelligent person does. They understand the impact. They understand the sacrifice they're making, but also the impact that the people close to them are going to be impacted by their decisions. Point number 3. Again, as I mentioned before, we have to disrupt the status quo. We have to challenge the conventional wisdom and explore fresh approaches. Oh, this is the way that I've been doing. Oh, my dad never showed any emotions. Oh, my grandpa never showed any emotions. Oh, my brothers never showed emotion. What makes you think now I can show emotions? What makes you think that I have any emotions? And that's what we must do. Because we see what happened, right? We see what our great grandfather give to our grandfather, what our grandfather give to our father, and what our father passes on to us. And I, as a man, as a father, and of course, there are certain things that I'm going to take from them, but there's a whole lot I'm going to leave behind because they raised me for a world that no longer exists. And I believe that I need to prepare my son for the word that's coming. So we must have a different approach. We must challenge the status quo. We must have a fresh approach. That's what innovation is all about. Can you imagine if Elon Musk say, you know what, we're just gonna keep cars the way they are. We are not gonna do something different. Now, almost 50% of the cars in Canada now are electric. They're electrical cars. Why? Because one man decided that they're gonna break the status quo. One man decided that I'm not going to follow the masses and I'm gonna go to a different direction. And that's what we must do as men, as people, as society. We must break the status quo. We must have we must embrace the change and have a fresh, a new approach when it comes to certain things. Now, today I decided to talk about innovation, or the theme is about innovation and elevation. And I thought to myself, how can I incorporate emotions? How can I incorporate vulnerability? Well, guess what? Just like everything else, our emotions are going to be in a different level at different times. And certain things that's going to happen to us, we must elevate. So we cannot let our emotions control us. We must rise above that. As Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. But when it comes to our emotions, well, sometimes or most of the time, we have to elevate, and especially as men. Doesn't mean we're going to suppress our emotions, but we must elevate. Meaning there's certain things that are happening around us that we must decide how we're going to react, or whether we're going to respond or we're going to react. We're not saying for us to suppress our emotions. What we're saying is there's a way to control it. Because being disciplined, being in control of emotions, and not letting things get to you is what's going to protect your life. And when we look at the mass incarceration, for example, those are some of the men that didn't know how to manage or how to control their emotions. They let their emotions get the best of them. The reason they let the emotions get the best of them because they didn't know that the emotion exists. When we look at domestic violence, when we look at suicide, so we must elevate. And as we elevate, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a lot of single mothers that are raising boys, which is sometimes can be heartbreaking because those men sometimes they don't have the real men or the model to help them to grow up and understand and be in tune with their emotions and understand how the emotions work. So this message is not just to men, but to everyone. Because how he is impacting me is impacting somebody else. And when we as men heal, that's how the community is going to heal. So,
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen, please understand that together we can elevate, we can innovate, and I want to encourage you to continue growth and improvement and forward thinking. And thank you very much for being here on this platform because we know we all royals and we all loyal as well. Thank you very much for the
Oh
opportunity.
my goodness. Will Baptiste in the house, everybody. Wow. That was a masterclass. That was an absolute masterclass. I have a whole page of notes here. And I actually put the comment is still there. We are communicating, but destructive rather than constructive.
Constructive.
We're communicating in a destructive way rather than in a
Constructive way.
constructive way. And we are creating collateral damage.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, you heard it from right here. Let's all start. And we have Samara Beth saying, woohoo. We have Shawana Kern saying, hello, Ramona. Hello, Shawana, and thank you for being here. Absolute pleasure to have you. David Williams saying hello, Ramona. And we are streaming on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, as well as Chatter, everybody. We are also streaming now on Chatter. So we have a couple of speakers lined up. We're just running a little bit behind, but I have some buffer time, some extra buffer time. I always leave one whole segment open, time slot open. So if that time slot is needed, it would be somewhere where I could speak, or we can just give each speaker their allotted time. So I definitely want to thank you. Thank you for first participating, believing in Rio enough to become a participant, buy a ticket and show up. And then you went to the next one and said, I'm going VIP this time. He went VIP, and with the VIP, he got a one-on-one coaching segment with me. And he took every note. He took every suggestion. He said, I just wrote my book, and now what do I do with it? I want to monetize. And I told him, I gave him a value proposition ladder. And wow. And I'm sitting here watching him knock it out. And he said, one day I want to replace my income. He works 9 to 5. You heard him. He has 3 years as a firefighter. He has 5 years. Oh my God. You have 4 years in communication, 3 years in finance, 2.5 years in service and customer service. And oh my God, the list goes on and on. Your resume probably looks like mine, a smorgasbord of all of the different things that you've done, right? That's exactly. And I just absolutely love learning. And it sounds like you do as well. So your book is on Amazon, Will to Rise. I remember you actually showing that. Coach Fantasize is in the building. Thank you, Coach Fantasize, for popping in and hanging out with us as well. But I want to thank you, Will, because you are not just a doer, but you're not a listener. You are a doer, and you're not just a doer. You are an implementer.
Well, that's what it takes. That's what it takes, because it's like getting all this information. What are you gonna do next? What are you gonna do? And I was coaching a guy. I said, one of the best things you can do is to always be in the middle, always learning, but always teaching, because it's got the flow, right? Because
absolutely.
whatever it is that you're learning, if you're not teaching people, so how you gonna know you're actually learning properly? So you always got to learn from somebody. You always got to have somebody that you're teaching.
That's a whole masterclass that I'm working on putting together for digital, for a course. And it's the 2020, it's the 25% rule. The 25% rule is exactly similar, very similar to what you just said. 25% of your time you should spend with people who know more than you. Mm-hmm. The other 25% of your time you should spend helping other people who don't know as much as you. And then 25% of your time should be spent with people on your level. That's what that are doing the same things, that know the same things. And then the other 25% of your time you need to spend with people who are not talking business, but just relaxing and enjoying themselves, because you definitely need that break. Also, you need to give your mind a break away from all of the growth mindset. It takes a lot of energy as well, and stamina, endurance, and all of those things can be taxing. We talked about Shara Ruffin talked about getting burned out from just going so hard 24/7, but never really disconnecting. So that last 25% is disconnect, unplug 25% of the time. And then when you put all 4 25s together, you have 100% of your time. But 25% of that time should be unplugging, disconnecting with a good guy friend or a girlfriend, like Araya McGarry was here talking about balcony friends and her Living Your Life by Design legacy group of women. So for all of the women here on Clubhouse, I see you, Coach. Fantasize. I just recognized who you were. And Rosalind, welcome. Thank you, Sharon. Welcome on Clubhouse. I see David Williams is there, as well as Unisa Kamara over in the UK. We have Abid, who's making $500K a month in his e-commerce store over. I met him on Chatter. He's here as well in the chat. Also, David Williams will be speaking a little bit later. But Will, wow, I'm in awe watching you just flourish, watching you just shine, taking all of the nuggets that you shared. There's nuggets that I share in my one-on-ones that I don't share on any platform. I mean, I literally have to be in that setting with you in order for me to share it with you. So I see Samara just popped in. Come on up, Samara. I'll moderate. Christina can moderate you. Christina, can you moderate Samara as well? So with that said, thank you. You are definitely a beacon. He said it when he opened up. He said, I'm a product of Rio.
That's right.
And we're not just royal, but we're loyal. So I absolutely love that. I love that slogan. I might keep that, by the way. I absolutely love it. So thank you. We have T from Canada. He doesn't do
Yes,
anything on Sundays, but today he made space and time. And let me tell you, you are definitely going to be rewarded for your sacrifices and for your
yeah,
investing in yourself. Time is
that's
that precious commodity that we can never get anything back. We can't get it
right.
back, right? So we have
That's
to be
right.
strategic and we have
Very
to be
simple.
careful who we give it to and
Right.
where we spend it. But I
Absolutely.
absolutely love what you're doing with men, changing the world, because when you change them, they change the woman and the women in their lives. And Abid is in the chat right now saying, thank you for introducing me again. I'm loving the conversation. Thank you so much, Abid, for being here. Ramyar Siasi just popped in. Click the link, guys, above the room, and you can be on this event live on StreamYard. So hello, Ramyar. Thank you for popping in. And by improving your skills, we are elevating and innovating. I had to drop that note down because that's the theme of the day.
Right.
Elevating and innovating. By improving you and your skills, you are by default elevating and innovating.
That's right.
Absolutely love that as well. And if you don't think you have an issue, that's your issue.
Ooh,
If you
yes.
don't think you have an issue.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Absolutely love that. That was a takeaway for me as well. So I absolutely loved everything that you shared. Major value. You are soaring, and I'm watching in awe. And I'm just like, oh my God, is this the gentleman that got on a one-on-one coaching call with me
That's
for 1
right.
hour because he went VIP and invested in himself and said, I want to monetize it. Now I see you on all of these platforms and all of these stages, speaking everywhere. Oh, I can't wait a second. You came on stage, allowed me to introduce you. And as soon as I left, you said, you are a nominee of the Black Healthcare Hero Award nominee in Canada.
In Canada, that's right.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Yes. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I was voted by the board, and we drove to
Amazing.
Toronto. We drove to Toronto for 6 hours. It was
Wow.
amazing. It was amazing, and I was so
Oh my
thrilled to be
goodness.
part of that group. So yes, we're
Amazing.
doing something, and people are seeing what we're doing. And I
Yeah.
just want to let somebody before I've got 2 minutes. I just want to let somebody know whatever you're doing, keep doing, because whatever you do in the dark is going to show up in the light, and the right people is going to see it. The right people is going to see it.
That's really good.
If they don't see it, it's because they don't see the value. But the right people will see you. And I'm telling you, I didn't know that people from outside the province saw what I was doing. It wasn't people from the province of Quebec. It was the province of Ontario that saw what I was doing in Quebec, which means
Wow.
that people are watching. They
Ab-
find me they find me, guess where? On LinkedIn. And they saw
That's
what I
right.
was doing. And they
Oh,
say, you know
love
what?
it.
We definitely love what you're doing. So keep doing what you're doing, even though people don't see it, the right people will.
Awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much. Will
Thank
is here. Go
you.
get this book, Will to Rise, for
Right.
men becoming emotionally sound as well, so that you can improve your life, your business, and your relationships. Absolutely love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much again, Will.
Thank
Absolute
you.
pleasure and privilege
All
to have
right.
you here. And I'm going to take you down. And thank you so much, Christina Baca, my administrative assistant, 19 years old only. Everything that you're seeing happening, me moving, you saw my hands. I wasn't touching anything. She's in the background. And she met me on Clubhouse as well, and I became her mentor. She chose me. Sonia is in the house. Come on up and join us. Another phenomenal coach is in the house. Click that link right above the room, and you can also join us live inside of StreamYard. And we are also streaming on Instagram. I'm sorry, I keep saying Instagram. It's LinkedIn and YouTube. My YouTube page, I'm trying to grow it. That's one of my platforms that I don't nurture very much, but I started streaming my events there now. So all of my actual events are right there on my YouTube page, as well as we're streaming on Facebook right now. I'm seeing it right now live in the corner of the StreamYard. So with that said, we have another phenomenal woman, powerhouse, business builder, cosmetic guru that is here with us right now, researcher. Oh my God, Megan DiMartino is in the house. And then we also have Nick Loriano that has popped into the backstage. I see you back there, Nick. So a pleasure to have you here as well. Wasn't sure if you would make it, but I'm so glad you did. So Megan DiMartino, always an absolute pleasure to have you here. And you guys are in for another treat. And I don't even want to waste a lot of time, actually. But Megan DiMartino, tell everybody who you are, where you are, as well as what you do. Just a little bit. And then I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Okay, my love. Well, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
Great,
Yes.
great. Well, I am a New York girl deep in the heart of Texas. So I'm in the Austin, Texas area with a really creative serving, mentoring spirit. And basically, I just want to applaud Will before I go on, because listening to Will, Ramona.
Isn't it phenomenal?
Yes, because he said something very key, that men have been, these are my words, not his, but men have been led down a path of confusion. And that is wrong. It's very, very wrong. And it's disrupting and destroying the fabric of the world. It's not just the United States or Canada, it's the world. And so for a young man who has such a very diverse, background, but it's that desire, that burning desire that he has, which is so fabulous. I just want to applaud you, Will. I really, really want to applaud you. And it really goes hand in glove with what I want to speak with today with you guys, because, Ramona, we've been doing this for, about a year now. And the thing about all of the topics, they are so, so important and so timely. But this topic today of innovation and expansion is, you can take it in so many different directions.
Absolutely.
And I have been building businesses for 35 years. And then prior to that, working for national corporations in sales and marketing. So building. And the thing about it is that innovation is key. But again, what does that really mean? Really, what does innovation mean?
Exactly.
And I want to focus today on, that's why I wanted to give a shout out to Will as well, because I wanted to have people really put it Sunday afternoon, sit back, think. And I want people to think about where they are and what they're doing, because everything you're doing is innovative. It's innovative to you. It's innovative to your life. It's innovative to your family, your community. And I want people to understand, after all of these years, I'm still innovating.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But that's not like, oh, woo, woo. No, it's about never stopping.
Yes. So true.
Because if you do not continue on, you can take this to the bank. You will not innovate a darn thing.
There you go.
Okay. So meaning it is about that following with your heart and what you know to do. Now, I happen to be in the cosmetic industry, yes, and the beauty, fashion, cosmetic industry, yes. That was my wheelhouse back in the day, in the early 70s when I started. But that was me. I could have been in whatever, nursing. I could have been, whatever. The world was very limited at that time to women. But regardless, I could have been in other things. But deep in the heart of Texas, Long Island, New York, New Jersey, wherever, I was not going to stop looking at what was needed in the marketplace.
Exactly.
And the reason I started Glycolique was, one, I wanted to create something that I had decided that back in Bloomingdale's in the buying office of cosmetics. But the reason I wanted to create and innovate that particular product was because I saw what I wanted.
Absolutely.
I was 42, and most skincare lines were heavy, European-y, emollient-y, fragrance-y. I mean, they were not result-oriented.
Right.
So basically, I didn't say, oh, I'm going to be an innovator. No. I knew what I wanted. And if I'm kind of the bellwether, Right. So if I'm interested in something, it's like, then other people will as well. And so that's why, to me, the word innovation, Ramona, is an important word for people to distill and not get stuck on.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And I know you and I speak on this level all the time, and we are That's why I say a creative, serving, mentoring spirit, because as Will and you were speaking about a bit ago, about having it's incumbent upon us
Absolutely.
then to help others with what they, their burning desires.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're doing with, like, as you said, when you guys were talking about, he responded, to the VIP, just have a one-on-one with you. And so that mentoring, I love your 100% breakdown of the 25%.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. Love it.
Thank you.
Because it is fact.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not just, it is fact. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with, and I'm going to go into a person. I'm going in a different direction, Ramona, that I was planning. Okay.
Okay.
So because I was listening to something this morning,
Awesome.
Apostle Chuck Pierce,
Okay.
and I went, I am going to do a pivot here.
Okay.
And tie this together because again, it's back to what we just spoke about.
Awesome. Okay? Sounds good. I'm going to get out of your way and be back in about 10 minutes and we'll chat it up after. Okay.
Yes, love. Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. As I said, I am Megan DiMartino, and I am actually in my office of the INNOVATE Beauty Regenerative Wellness here in Georgetown, Texas. And this is the second iteration of INNOVATE here on the Georgetown Square. We primarily do regenerative stem cell vitamin infusion, as well as we have infrared saunas. There are gals here that rent the rooms from myself who do facials, and one gal does massages, but it's not a spa, it's a clinic. And they all carry the INNOVATE Spa clinical products and work with their clients with it. I have been developing skincare products, as I shared with Ramona, for since 1992. My first brand, Glycolique, I'm going to get right behind me, is the marketing poster, the original marketing poster for Glycolique. And I started that brand in 92, many moons ago, because I was looking for something that I needed. And I was working for Alcon Laboratories in Fort Worth, Texas. I took a job with them, and I primarily took that job because by that point, I knew I was going to start a result-oriented skincare brand. But back in 1992, I took the job in 87, so it was even more primitive then. But there was no Dr. Google. There was no internet. There was nothing, guys, to really glean information from. You really needed a one-on-one. So when I was offered the job with Alcon to develop a hair care line for them, because I had a background in national sales and marketing, developing lines for companies, I took it because I knew I was able to hang out with very sophisticated chemists. So, people hear this and they go, oh, wow, okay. You started your own business. Many moons ago, I started that in 92. I built it and then sold it actually to the lab that manufactured it for me in 96. I ran it contractually for them for 1 year and then started INNOVATE. INNOVATE means new birth, new life, always something new. That's my promise. And it's an Italian word. And so it technically was the next generation of Glycolique. It was new and improved, if you want to look at it that way. So I was off to the races again, and so was selling it again through wholesale beauty distributors, who in turn sold it to salons and now spas. Because back in 92, kids, there was no such thing as a spa, or certainly a medical spa that we know today. So really my claim to fame, other than starting the first result-oriented skincare brand sold into the salon industry, and helping cosmetologists get into skincare, and then the medical, the docs, the derms, really, some plastics, but derms, to add this dynamic into their businesses, because they started doing Botox and then laser hair removal, but primarily Botox. So that started the quote unquote medical spa world. So that's kind of a quickie thumbnail sketch of the history of me, certainly, but B, of the evolution of skincare salon to spa to medical spa. So I have been building that. And then in 2004, I came to Georgetown, Texas from Austin. It's about 3 hours south near Austin. And it's a long story why. I'm not going to go into that, but it was really directed more to family. So as an esthetician, which I am, a licensed esthetician, I primed the pump. I started the business here in Georgetown, Texas, meaning as an esthetician. So I built that from Novitas Spa to from a one-room studio in a hair salon to Novitas Spa on the square, up on the Georgetown Square, to Novitas Spa and Medical Rejuvenation Clinic, as I built that over 17 years. Okay, now, this is what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about abide and endure. Yeah, that's, I said I had a whole plan of what I was going to speak to about, expansion and innovation. So you just heard a thumbnail sketch of, expansion and innovation. Yeah. You start small, dream big. You can quote me on this. Start small, dream big, scale fast, and sustain, meaning build it and continuing to scale. That's that evolution. You're always going to evolve. That is the foundation, by the way, of my business program, my course that you can get involved with. I'd love to mentor you. And it's the 5 pillars of business and life: clarity, courage, confidence, commitment, and compassion. So you can go to propel.megandimartino.com/info and get information about that course and join the Propel community. You can also go to megandimartino.com and hear about my book, Hope and Possibilities, Just Over the Horizon. It's never too early or too late to create the life of your dreams. And you can go to novitasspa.com. The shopping cart for the products is there. The affiliate program is there. So those are, and I know Ramona is going to put up those URLs again, but there's a robust program that you can, get involved with, and I'm here to help you. But what I want to talk to you today about is endure, abide and endure. And what I mean by that, guys, is that there's always going to be calamities, catastrophes, challenges, things that happen that could and possibly would stop you in your tracks. Possibly. I have 2 monumental moments. I'm going to share one with you. And it was in 2011 when my husband, Paul, was about to pass from Lewy body syndrome, which is a Parkinson's form of dementia. And it's a brutal disease. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But I had hired a manager during the season of this. It was a 2-year illness. And I knew I was in uncharted water. And I hired this guy that I had known in the community. And he had solicited a job with me many times, saying, "Hey, Megan," type of thing. So I finally said, "Yes, let's talk." And I hired him. And so 2 years went by. He joined me in early 2010. Now this is really 1 year and a half. And now it's June of 11. And Paul had to go to nursing home care because with Lewy bodies, they're very erratic, and I just could not handle him. And so for the last probably 6-8 months, he had been in nursing home care. But I vowed to myself that when he stopped walking, he would come home. And so June of 11, he started falling down, and I knew it was time for him to come home. And so I set up with hospice, and this particular day, he was coming home. But also this particular day, now it didn't have to be this particular day, but this person took advantage of it. This person had the access to my emails. This person knew that the lease that I had continued to 5-year lease, renew it, because I'd been there 17 years. was up. And he said, "Oh, Megan, I'll go and pick the lease up for you, bring it back." He knew exactly what he was doing. And he went to the property manager of my landlord and signed the lease with his own name and hijacked the lease. So he thought he was going to own the business. You know, guys, innovation, and you know, the bottom line, I want to just get the scripture, an expansion. I mean, I won't stop. I will not stop. But these things happen all the time. And you have to know, and that's why my first C is clarity. Because if you're not clear on your vision, your mission, and what actions you're going to take, you will not continue on. Because this is a pretty monumental type of thing. I'm not going to share the whole long story, but the bottom line is there are 2 points. Number one, he didn't own the name, which was federally trademarked. Number two, he didn't own the skincare brand. I mean, when I say owned, I'm going to use that quote unquote, because he locked me out of the building and he locked me out of the checking account, but he didn't own those two. And the product sale went into a separate checking account. So I was able to sustain through this 6 months of horror by continuing to own the skincare brand. And, you know, the products continue to be sold. I worked out of my home where Paul was now. And basically, I hired a very strong attorney who kept squeezing him. And we were working with the landlord, who really should not have allowed that to happen. But regardless, I would have won regardless, but it would have been very expensive in months and months. And we just had to keep squeezing him. And so the day that Paul passed, that morning, when God shared with me as the sun was, the day was dawning, and white butterflies were in the, after he had passed and his spirit went to heaven, and the backyard was full of white butterflies. And I knew God was trying to say something to me. And I heard in my spirit, "Share your story." I said, "What story?" "Tonight, Paul's illness, my life story." God doesn't answer those questions. But hence, that was my book, Hope and Possibilities, because God gave me a mandate to share my story. But hope and possibilities just over the horizon. It's never too early or too late to create the life of your dreams. But after Paul was taken out of our home, I went to my computer, and my attorney had emailed me that morning and said this person had agreed to relinquish. We had to work out details, but he was giving up. So I share with you, abide and endure. And there's a scripture that I want to share with you. It's Philippians 3:10. You have to count it all joy, meaning that no matter what, you have to count it as joy, because that dynamic will lead you to the next step. And I just do want to end with this, Ramona, that
Absolutely,
because you know this, that I applied for a TEDx talk
yes.
and was accepted.
Oh my goodness! Congratulations!
And October
So many wins.
27th.
Every speaker has a big win today. Oh my goodness! I love it.
No, I didn't share that with you. I thought I had shared. Okay.
You told me that you had applied, but I wasn't sure if you were accepted.
Okay. Oh, okay. I got the word last Friday. Okay.
Wow.
And I just want to share with our guests my topic. And now I'm working with a coach and so forth. It's October 27th. My TEDx talk.
Okay.
And you'll start seeing that. I can share it now.
You just posted. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's exciting.
But my topic, my title is Stir It Up, Innovating the Human Experience Through Creative Disruption.
Oh, I love that. Stir it up. I absolutely love it. And innovation is right there in it as well.
Amen. Amen.
Oh,
and my coach asked me last week Friday when I started working with him, Brian Boyle from Ireland. He said, do you, we had a long chat about, my background, because I had to send a, overview of why that topic. Anyhow, he said, do you see it talking about the beauty? I said, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because I don't want, because this is going to be on YouTube forever. And I don't want people to just, because I'm speaking to your guests now. It's not about, those are my stories. Yes.
Yes.
But they can apply to anything.
Exactly.
Anything.
Yours just happens to be centered around beauty because you have a cosmetic line and have sold a couple as well. Meaning you exited, you built your business and you exited the business, which is the ultimate goal. So what is their ultimate goal? I was just doing a quick little goal setting earlier, right before you and another speaker came on, Will came on, waiting for Shara Ruffin. And what is your ultimate goal of what you're creating? Is it to work it or work in it all of your life? Or is it to build it to the point where you get approached and offered for someone else to buy your entire business?
And that's why I started the next brick and mortar, because the two sales were Glycolique and the skincare brand. And then I sold in 20 the asset purchase of the very large award-winning INNOVATE Spa and Medical Rejuvenation Clinic. But I didn't sell the trade name.
Exactly.
I didn't sell the product line and I didn't sell the URL because I wasn't finished. And so I'm building this brand with the regenerative wellness.
That's an entire lesson for someone, that they can sell a business, but they can still not sell all aspects of the business.
Right.
You can still keep your URL, your trademark, and all of those things, and still sell your business without selling all of the other aspects that you like.
That is a class, because I'll just say this quickly. I had to ascertain really, what did this guy want?
Gotcha.
You see?
Yes.
And I saw, because he didn't understand the value of the name.
Right.
But that's a whole different point.
Exactly.
But he had his own direction that he wanted to take it in. So I said, perfect. You can take this 5,000-pound gorilla off my shoulders.
Exactly.
But I will keep the things, I didn't say this to him, but I will keep the things that truly have value.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The name, the trade name.
Absolutely.
So anyway, but that's a whole different,
Thank you so much, Megan. And I love Philippians 3:10. I absolutely love that. Count it all joy. So absolutely. And as entrepreneurs and business owners, those that are listening on Clubhouse, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, that is definitely something that every single one of them have experienced challenges, right? Yes. Challenge is my favorite word. The first three letters, CHA, last three letters, NGE. Built right into the word challenge is the word change. There is something that you're always going to have to change. That's the evolve part. That's the elevation part. You are always striving for better, striving for more, striving for higher ground. And while you're striving, you also, the goal is to thrive, right? Not just survive, but thrive. And you're going to have to grow through some of those challenges, road bumps, if you will, issues, whatever they are. And you're going to have to stay the course, never, ever give up and quit. You heard it right here from Megan DiMartino. She's still going strong, going strong. And still,
but I do want to add this. When that guy did what he did, I had two choices: one, to fight, and deal with it, or just comply and say, it's too much, my husband's dying, blah, 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 blah.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
And I said, no.
There you go.
No.
There you go.
No. So
keep going. Oh, thank you. Author Tanini said, I genuinely thank you, Queen Ramona, for having me. Absolutely. Always welcome. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. The chat's blowing up. They absolutely love you. INNOVATESPA.com is right here on the, and they can also be an affiliate. So tell them where do they go to become an affiliate for your products?
Right. Well, there's two ways. Number one, if you go to INNOVATESPA.com, there's on the homepage, there is a tab for the affiliate. Okay.
Awesome. There you go.
But also I encourage people to go to propel.megandimartino.com/info.
Awesome.
And that's where the affiliate is also on.
Awesome. So both places. There you go. And Christina has put both of them up on the screen throughout your entire segment.
Yes.
So, and they can definitely reach out and follow. There you go. There it is right there. Propel.megandimartino.com info. That is how you go over to her site and purchase her skincare. She sent me a trial package, and they were absolutely phenomenal. So thank you, and thank you again. Megan DiMartino in the house, everybody. And I am just excited for what is to come for the remainder of 2024 and 2025 for us.
Amen.
I definitely plan to visit you and sit and listen to your TED Talk and give you tips and pointers to go along with your coaching as well. An absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Ramona. Love you, girl.
Love you back. Thank you guys for being here. Oh my goodness, you guys are phenomenal in the chat. Thank you to all of the phenomenal people, the entrepreneurs, business owners, authors. I see you all in the chat, and it's a pleasure, absolute pleasure to have you here. Welcome, by the way, to Royal Influencers Organization. This is not our first year. This is not our first event. We had over 150 speakers so far. We had Cindy Stampo, who comes and speaks on a regular basis. We had Araya McGarry kicking it off. She is Get Celebritized, as well as Limelight Network. She has a women's group, by the way, for all of the women that are in the room right now on Clubhouse that I'm looking at, and all of the women that are here. You want to definitely join. I will be speaking at her event on Wednesday, by the way. This is typically a 2-day event, but I decided to make it a 1-day event and do it on a Sunday to see how it goes. And I am absolutely loving this. So with that said, we have Nick Loriano coming up, getting ready to join us. He just joined us on Clubhouse also, but he is getting ready to join us on stage, and you're getting ready to get motivated by only the motivated Nick Loriano. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. Nick, if you open your camera, you're backstage, I see. If you open your camera, I'll go ahead and bring you up so that you can go ahead and motivate us, by the way. So Nick Loriano, he just popped in on Clubhouse as well, and he is backstage. So if you are here and would like to speak or ready to speak, or David Williams has been here all morning. He is on Clubhouse as well. David Williams, if you can pop into backstage using your, there he is. Nick Loriano's camera is open, so I'm getting ready to bring him up. Hello, Nick Loriano. How are you? Nick Loriano, one of the first speakers in many of our first events. So how are you, Nick?
I am good. I cannot complain. How are you doing?
Amazing. Okay. Awesome. We are doing phenomenal and decided to pop open an event today on the 28th. It was rescheduled from earlier in the month. And we decided to go ahead and just pop it open on a Sunday and see who would come. And you guys showed up. So I absolutely love it. And I know that you're getting ready to wow us for about 10 hard, long minutes. And go ahead. And I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do. Tell everybody who you are and what you do. And then I'm going to move over and get out of your way.
Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate it. Apologies for my loud background. I am outside at the moment because my house is very loud. But for me, speaking, there is no environment that I cannot thrive in. So let me get this going real quick. First of all, peace and love, everybody. Happy Sunday. Powerful. I heard all the one thing I got from it was everybody got a blueprint. And that's going to be my speech today. Your blueprint. The reason why I say that, I'm going to ask this question to you all that are listening. What is one thing that you love about who you are and what you bring to the table? For me, mental health has been a huge thing in the community today. And I feel like a lot of people struggle with finding out who they are, finding out what their voice is, much about their past.
Did I go?
Yeah.
Did you go?
Things in life. And
oh, really? What time?
Sometimes we tend to sit here.
Oh, good. No, I didn't make it today.
Things and
why?
They're changing the services, and they open up a Stockbridge location.
Oh my goodness. Are you serious?
Yeah, the Stockbridge location starts in January. And then they September 1st, they're starting new services. It's one at 9 a.m. and then at 11 a.m. They only have 2 services. The other 2 at Stockbridge.
Oh, wow. September 1st.
Yeah, September 1st, they're paid the services. So now there's only 2 instead of 3. It's only 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Okay. Awesome. Actually, Nick, you are breaking up a little bit.
Hey, Ramona, can you hear me okay? Am I coming through? All right, I just want to make sure I'm coming
Now
through.
you are. Now you're coming back through.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure. Yeah, so I lost my train of thought, but sorry about that. I lost my train of thought. But anyways, so my topic today is I'm speaking on the blueprint. The reason why I said this specific topic because I feel a lot of people struggle with their mental health, and I feel like a lot of people tend to have lost their way in life. A lot of us don't really know what our purpose in life is, what our reasoning for living. And for me, what I realized is that, I had a lot of situations in my life where I didn't know what I was meant to do and the reasoning for my existence. And I'm a 3-time suicide survivor. That's why I'm a huge advocate for mental health. And I feel like a lot of people do struggle with their mental health. And for me, I realized one thing throughout my journey, being 29 years of age now. I realized and understood that, it's not what you go through that defines you, it's how you bounce back and respond to it. And I feel as entrepreneurs, sometimes we don't tend to give ourselves enough credit because sometimes we're so quick to allow others to dictate who we are and what we're meant to do. And we sit there and asking ourselves, why do all these bad things happen to me? Like, I don't deserve that. Why did I have to get put through what somebody didn't heal from? Why do I have to get put through what someone placed on me when it wasn't my fault? And in all actuality, one thing I've taken from all of those experiences is I sat here and told myself, I'm not what somebody put me through. I am not what somebody placed on me. Just because these things happen to you and may have even happened to me, that doesn't make us bad people. And I think sometimes we got to give ourselves that grace because none of us have it all figured out. None of us have all the answers. None of us are perfect. And I think sometimes we just have to give ourselves that encouragement and reminder, like, even though these things have occurred or they will continue to occur, as long as we remind ourselves, I am worthy enough. I am good enough. I am capable of doing great things. I'm going to do exceptional things in the one life that I got. And despite all of that, I can overcome it. I can get through this. This struggle or rut that I'm currently going through, it won't last forever. And that's something that I always remind myself every day, even through my darkest times, through my overcoming battles. These things happen for a reason because I'm a firm believer in God. I don't know who here is a firm believer in God, but God's pulled me out of some dark places. God's told me left and right, Nick, be patient. It may not happen when you want it to happen, but trust in my timing. And I sat here and said to myself, these things had to occur to me. I look back at everything I've endured in my life, everything I would never thought I'd get by. All those times I thought about ending my life and saying, God, I can't do it. I don't have the strength to do it. I don't understand why these things are happening to me. I don't have the strength anymore. But then I sat here and had an epiphany. I thought to myself, God, I know why you're doing this to me. God, I know why all these things had to occur for me. And now I understand the assignment. Once you understand your blueprint and assignment, you can fully then achieve who you need to be. You can fully then achieve your purpose. You can fully then understand what your reasoning for living is. But until you go through all those dark times and endure that struggle, like I talked about, you will never fully know what you're capable of because you have so many things deep down inside of you. You probably don't even know you have. You're probably sitting here wondering, what's my gift? What's my blueprint? What is that blueprint that Nick is talking about? Well, I'm going to tell you what that blueprint is. That blueprint was given to you when you were born. When you got on this earth, when you were born and you decided to live the life that you're living, you probably thought, well, what is my reasoning? I'm too young to understand this stuff. Of course you are. But you had to go through all these traumatic experiences. All these painful memories had to occur. All these things that people did to you, they had to hurt you to make you realize what the reasoning for living is. And now you understand that. Now you understand your purpose. Now you understand what you're meant to do. This blueprint that you have, don't rush it. It's part of who you are. It's part of your reasoning for being here. And you may have days where you sit there and think to yourself, how do I keep going despite all this stuff? I have to feel sorry for myself. No, you don't have to feel sorry for yourself. You've come too far to come this far. And that's something I always remind myself. That's what got me out of my darkest battles. Because now I can sit here and reflect anytime something arises and somebody places their horrible pain onto me. Now I can say to myself, yeah, I'm not what these people think me to be. I'm better than that. I can be better than that. I just have to choose to be better than that. You can do anything you put your mind to in this life. And I know sometimes we don't get the love, the support, the encouragement that we wish we got from those around us. But I'll tell you one thing. As long as you love, support, and encourage yourself, that love, support, and encouragement you seek from others, it will come. It may not come the same way you gave it. It may not come the same way that you put it out. But I'll tell you what, as long as you continue to show up, be your best self, understand what happened to you is probably not your fault, and give yourself that love and grace, you're going to do just fine. Matter of fact, you're already doing just fine. You matter. You are enough. You always mattered and you were always enough. But sometimes you just got to remind yourself that you are that one. You are that one, and can nobody touch that? Can't nobody play with you? Because you're an original. Can't nobody mess that. They can't mess that up for you. You're an original. Think about that for a second. Think about all these things that you've been through in your life and you never thought you'd overcome it. And now look where you are today. You can't tell me that's not growth. You can't tell me that's not your purpose. You can't tell me that all these things happen for no reason, because they certainly did. They certainly did. God would not give up on you if he knew that you would fail, if he knew that you would get set back. All these things that occurred, man, you probably thought to yourself, man, how did I conjure the strength to get through all these traumatic experiences? Well, I'll tell you what, that faith component got you there. Faith got you there. When you stopped believing, you had that faith deep down in your soul and spirit, and you said to yourself, yes, I can do it. Yes, I'm capable of doing it. Yes, I'm worthy enough to do it. Not one battle in life I can't overcome. As long as you give yourself those daily reminders, I give those to myself every single day. And even in my darkest moment, because I'm human like anybody else, I'll tell you what, I have moments myself, but I will tell you what, as long as you show up every day, put your best foot forward, and be okay with making mistakes, be okay with letting yourself down, because you're going to bounce back from that. These things occur for a reason. You're sitting here saying to you all these horrible things to yourself. Your words hold power. When you say things like, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy enough, I'm not capable enough, maybe this is something I'm second guessing, do you know what you're doing to your psyche? You're telling yourself that you are not capable or good enough to see anything you've done recently or have done in the past. You know how much that messes with your mind? That makes you think all this progress you've worked to achieve was for no reason. No reason. And I'll tell you what, that you are wrong for thinking that. Use this as a reminder and a form of encouragement to understand you are powerful in your being. You are powerful right where you need to be. Okay, so your parents let you down. Okay, so friends let you down. Okay, so all these things occurred to you that you probably thought weren't your fault and that you had no reason to go through them. I've been through them too. I have been through them too. But I will tell you what, I lost a best friend to suicide, and I told myself, how am I still living, Nick? I got to do this for not only him, but for people that count on me. You got to look at all these things that you've been through in your life and say, yeah, this is part of my story. This is part of my journey. This is part of my blueprint. Everything had to occur for this designed reason for being here today. Now, I need you to tell yourself this every single day. I am good enough. I'm enough. And I am worthy enough. Despite how many times these things occur, you're going to tell yourself every day, and you're going to start to believe it, because your words hold power. And you can do this. You are always capable of doing this. You just gotta tell yourself, like I said, you're an original. You one of one. Can nobody take that from you? Let's go, Ramona. I'm ready. I'm hyped.
Wow, 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 Nick Lariano. I mean, he wastes no time going straight in for the juggler. I absolutely love it, Nick. And wow, you're capable, and you're worthy. And Samara Beth definitely picked up what you were dropping, because she put it in the chat, and I have it right here on screen. I am an original. I am, by the way, are two of the most powerful words that you can ever use. I love the message, words have power. Your words have power. What are you thinking? Because your thoughts become what you're speaking. So what are you even thinking? What do you think of yourself? Because how you see yourself is exactly how other people are going to see you as well. So I absolutely love that. That's why we titled this particular event, Elevate and Innovate. Elevate your thinking. And then your thinking will give you the innovative ideas that you need, or that you've been seeking and that you've been looking for. Your words have power. So I absolutely love that. Oh my God, everything that you shared. I have a whole page of notes here. I could just go on and on, but they got it because they're in the chat. They're actually watching on Facebook, it's LinkedIn, as well as YouTube right now, as well as those that are listening inside of Clubhouse also. And I believe Bobby is here right now, and he'll be speaking in a little bit after David Williams. And we are also, if I'm not mistaken, still streaming on Chatter. So with that said, and I see the message that Abid Awan put in. Amazing, Nick. Here's your message right here. Abid Awan out of the UK is watching, and I met him a couple of weeks ago on Chatter. He's watching, and he's giving you a standing ovation is what that looks like.
Love it. I'm happy to be here, Ramona. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. So they are definitely listening. So guys, if you guys have an event and you need some motivation, and every event does, and you don't want to ever do anything without some motivation and some inspiration, definitely reach out to Nick Loriano. He is doing phenomenal things. He's on big stages all over the place and going higher. Every time I see him, he is definitely elevating. So thank you so much, Nick Loriano, for taking time out of your busy day on Sunday afternoon and popping in and sharing some motivation and inspiration for every single one of us here. So we can always use more, right? We can see it on social media, but there's nothing like getting it live, real time. So thank you so much, Nick Loriano in the house, everybody.
Love you guys. Woo, let's go.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. That was awesome. As usual, let me go ahead and take Nick down so that he can go about his Sunday afternoon. And thank you guys, all of you, for being here. Thank you to the speakers that are coming up shortly. Thank you for your patience as well. So we're going to make sure that you guys get your good 15 minutes in. And then if I pop back up, I'll just ask some questions on the back end. So there is more to come. Thank you so much. Christina Baca, my administrative assistant, 19-year-old. One-woman show is in the background, bringing people up, taking people down. Thank you so much, Christina Baca, for the phenomenal flyers. Everybody's going rating over the flyers and the actual covers, magazine covers as well. That is all done by Christina Baca, my mentee that I've been mentoring for the last couple of years. And she is now the administrative assistant of RIO, Royal Influences Organization. So thank you, and thank you guys for being here as well. And I genuinely thank you, brother. Elevate and Innovate. Thank you so much. That's author Tanini Mason in the house. And we appreciate you for being here as well. So we have another great speaker coming up. I spoke with him. I was a co-host in the Healing and Motivational Summit, and he was a speaker. This was back in 2021, I want to say. And I did that event for probably 3 consecutive years. And it was throughout the whole entire pandemic. It was Jennifer Maharaj of the Healing and Motivational Summit that she kicked off, and she was bringing speakers in. And this gentleman was writing books like crazy. I mean, talk about, oh my gosh. Some people are still struggling with just writing the first, right? But he is now at 9. And back then he was at 4 or 5. He's now at 9 books. And he wanted to make sure. I heard this on Clubhouse at one point when he was speaking. I had asked, I said, so what drives you to write all of these books? He said, well, you know what? I want to make sure that those people that don't see me still know that I have value and I have something to say. And I put all of my messages in my books so that they know now. When I learned that you can get credibility by being an author and writing a book, he has not stopped. And when I say he has not stopped, he's not only an author. He also loves gracing stages. He reached out to me and said, hey, how can I be a part? What's going on here? So I love that he definitely doesn't hesitate to also ask. Ask for whatever it is that you want, because we talked about that a little bit earlier, right? Matthew 7:7, ask and it shall be given, seek and you shall find, and knock and the door shall be open. Same exact thing applied for Will in that 101. When he went by VIP and bought a VIP ticket, he actually got a 101. He said, I bought this ticket just for the 101. He said, last time I was I was just there as a participant, but he said, I saw that you were having another one and learned that you were having another event, and another one's coming up right now. Get your tickets today, because right now they're free and you guys can come in and out, but there are tickets, and the tickets are very, very reasonable, by the way. So you can go to royalinfluencersorganization.com. That link is on I'm on all platforms and it's everywhere. But I'm also on Chatter, and we're going to start monetizing on Chatter as well. So there will be a gate up where you will have to pay or have that ticket, and you will get your email with your links and everything to join. But I also am giving all of you for being here, whether you're here free, whether you paid or whatever, or speaker. I also coach speakers as well, helping you hone in on your actual messaging, delivering a powerful, impactful message as well. And I also coach transformative coaching, accountability coaching, taking your business to the next level. You heard Will, he got on that one-on-one call, took some nuggets, made a blueprint, and he is soaring now. He wanted to monetize, and now he cannot believe where he is in just that short time. So that is exactly what I do. And I also support many of my sponsors as well. Aurea McGarry is one of the sponsors of Get Celebritized. She has created a women's event that's coming up. I'm speaking at that this Wednesday. At 11, it kicks off at 11 to 2. I know David Williams, who's coming up next. His fiance is also going to be at that event as well. She registered last night, so I'm going to bring him up. So hello, David Williams. How are you? And I saw that wine cellar as well. And I know that you have a line of champagne now of all flavors. Oh my gosh, that is absolutely phenomenal. You just don't give up. You don't stop. And I absolutely love it. That's what elevating and innovation takes, right? You have to stay the course until you see what it is that you said. And you can't watch someone else, because comparison is a thief of joy. Don't look at someone else's day 100 or day 10 or day 50 and compare it to your day 5 or your day 2, right?
Yeah.
Every single one of your journeys is different, and it's going to look different as well. And I think Mary Kim Farkas, another great speaker who was in that event, some of those events that we, with the Healing and Motivational Summit, she's doing phenomenal now. I heard her story, and she was very nervous and everything. And I got her on a call and said, I need to talk to you. Gave her a couple of tips, and she has now been on 150 stages since those events when she was really nervous. Now she's soaring.
On the call too.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said I may need to get on the call with you then. You got to say something.
Oh, absolutely. So as I also have 1-hour coaching segments that people can actually purchase, but you get it at a discount, 50% off for anybody who's here on any of the platforms. And that is through Rio. Just DM me the word Rio and let me know that you were here, and you will get 50% off, whether you schedule it right away or later. But if I have that DM from you, and you want to just do a business consultation, I have 2 business degrees as well. And I've actually been around business since I was a kid. My grandfather had a business for 50 years, General Sand and Gravel in Miami. He was a pillar in the community. And then my mother had a business for over 30 years. And I was right there under their wing, under their armpits, learning from experience, watching them. And I just absolutely love everything about business. So that is exactly why I love to bring business owners and entrepreneurs like yourself to platforms, my platform, Rio, Royal Influencers Organization, and speak about what it is that you do. So you're a 9-time author. Wow. 9 times. So we know who was really working during the pandemic and not just sitting there having a pity party, right? Somebody put the pen to paper and started creating. And I absolutely love that. So David, tell everybody who you are and what you do. It is Kales. You're the founder of Kales Entertainment and Blissful Memories Wine.
Yeah.
So that is absolutely phenomenal. So thank you. And I did chat a little bit with your fiance. And like I said, she is going to be at that event, another virtual event through the Legacy Living Ladies. So ladies here, definitely join. It's going to be it's already a phenomenal community. We meet every Monday on Zoom, and everybody will bring their knowledge, their skills, and their expertise, and we will all be sharing. If you have a skill that someone else needs, then you will be the contact person for that skill. So it is going to be exciting. So I'm going to definitely just get out of your way and let you do what you do. Tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Absolutely. First of all, love and gratitude for having me up here. I appreciate this a whole lot. So,
quite welcome.
I am a Renaissance man these days. So I write books. I make fragrances to go with them. I'm really loving wine. I love to celebrate. And then I have another company that I just started recently because anybody that knows me knows that I love to travel. But I didn't start off doing any of these things, right? I started off, and I'm also an advocate for autism, but I started off working retail jobs. And I heard Nick talking about it a little bit about being God-fearing. I'm also a God-fearing man myself. I'm a faith man myself. And so a lot of the times when God asks me to work on something, I don't waste any time. I don't ask any questions. I don't need to know the ins and outs. I feel like this is what he wants me to do in this particular moment. So that's what I'm doing. And I remember being at work. And watching some of my coworkers just be miserable about their jobs, just be miserable about what they had going on. Right. And I didn't know all the details or anything like that, but I just went off of energy. And the energy said, for me, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here at some point. Even though I was making good money at my job, I was making a couple $100 a week or whatever the amount was. And I came home and I told my mother and Kim, shout out to Kim at the time, that I don't want to work for anybody. Like, it was out of left field. Nothing against the coworkers, nothing against anybody that was working there. But I was not happy at my job, even though I liked the coworkers, but the environment was a little bit toxic. And I came home and I said, I don't want to work for anybody. And I thought that my mother was going to kill me. Okay. Like, nothing is scarier than a mother being upset sometimes. I'm just going to put that out there. But I was afraid because it was so left field, like I said. But my mother shocked the hell out of me because she said okay at the time. And I didn't know how it was going to go. I didn't know what her response was going to be, but I just had to follow my heart at that point. And my heart was saying, you should go in your own direction. Yes, you could potentially work your way up in this position, whatever the position was, but you should go in your own direction. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know if it meant books. I didn't know if it meant podcasting. I didn't know what it meant. But I felt this internal drive to just go in my own direction. And once I felt that pull, and I'm sure a lot of my creative people can relate to feeling that pull, I just started writing on the weekends. I did. I didn't care if it made sense. I didn't care if it was out of place or whatever the case may be. I just had to write. I had some things that I needed to get off my chest. And so that's what birthed this process that I'm in now, which is being a Renaissance man. And the name of my first book was An Eagle Eye with a Lion's Heart, How Introverts Can Break the Barriers. And it was symbolic of me breaking free of doing as I was told, right? And kind of stepping outside of the rat race, stepping outside of just doing things for the sake of doing things and not having intention behind why you do them. And so when I started writing, I wasn't worried about if it made sense. I just had things that I wanted to get off my chest. And I felt like the more I did it, the better I would get. So I wasn't worried about how the first book would do, or how the second book would do, or how the third book would do. I just had a lot of things that were pent up at the time that I wanted to say. And I refused to make myself sick, because I learned along the way that if you suppress things, that's where diseases come from. So I was somewhere along the way, I said to myself, oh no, whatever I feel is going to come out at some point, whether it's a book, a podcast, whatever God brings my way for me to express oneself, that's what I'm going to do. And so fast forward, adding fragrances to it, because I do that as well. I added the fragrance piece to it because I wanted to be different. And I knew early on that I wanted to do multiple things, but I wasn't sure how it would play out. Right. So after about book number 5 is when I got into fragrances, because I saw on the market that nobody was adding fragrances to their books or making them like a bundle or making them like a package deal. So I said, I love fragrances just as much as I love writing. So why don't I add perfumes to my bundle, or whatever the case may be, right? So that's where the fragrances aspect came into play, right? Because I wanted to be different. I wanted to stand out a little bit. And in business, that's one of the questions that they ask you, right? Is what makes you different from the other person? What makes you different? What makes you stand out? However they choose to word it. And I really started to take that to heart. I really thought about that. And I said, well, if I'm going to write books, I'm going to make them a personal experience. And so that's where the perfume came in, because along the way, I fell in love with just people being inspired by whatever I had to say. And so I started adding fragrances plus a personal letter to my book bundles, my fragrance bundles. So that's how I got into fragrances. And then my granddad played a big part in me wanting to become an entrepreneur in the first place, because he was also entrepreneurial himself. And so I wanted to be like the second generation entrepreneur, if you will. And so I incorporated that into my perfume business, right? And so when we talk about elevation, innovation, and all of these great things, not waiting on people has a big part of it, right? Because I felt initially like I was waiting on somebody to tell me how to express myself. I was waiting on somebody to give me the green light. I was waiting on somebody to do this, waiting on somebody to do that. And somewhere along the way, I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. I got sick and tired of being the qualified person, but feeling as though you're being overlooked. And that feeling sucks. It's a frustrating feeling to deal with when you know you're the person for the job, but somebody else is called upon. Somebody else is given the position that you feel you should be in, right? And so that's what put me on this path, man, to making my own luck, blazing a trail for myself, feeling as though the more I did it, the better I would get, and not waiting on permission from somebody on the outside who didn't really know me that well, who might have, like we're talking about today, planted the seed for me to do something else. When I had already had a God-given message, I had already had a message that I felt God wanted me to do, and I didn't want to be tainted by anybody. I didn't, because being tainted is not the best feeling either. I didn't want to be tainted by anybody. So my way of combating being tainted was, like you hinted at, is to work in silence and then also not wait on anybody, right? So money wasn't a part of why I write books. Like, I just had something to say, and I didn't care if I made money from it. I didn't care where it went. I just had something that was really, really just nudging at me to say. And that's what's given me longevity. That's what's allowed me to even step in the wine space, right? Because even with wine, anybody who knows me these days knows that I love celebration. Like, I love celebrating in any way that it comes my way. If I'm around the right people, I love to celebrate. But it was actually Kimberly, I don't know where she is, but it was actually Kim who reminded me to celebrate, because I was working like a machine. I didn't honor myself. I just started honoring myself a couple of years ago, but I didn't honor myself. I didn't. I felt like I had more work to do. And I always had this thing of, well, I can either celebrate now or I can celebrate later after I've had some things under my belt, after I put my time in, after I've done this, after I've done that. So I always put off celebration. And the wine piece came in because I got to the point where I was, 7 books in, I had 100 episodes on my podcast, and I had put my time in, and I wanted to celebrate. And I felt like the people that I wanted to celebrate with, either I couldn't because they were too far away, or they were too busy themselves, and we just couldn't get on the same page for celebration. So somewhere along the way, I said, instead of always being on the hunt for people to celebrate with, why don't I create the celebration that I'm looking for? And so wine became just a really, really just great puzzle piece. I wasn't expecting it to fit the way that it did, but it just did. It just did, and now it becomes like, you can read a book while you drink your wine. You can smell good while you read a book. You can smell good while you drink your wine. So it's become a really, really just nice puzzle piece, right? And so my message these days is to make your own luck. Don't feel like you have to wait on somebody to give you permission to use your own gifts when they're not staying up with you late at night to develop those gifts. And that's what I was doing, waiting on permission. But I realized that nobody was up with me at 12 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, coming up with these gifts. So I said, well, if I'm determined at my job, imagine what I could be if I took that energy that I was using at my job and I apply it to my own stuff, which is books, podcasting, wine. So I just reversed the energy that I was putting out, because I saw that I could be just valuable in my creative spaces, just as I am at my work jobs.
Wow.
So I shifted the energy. That's all I did. So still,
oh my goodness.
I'm still the same workaholic. I still have the same energy. Still do. I'm not slowing down for nobody.
That's right.
I shifted the energy because I saw that I was devoting all of this time to people who didn't really care about the amount of time I was devoting.
Absolutely.
And once I shifted the energy, was like, oh, wait. Okay, I can do ever. Like, this is nothing. Like, I could
absolutely.
do.
Absolutely. Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Wow. I absolutely love your take on everything, how you look for You look for the connection. You look for that thing that's going to set whatever you're doing apart. You didn't want to just be a one-time one-hit wonder author. You wanted to be a multiple, multiple book author, right? And you are. Now you're at 9. And you didn't just want people to enjoy reading, but you wanted them to smell the fragrances. So you bundled your fragrance with your book. So when they get a book or buy a book, now they get one of your fragrances.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's another question, right? Is because I started asking myself, what else could I be good at? And
Yes.
ask and you shall receive. So I got my answer, which was podcasting, fragrances, wine, after books. So my other was an internal question was, what else could I be good at if I just tried? And then that got my answer.
Absolutely. And you wanted to also give them an experience, not just with reading your books and smelling the fragrances and enjoying the fragrances. Why can't they smell good while they're reading? And then why can't they celebrate while they're also, oh my gosh, that is the epitome of innovation. I absolutely love that. And I've heard you share those little elements every time that you added and incorporated something a little bit differently. And it helps you also stand out. It helps your business and you as an individual and entrepreneur stand out from the rest in this sea of authors and this sea of people creating fragrances and oils and things of that nature, aromatherapy, and you name it, right? Yeah. You wanted to do something a little differently to give people a different experience. And I absolutely love that. So there you are right there on the screen. Check out Blissful Memories Wine by David Williams. And I see this must be your fiance in the chat. Somebody is blowing the chat up saying, congratulations, baby. I am here, baby. I'm very proud of you, baby. And then Bobby Vincent also said, great job. Important message. Absolutely. Never stop. And I absolutely love that you refused to stick with the 40-40-40 plan. Working 40 hours for someone else for 40 years and then retiring and trying to live off of only 40% and having to go out and build something late in life or build something else anyway, either whether it be another job or go somewhere else and work for someone else. You made the conscious decision to no longer use your life and the time that you are given here to build someone else's empire, but you're building your own. So I absolutely love that. So where can they get the wine if they are a wine connoisseur? For the wine connoisseurs, I know. Some people are like, where can I get it? So I'm going to make sure he tells you. And then all of your books are on Amazon, correct?
Yeah. So,
and I believe you did announce one time about a year or so ago. They're also in, is it Walmart or Targets or?
Yeah. So my new book, which is called Make Your Own Luck. That is book number 8. Book number 9 will be out next year.
Wow.
I work ahead a lot of times when I write my stuff.
Okay.
And just let it sit to let people get a taste of what I'm coming up with.
Okay.
So my new book is Make Your Own Luck, The Influences of Cards on Life. That is the name of my book.
I get it. I get the catch. That's how you just ended your segment on Make Your Own Luck. You wanted to show people how to make your own luck. And that's exactly what you did so well. So thank you so much, David. It's an absolute pleasure.
On Instagram is where I am mostly. I'm also on Clubhouse as well. That is where I connected with my good friend up here, Ramona. And I'm also, where else am I? I'm also on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn myself as well. Awesome. David Williams on LinkedIn. And then Blissful Memories, Kyle's Wine is where I promote my books, my wines, my everything.
Awesome. Thank you. I also wrote down that you're an advocate of autism. So thank you also for that service, being a servant leader. Absolutely love that. God-fearing faith man, and got tired. Oh, there's the book. There you go. He just show the cover one more time. There you go. Make your own luck. I absolutely love it. So thank you so much, David Williams. Absolute pleasure to be on stages with you again. Now you're on my stage. I was actually a co-host on that stage when we were speaking on the same stage that we spoke at a few years ago in the middle of the pandemic. And now I have the opportunity. And there you go. My son has autism. So you just changed and impacted somebody in the audience. So Maribeth Hurley, who I want you to stick around because what you're doing, you can use her services as well and maybe make a retreat or something of that nature.
Absolutely.
She is definitely going to be with us shortly talking about events and planning your events and things of that nature as well. So you never know. Maybe she can use or refer your wine or champagne to some of her retreat guests who are creating retreats as well. So absolutely love it. So thank you, and thank you. Great segment, great job. And with no further ado, we're going to go ahead and take you down and let you go about your business and your Sunday. Feel free to stay and hang out and support all of the other phenomenal speakers that we have left. And we have Bobby Vincent coming up shortly. He has been waiting patiently to come up, so I'm not going to waste any time. And he also has put us on Chatter. So I cannot wait to hear how that has gone, because I'm not on Chatter. I'm still here with my phone on Clubhouse. So we have a few people on stage there and in the audience there as well. Eunice Kamara from UK, doing movies and things of that nature. Dylan Taylor is still here. My sponsor of Blindside Connections, as well as an ambassador of Rio. Oh my goodness, Iman Badwi just popped into Clubhouse all the way from Egypt. So Iman, how are you? Welcome to the room, but you can also click that link at the top of the room and join us on StreamYard. There's an event going on right now called to Elevate and Innovate. So Bobby, how are you?
Hey, Ramona.
Absolute pleasure to have you again.
This is the first Sunday, I think, that I've been a part of, but also that I've even heard that you're having a conference. So is this the first Sunday ever, or just in a long time?
Not the first Sunday ever, but it is. I believe it's only the second. So I test and try different dates and things of that nature. That's why it's only going to be one day this week. And not only that, I'm in another event coming up. So you guys are free to join that event as well. It's free, by the way. Aurea McGarry will be having another event. It's called the Marketing. It's actually called the Marketing and Marketing and Profits Mastery Summit. That's coming up. She's doing it on Wednesday from 11 to 2. So if anybody's available, feel free. So Ramyar Siasi just popped in. And Wisdom Guy, hello, how are you? Thank you for popping into Clubhouse. Click that link right above the room and join us inside of the event. Bobby Vincent, you don't want to miss him. He's getting ready to wow us with his value that he always brings as well. And there is his website right there, freemindsthrive.com/link. So go to his links, and he's all over social media as well. You can find him on Chatter. I've seen him there, and that's what he actually connected us with today on Clubhouse as well. And Bobby, you shared a very powerful story with me at one of the last events that you spoke at. And you said that you used to just come into John Lee's room and just sit in the audience and just listen and take notes. You were working in a job at the time. And you said, you know what? I'm going to take these notes. I'm going to take all of this value that they're sharing, and I'm going to go and build something. And what did you end up building?
So during that time, my whole life I've been a pretty big chatterbox. I talk a lot. I have a lot to say. I love discussions and engaging people. And at the time that I had joined Clubhouse during the beginning of the pandemic, I was like, you know what? This is a great opportunity to just kind of zip my mouth and listen. Because I do listen, but I don't listen as much as I talk, to be honest with you. I love to talk. I love to have conversations. And if other people don't want to talk, I'll fill the void. And so on Clubhouse, I said, you know what, I'm going to ease back. I'll jump in from time to time, but I just want to hear what people are saying. I can't imagine the types of people that are on this app right now, and I just want to get to know what types of voices are here. And during the pandemic, we all had a little bit of extra time, right? Just a little bit. And I just listened. I listened to the John Lees of the world. That was where I first heard of Grant Cardone. No idea who that guy was. I had no clue. I just heard him talking on a stage. I appreciated his very independent view on things and not taking anybody's you-know-what when he has something to say. And I'm like, I like this guy. Who is he? I go and look him up. I'm like, oh my God, he's massively successful, a multi-billionaire. The Ramona Rogers of the world, the credit ninjas of the world. You know, I listened to all these people, and I just listened. I just kicked back and said, you don't have anything to say right now, so just listen. And I was in a lot of business rooms. So when the time came for me and the company I worked for after 17 years to go our separate ways, I said, do I upgrade my resume and keep getting paid the same or more, or do I go start something new and try a whole new path in my life? And that's exactly what I did after talking to my wife, and we figured out the numbers and we said, let's do it. And I've been doing it ever since.
Wow. Absolutely amazing, Bobby. What a story. Absolutely love that. So are we still on Chatter, by the way? I'm not sure. Oh, by the way,
yes.
Samara Beth just put in the chat, I am at 10X Grant. Here we go. I'm going to put the comment up here. I'm at 10X certified Grant Cardone biz coach. She's a biz coach.
With Grant
very
Cardone.
Cool. Yeah, so she's coming up to speak in a little bit.
Very cool.
soon as you are done, definitely stick around. Are we still on Chatter, by the way?
We are on Chatter.
Amazing.
We are on Chatter. Chatter's been pretty slow on Sundays, I've noticed in general.
Okay.
So we've had just about a dozen people pop through.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
just listening. You know, I have
It's all
everybody
about-
on mute. So
Awesome. Awesome. It's been,
they're just
you know
listening.
what? It has been always, for me, it's always been quality over quantity. The people that are meant to get
Yes.
the message and the information will be there. And that is what
Yes,
it's all
yes.
about. So thank you so much, Bobby. I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do. And then we're going to hear from Sarah Beth right after you. So thank you again for being here. And thank you for connecting us on Chatter.
Yeah, happy to do it. Happy to do it. Yeah, and you know, Ramona, you're never in my way, right? Whenever you're there talking to people, you create all new opportunities for conversation and discussion, and you ask all the right questions. So I love it. All right, guys. So today we're talking about elevating and innovating, and as I reflected on the couple of different stories I can share and the different things I can offer, I thought about what does it really mean to be innovative? And so I want to share something with you. It's a childhood story of mine first, and then I want to share something that's work and business related so that we can tie them all together. And then I want to share a couple of things about innovation and how to really actually thrive with innovation and not just say the word and think that that's all you got to do. So when I was a kid, I was a pretty shy kid. I was pretty timid, and you know, I looked to the men in my life and to all the adults, but to the men especially. That's what generally happens, right? It's just how it is. It's nature. The boys tend to look to the men for guidance and setting an example. The young girls tend to look to the women, and generally speaking, we of course look to all the adults. But in my life as a kid, the men were failing. The men were failing to be good men. They were not doing, in all areas of their life, they were not setting a good example and doing the right thing for the boys. And the boys who would someday become men had choices to make. Do I follow in the footsteps of some of these men who are not doing the right thing and just imitate what they're doing? Or do I innovate based on the things that I'm learning from them, and do I do something different? Do I think outside the box about, well, what is it to be a man? Is it just what I've been exposed to through my experiences with all these people, or is it something else? And go out there and go on a journey of exploration and discovery and thinking outside the box and using your creative mind to find new ideas that perhaps didn't exist before, or didn't exist at least in your world, in your bubble. And as a timid kid, I had to do that because I was timid because the men in my life and the adults in my life, generally speaking, made it seem like, shut up and sit down. You don't really have a voice. You're a kid. More importantly, the things you say are kind of stupid. It was that kind of thing. And I'm sure some of you out there can relate because, like many of you, my entire childhood experience was a mixed bag. It was some really, really amazing and good things, like my mom, who was an angel on earth. It was some pretty bad things, which could have sent me one of two different ways, potentially. I went the way of innovation. I went the way of creativity. I went the way of being who I really am. And who I always was a good person in my heart. I always felt like when I saw people doing the wrong thing or doing a bad thing, I'm like, why are people doing that? And I saw what they got from it. You know, if you steal from people, if you hurt people, if you diminish people, if you try to dominate over people, oh yeah, you're going to get a couple of things in life. But in the end, is it really what you're looking for? Are you really happy? Is that really what it is to be a good person? Is that the only way to survive as a human being, is to tear people down? And I got torn down a lot. I got picked on as a kid in school too, because I didn't have a lot of confidence. I was going through school just kind of thinking, you know, my ideas and opinions really weren't that important, and other people are better than me, and it was that kind of thing. But there was one point where I decided to start thinking outside the box about how to not get picked on anymore, and how to make sure that I get to have a place in the conversation too, and I get to share my opinion and my ideas. And I started to master the art of being confident through a variety of ways, but especially through mental fortitude, through taking my own mind and strengthening it, so that even though I was one of the smaller kids in class, and even though I was one of the kids who was getting pushed around in elementary school, there were other ways around it where I didn't have to tear people down and hurt people in order to survive, but actually thrive. And you hear that phrase all the time. You're not just here to survive, you're here to thrive. Well, what do I actually do with that, right? What I'm advocating for you to do is to actually innovate and use your creative mind to thrive in the world. Innovation is not imitation, and imitation is not innovation. And a lot of people think it is. They think you innovate if you jump on the bandwagon, so to speak, what everybody else is doing. if you follow the lead on what others have done to succeed. But what if they've done things that are immoral? What if they've done things that are just not good or right or true in your opinion, based on your judgment? Because we all do have our own compass, right? There may be a universal, objective moral compass out there in the universe, but as you can see from the world around you, it's hard to find. A lot of people struggle to find what's good and right and true, and a lot of people do the wrong thing. So who's really responsible for you doing the right thing and for you being who you are meant to be and who you can be? Well, it's no one else but you. And I had to own that. So by middle school, I had started to implement certain strategies and tactics to not only survive being bullied, but to actually become somebody who was respected, and in some ways respected so highly that nobody wanted to pick on me, and that I became a sort of highly influential voice in conversations. And I loved it. I loved going from a kid who felt like maybe I shouldn't say what I'm thinking to realizing that there's power in the ideas that are in my mind, to realize that, yeah, all those ideas I thought were great that everyone else tried to diminish, they were trying to diminish it because they were afraid of my ideas, not because they were evil ideas or bad ideas or wrong ideas, but because my ideas were powerful. And because instead of following everybody else, which by the way leads to low self-esteem, low self-confidence, because none of your decisions are ever really yours, they're someone else's. Instead, I was somebody who thought outside the box, and that scared people. It scared teachers. It scared my fellow students. It scared family members. What do you mean you have your own ideas? There are other people saying different things. Okay, my question, Bobby Vincent, is, but what is your idea? What is your opinion? What do you think? Because we can all think for ourselves. And this created something in me throughout my whole life that became the driving force for the company that I formed, Free Minds Thrive. I started to recognize that if you have your own free mind, first of all, you are a danger to ignorance. You are a danger to people who are followers. You are a danger to people who are afraid of themselves, probably because they had men and women in their lives who made them afraid of themselves. Or maybe movies or TV shows or music that made you afraid of yourself. Pop culture that made you afraid of yourself, because if you don't follow in line and jump on the bandwagon of what's popular, what's cool, what the latest fad is or the latest trend, you're going to get left behind. It's a fear tactic you hear often, and we do it to ourselves too. We tell ourselves, well, I don't want to fall behind. Everybody's doing that thing. Let me go do it. Artificial intelligence is a great example. It could be a powerful tool for people with a lot of confidence, but it can be an absolutely detrimental, I don't even want to call it a tool, but a poison to the minds of people who have not yet established their own self-esteem and confidence. Because you are essentially outsourcing your thinking to someone else. And not just someone else, something else. Things like AI and even Google searches, where at least in Google searches you could see what the source is. You ask AI a question, you get one answer, and it doesn't tell you where that answer came from. But many people just accept it at face value because we think that just being more productive and getting more done in a shorter amount of time, that's the point of this life. That's how you build a business. But I have a different way of thinking. And I share this very proudly, and I share it openly, despite the fact that just like myself as a elementary school kid, I know a lot of people around me are afraid to adopt this. They are afraid to not jump on the AI bandwagon and automate every possible process in their lives, to try to teach AI to imitate themselves and to be them. Who is AI? What is AI? Does AI have a soul? Does it have an imagination? Does it have creativity? Does it innovate? Or does it imitate? AI, and I don't mean to pick on AI, it just so happens to be the latest technology that really changes the game for the human mind. The thing with AI that's very interesting is, while it's a powerful tool for those who have their own mind, it will diminish those who don't yet have their own mind. Children, teenagers, adults who have self-esteem problems and haven't yet worked that out, haven't yet fortified and strengthened their own independent free mind. What's going to happen is by outsourcing your thinking to other things, you're going to lose a bit of yourself, and you're going to lose the chance to find yourself. Because part of life is coming up with ideas. Part of being who you are as an individual who's proud of yourself and happy and satisfied with the things you do is coming up with ideas nobody else did, expressing them, putting them out there into the world for hopefully civil discourse, but for the world to absorb and the world to observe and the world to talk about and experience. What's interesting is when we use tools like AI, we lose a little bit of that opportunity. Because AI is doing a lot of the thinking for us. And the thing that's crazy about humans, we have this very interesting trend that we get deeper and deeper into. The more we see how something can make our lives easier, the more we want that ease. We become very complacent and comfortable when something can just make our lives easier. And that's part of the reason we're in the trouble we're in today. Where when you have some kind of health issue, you look for a quick fix pill. What pill, doc? What pill is going to solve the problem? Instead of, well, what was the root cause? What habits have I been engaged in over the past 5 to 10 years that have led to this health problem or potentially exacerbated it? Let me do the real work. But we look for the quick fix, and oftentimes the quick fix causes more problems. And the problem with that is that resilience is built through working hard and failing. Resilience is built through taking the time to contemplate things and then express your own mind out into the world and feeling good about it. So I'm going to invite you not to imitate, but to innovate. And I want to talk to you about 4 ways that in both your business and your personal life, you can actually truly, I don't mean just say it and then walk away from this talk and then say, oh, I'm innovating. To truly innovate as who you are. To use your innate, divine, God-given creativity, which only you have and no machine has. Let me repeat. Only you have creativity and divine human intelligence. No machine has that. You want to make sure you are in control of the machine and using it, and it is not using you. Little side note. There's a lot of people who, if you pay very close attention to their social media and other spaces, it's very easy to tell who is now owned by AI and who is perhaps using it. Some people have very authentic voices. Some people copy and pasted what ChatGPT said and pasted it and walked away. And that's not who they are. And you find that out when you meet people at workshops and conferences and things. Wait a second. That's not the guy that I see on social media. There's 2 different hims. There's 2 different hers. How does that happen? Well, because one is an imitation of that person, representing them online. The other is the authentic human person that you meet in real life. I'm advocating for you to truly be you all the time. And that means taking extra time to think creatively and innovatively in order to own your outcomes. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is have a curious and open mind. Because in order to get inspiration in the world, we don't have to listen to everybody else and copy what they say. We don't have to seek their information and their advice and insights and say, well, they did it that way and it worked for them, so let me copy it. But we can learn from them and we could be inspired to then use that in our own mind and say, well, what do I need to do? And the more curious you are, that is open to the idea of finding new information. And the more open-minded you are, that is you have big, wide, open holes in your mind for information to flow into. You're not narrow-minded, right? You have all this information, you haven't narrowed it down into this tiny little tunnel with barely enough information for you to ever grow and evolve. But rather you take it all in and you have a critical mind in place to work through and sort through all that information. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that you have a curious and open mind doesn't mean you lose yourself to the world. It doesn't mean that you're just going out there and learning from other people and copying what they do, back to imitation, right? But rather, it creates and sparks almost like a brainstorming session because it's through other people's ideas and through your reflection of yourself through others, that feedback loop. I speak to someone else, they hear what I say, they speak back to me, and that loop and that two-way conversation creates yet new ideas that maybe you by yourself never would have thought of, maybe somebody else never would have thought of, but together you create something amazing. And so I want to take this to the next level for businesses out there, whether you have employees or not. If you're a leader in a business, if you're an entrepreneur in a business, listen to your people. Listen to your people, because while you have your own creative mind, other people have amazing ideas too. There's a reason you hired these people. There's a reason you created and crafted these teams and brought these people in. They too want to feel amazing about their contribution to your organization. A lot of bosses and managers and leaders forget that the people beneath them that are happy to follow their lead, those people care about the organization too. Those people have ideas they want to share too. And even if you don't use all the ideas, hear them. You might find something amazing. I worked for a very large organization for 17 plus years. Massive company. If I said their name, I guarantee 80% of the people listening to this conversation now or later, you own something from this company. That's how big they are. They're in almost every home in the world. This company did an amazing thing when I first got hired by them. They listened to their people. We had round robins and brainstorming sessions all the time. They truly valued individual perspective, and they had a very open book and a very open door to ideas flowing in and out, back and forth. They were vulnerable. They said, we are the leaders. We have a path and a vision, but you are our people. You are on the ground floor. You are the people that are in and out of our business at the customer level, and you understand things we don't understand. We want to hear from you. Those people showed curiosity and open-mindedness to the creativity and innovation of their people. And that is why we dominated for 10 to 15 years in that industry. But then something changed. People stepped into place who had massive egos and no longer respected the creativity of their people. They started changing things around and no longer listening to what the people were saying. They said, just do what we say. Do what we say. Sound familiar? You either work for someone like that or you are somebody like that. And the truth of the matter is that doesn't work very well, especially if you have teams. Why not tap into their genius? Why not tap into their wisdom? They want to be happy and proud too, and they will be more likely to be loyal to your company and to show up and have a high level of integrity if you give them the opportunity to thrive as who they are. AI will replace a lot of jobs. It may not replace all of you. There may be new opportunities, but many people will lose out because the imitating systems of AI will be put up here, and the truly genius, innovative human beings with new creative ideas will be put down here for efficiency's sake, for convenience sake. You've got to chart your own course at that point. And if you're a business owner, you have to decide, in what ways do I still want true divine human intelligence and creativity, true innovation that comes from somewhere deeper than even us as human beings ourselves? Or do I want a machine acting like a person who I have no idea how it came up with its own ideas, because it didn't. But it's going to give me all my answers and make things quick. The less human we become, the less human we become. And innovation comes from humans, not machines. So the next thing you can do is you can improve your critical thinking skills. Because whether you're a boss or whether you're a worker, whether you're an entrepreneur or just a person who's listening to this talk and saying, I just find it interesting, either way, you need critical thinking skills. Because if you're going to be out there engaged in other people's ideas, how do you know how to sift through all those opinions and ideas? We hear things from the news all day. We hear things from ChatGPT and from social media and from all these different spaces and places. How do you think for yourself with so many opinions bombarding you? How do you decide what to do for your business, what decision to make? If Grant Cardone is saying to do one thing, Elon Musk is saying to do another, and yet 10 other entrepreneurs you listen to are saying, no, do it this way. There's so many ways to do it. How do you decide? Well, you've got to practice thinking for yourself. And one of the best ways to do that is to fortify your mind with critical thinking skills. Go out there and spend a couple of hours learning about logical fallacies, cognitive biases, and various things like the scientific method. The most basic things that some of you might have even learned in college in 101 courses or in high school, but you forgot. You're looking for the quick way out. You're looking for the quick, easy, get it done for me way out. Instead of thinking, now wait a second, I want to feel good about myself, first of all, so I want to express my own ideas. But second of all, I want to own these outcomes. And so I want to own the decision. In order for me to own the decision as the boss, as the leader, as the manager, as the whatever it is, the CEO, the founder, I need to be making those choices, not having someone else make them for me. And then when I fail, at least I can get back up and I can work with that and turn that into a learning opportunity. I can't do that if I fail based on someone else's decision, because I don't even know how they made it. Why am I listening to anybody else? Do it your way, so at the end of your life, you're proud of what you've accomplished, and you truly have a mind that you say, I got to be me in this life. I got to be me. I was not an imitation of all the people around me. I was not an average version of all the various influences on every side of my life. I was me the whole time, even as I engaged in those people. And respect that other people too have their own true and amazing ideas that are coming from them that you can tap into from time to time, but in the end, it's your choice what you do and how you do it in your business and in other things. So creativity is very important. My final thing in my final 45 seconds is this. Every day, if you want to expand your own creativity, instead of going to ChatGPT or Google or anywhere else to come up with ideas, have one short-term creative goal for yourself, somewhere from a few weeks to a few months from now. And every day have little steps you're taking to work toward that goal. One creative goal. You want to write a book, that book of poetry, write a song, learn guitar, paint a bunch of pictures, get your artwork into some type of art gallery, whatever it is. Have a creative goal so that at least in this world of conformity and of following along with everybody else, you're giving yourself opportunities to truly express who you are out of your own divine mind, and you can feel good about you. If you guys want to teach this stuff to your teenagers, go to freemindsthrive.com. Check out our teen classes. If you're an adult and you want to expand and fortify your mind, check out freemindsthrive.com and check out our coaching program. Ramona, I got 2 seconds and counting. It's back to you.
Wow, 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 Bobby, as usual, showing up and over delivering major value there shared. Thank you, and thank you as usual. Thank you for
so much.
Also orchestrating getting us on Chatter as well. That's always a pleasure, absolute pleasure. I don't know if you can put the link, the friends and family link there as well at the top of the Chatter room, and then those people that are watching can come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can do that as well.
I'll do that. I'll do exactly that.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you. We have Samara Beth up next, waiting in the back. And then we have David Evans here. He popped in and said hello a little bit earlier. Pick TV Network is here as well. And all of you should actually be reaching out to him to see if you can definitely get a spotlight interview or a segment on Pick TV Network. Definitely send me a DM on IG with Pick TV. And then I will definitely give him your information and connect you guys together so that you guys can definitely get either a show on Pick TV Network, and you'll be surprised how reasonable, economically reasonable it is to do so, but get that reach and engagement that you so deserve. So, wow, I absolutely love your segment, Bobby, as usual. And I also love your story. I love how you were back in your past, you weren't necessarily given a voice, and was kind of timid and things of that nature early on. And now here you are, have found your lane, have found your genre, have found your business idea, and you're making it, bringing it to fruition and making it, creating your empire, more importantly, creating your empire and making it your own. So I heard that you talked about how when people use some of these resources, how they might sound one way in one place and then be someone different in person or on another platform. But one thing about it is here at Rio, we are authentic. We show up as our authentic selves and we deliver the message that we have inside of us, and we want to share value. That's something that I think is a thread that is woven throughout each and every one of the speakers here, is that they definitely really take it to heart to show up for themselves and for those that they were called to serve. And that is exactly why I think that these events have just been so powerful. The testimonies that come out of them are phenomenal. And I am just in awe. And each and every one of you, watching all of you flourish as well, is definitely a sight to see. So,
absolutely. And Ramona, I want to add too is, you know, because I know, and one thing I love about your events is the diversity of ideas. There's so many different ideas, and that's one of my favorite things in the world, diversity of thought. You know, give me somebody who has a slightly different opinion or a whole different opinion to just kind of challenge my assumptions on life and on things. And I appreciate that about you, because a lot of people are loving on AI right now, and my talk sounds like it's criticizing AI, and it's not. What I'm really saying is, before you jump all in on tools that think for you, make sure you learn to think for yourself, because you're going to find by the end of your life, maybe you're not happy with what you've done because it wasn't really you. And that's all I'm saying is, use these tools, don't let them use you. Make sure you're still engaged in activities that allow you to be yourself and to really feel good about that and who that is. Write your own book, make your own painting, make your own artwork once in a while, because that's really why you're here. You're not here to be the machine. And that's all I want to share.
Don't be the machine. I absolutely love that message. Thank you so much, Bobby.
Thanks, Ramona. Appreciate it.
Everybody. Always a pleasure, Bobby. You're always welcome.
Thank
you so much for being here. And thank you for handling that part of us on Chatter as well.
Yes, I'm going to get your link up too.
Absolutely. No worries at all. So thank you again. I'm going to go ahead and take you down so that we can get ready for our next speaker, who is Samara Beth, is in the house. She's already backstage waiting. I'm going to go ahead and bring her up. How are you? I absolutely love it. She's bringing the energy, dancing in the background. I love your background, by the way. That is beautiful. Oh my goodness, Samara. There you go. You're unmuted now.
I'm unmuted. So it looks like your side is glitching out though when on the end here for StreamYard. So just so you know. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's
Am
all,
I going? You can't hear me at some spots, or
I hear you. It's just pixely. It's all like squares in front. So I don't know. That might just be behind the scenes StreamYard and not on live.
I'm not seeing any changes on my end. Everything looks good. So hopefully it looks good for everybody else. And I don't see anybody mentioning anything in the chat yet or anything of that nature. I'm checking though. So awesome. So it just might be something in the background of StreamYard or something. I'm not sure. But with no further ado, how are you, love? And it's a pleasure.
So good. And so I'm gonna set the timer. I want to make sure I stay within. So I have 10 minutes or 20.
Oh my goodness. So yes, it is 3:21. So yes, you have 20 minutes until 3:40, and then we'll bring David Evans on. So yes.
See what happens when you show up on time, people?
There you go. There you go.
Right.
So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do.
Okay, awesome. So first of all, thank you so much for having me again. I love being part of Rio, and I love listening to everyone today. It's interesting because David Williams, we really never spoken before, but there's so many different things that he has said and others before him, and even Bobby, that intertwine with what I do. So guess what? Life is a party over here with Samara Beth and Company. I've been producing corporate, social, and nonprofit events and destination management for, wait for it, 30 years. That's right, 30 years. I've lived in 13 U.S. cities and 1 Canadian province, and I produced events all over U.S. and Canada. And now Samara Beth and Company is a global, amazing company. I'm so excited about this brand and where we've been heading. So one of the things that I'm going to teach you guys about today and just kind of tie everything together is about my TRIPS blueprint. So the TRIPS blueprint is what I created as 5 steps to help you get started in producing successful events and retreats. But it's also why. Why do we want to produce retreats and events? Well, obviously it's fun. We love to get together. We were in the COVID world, and now we're like, as soon as something comes up, we're like, yeah, we're in it. We're in it to win it. We want to do this. So I'm going to give you some ideas about it. I'm going to tell you briefly about how you can get yourself going and started in producing retreats and events. And if you've already been doing it, maybe you'll learn something new. This is really condensed in 20 minutes. There's only so much I can talk about, which is why I have a 6-week course. I actually just finished 2 weeks ago. I did a 5-day challenge where we had people that were part of the 5-day challenge on Zoom for an hour and a half every day. And we talked about the TRIPS blueprint. So, and that was even condensed. This is actually a 6-week program normally, and it's the 6 weeks retreat revenue masterclass. But I call it paid to vacation. Why do I call it paid to vacation? Well, you're probably listening on an iPad right now. It's summer, depending on where you are in the world. If you're in Australia, it's winter, but it's summer here in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I live. And Scottsdale is about 118, 119 degrees, sometimes a low 108 when we're lucky at night. It's pretty hot here. So you might be on vacation watching this and thinking, wow, I love being on vacation with my family or my loved ones or with my friends. I wish I could do this more often during the year. Or you might be thinking, man, I really wish we could have gone on that vacation I wanted to do, but I just couldn't afford to get the resort we wanted. The flights are higher. Everything just seems like it's more inflation. So I'm here to teach you a couple tricks and hacks, but also know that there's so much more information that's condensed into the 6-week program. And at the end of the 6-week program, you have an actual retreat planned. And the cool thing about it is I actually plan retreats during the process. So we're doing it together. And it's a great community of collaborators. But let's get started. I just wanted to get that out to you. And Christina has the link and the coupon code where you get a discount for the course. And you're also getting a free bucket list planner that is a code for that too. So the bucket list planner is a great way to get started into your where do I want to do retreats and choosing those locations, getting your family, even your kids involved. And then all the tax deductions, of course, are the fun part. So we're going to talk quickly about the benefits. So there are a lot of benefits of producing events. And I don't know how many people here, if you're in a chat of any kind, I know that we are live on Instagram, we're in Chatter, we're on YouTube, we're here on StreamYard. I mean, we are live all over the place. So wherever you are in the chat, if you want to get paid to go on vacation, whether you're a speaker, a coach, an executive assistant, a personal assistant, whatever it is you do, you could be an author, put in the chat, paid to vacation. You want to get paid to go on vacation. Life is about filling your bucket list and providing value, giving back at the same time. There's so many things that go along with being paid to vacation with a retreat. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about the benefits. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the power of producing retreats and events. I'm going to tell you what TRIPS stands for, and we'll go into a little bit of detail as we have 14 minutes left. I've got the clock going, and I want to respect everybody's time here. So first of all, the benefits of producing events or retreats. So you might ask, what is an event? What is a retreat? What is the difference between all of them? Okay. First of all, people don't really understand what a workshop, a masterclass, mastermind, retreat, event, they just don't know what the differences are. So I'm going to kind of break it down for you. And it does vary based on who is producing them. So a retreat is something where you're getting a bunch of people together. It doesn't have to be a wellness retreat. So some of the examples of retreats we're going to go through today. So I'm going to give you some ideas. I'm hoping that you listening to all of the people that were speaking before me, you've gotten the motivation, you've gotten the creative ideas, you've been told to keep your mind open. You've been advised to use AI to be updated on what is going on in the world right now and stay up to the technology, but maybe still remember you need to take a step back and make it your own at the same time. Did I get that right, Bobby? So I am actually training to be an AI consultant, not because I want to consult with AI, but because I've been training for a year with AI experts. And in that training, I have learned all the different apps and what's available and what's good and what doesn't work so well. So I do integrate AI into my events, into presentations, into the technology and the production of events. But Bobby's right. You can't just put it in ChatGPT and go. You really need to edit it, make your own. I'm a public relations major in the College of Journalism. So if anything, I am going to be saying right now, edit, 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 edit. You don't want to plagiarize. Make it your own. Learn the prompts. I can help you with that, but make sure you're making it your own. Such good information. Thank you for that. Okay, so the benefits of doing a retreat, I'm just kind of putting my my notes in here now because I was doing all that by memory, is to have this extraordinary, mind-blowing experience, okay? So there's a lot of power when you're producing a bespoke retreat or a VIP experience. And I say VIP experience because my background is not just producing events for corporations, social clients, and nonprofits. I also produce destination management since the 90s in New York City, in Houston, in Hawaii. I've lived all over. I've done it all over US and Canada, Vancouver. So there's a lot more that goes into a retreat than just the event planning part. So the bespoke VIP experiences are, what is it we want to do on this retreat that's mind-blowing, that's memorable, that's going to really bond everyone in a team building kind of atmosphere. That's what I mean by the experiences. So when you're doing these events, you're maximizing your customer engagement. This is where you're going to get your pen and paper, guys, because I'm giving you a couple of bullet points here to remind yourself why you're doing this. So you're maximizing customer engagement. You're boosting your business profile. You're definitely getting a lot of Insta wow footage. Always have a professional photographer, videographer with you at your events of any kind. You're transforming your staff. Let's say you're running a business and you want to transform your staff and provide elevated leadership skills, Team building is so important. And I know that went by the wayside with COVID with a lot of companies, especially those who have their employees working from home remotely. They're on vacation while working for you. Do you know what they're doing? Team building really helps with that engagement. Elevating your conversion rates, also incredibly important. I am taking my watch off. Enjoying unparalleled networking opportunities. If you miss being around people, or you are just have this contagious energy like I do, where you just live off of the energy, of the positive energy of all the people in your world, and you need to see those keynote speakers, and you love to read the books and listen to the podcasts, and producing events is so powerful for you. There's also skyrocketing your influence. You're becoming an influencer in your field by doing this. Reigniting creativity and innovation. When you have a mastermind, okay, and I'm part of the Napoleon Hill Group. I'm in books with, actually have a book being published in July, part of the Napoleon Hill Group. I'm with Jim Cathcart and Sharon Lecter and Brian Tracy and all of these amazing people, Eric Swanson. All the time, every week I'm with them, and I'm in masterminds with them. I'm in person with them. I'm virtual with them. I'm on the phone with them. These people are constantly learning from each other. They are reigniting their creativity with what Napoleon Hill calls a mastermind is a table of individuals. Doesn't have to be a table, but usually a mastermind is more of a gathering of people throwing that microphone around, everyone sharing their hacks, their tips, their advice, their stories. That's a mastermind. So if you're going into a workshop, I told you I was going to tell you the differences. The workshop is hands-on. So when I teach my 6-week retreat revenue masterclass, Paid to Vacation, it's a mastermind, not so much. Although I do like people giving their input, things that work for them, things they like, asking questions, but it's a learning environment. So it's also a workshop. So what do I mean by a workshop? That means get out the workbooks, I'm going to give you budget spreadsheets. I provide you with sample contracts from hotel room blocks. You learn all the ins and outs about producing events. I can't do it in 8 more minutes. So we're going to keep on going. But this is the kind of thing that you should be knowledgeable about. Also enhancing your work-life balance. So when you go on retreats, when you're doing it with your team or with other companies that you're collaborating with, first of all, get competition out of your head. Okay. I know collaboration, not competition became a thing during COVID. It's not a thing during COVID. I've been doing it since the 90s. You should be involved with industry organizations, speaking, helping others, mentoring. Mentorships, you're usually not paying for a mentor. You're usually paying for a coach. But nowadays, mentors are charging too. So just be careful. Ask the right questions. They also make great special guests at your retreats. Then you also have customizing your growth. You're really looking at your numbers and the analytics post-event. So it's really important. And I do teach about that. There's an entire planning section where you're learning how to really analyze the numbers and what people got out of it, surveying your guests. So that's important because your goal is to achieve exceptional ROI, maybe not from the retreat itself, unless you're charging for it, but maybe it's from the outcome from that retreat. So those are some things. And the stuff that really people hesitate, they're nervous about, they don't want to do it. It's usually because of their fear of time of commitment. Time is very valuable to us. Or maybe there's this fear of finding clients who will register, filling those seats. That's a big objection that we receive. And then you have the fear of that risk of losing money. Money is very valuable. We don't know what's happening from day to day in our lives with what's going on in the world. So it's great to have a program that includes the marketing strategies, the lead generation, teaching how to identify your ideal clients. You might be targeting the wrong people. And building that marketing plan and using templates already done for you so you don't have to recreate the wheel. That's what you should be looking at in a true coach or mentor. I did mention earlier with Bobby mentioning Grant Cardone, I am a certified licensee 10X certified business coach with Grant Cardone. I do train daily with his executive and sales team daily. I do go to masterminds and events. And I also am, as a licensee, I sell those programs and events, but it's really not about that as much as the fact that I have all of Cardone Enterprises, their marketing materials, their workbooks, their PowerPoints, and all of the materials that we need, I'm able to use to teach. So I can integrate that into when I'm working with somebody. So that's also very special because his marketing and sales techniques and team are fantastic. And we're able to copy exactly that. They give it to us. They say, copy it. It's yours. So you're getting a lot of value when you're working with different coaches. And I actually have lots of different groups of coaches, and I do masterminds and retreats with many of them. So I will go into that in a little bit if we have time at the end. So what I want to tell you is what TRIP stands for. Always drinking water. TRIP stands for, ready? Transform, T. Recharge is R. Identify is I. Plan is P. And success is S. And it's really important that you remember transform, recharge, identify, plan, and success. That is the formula that I came up with to help people create retreats in a step-by-step process. It's a blueprint. So when you're transforming, you're actually transforming yourself, but you're also transforming everybody else who's a guest. So, and this actually, Megan mentioned this earlier. She said, think big, start small. And that's exact. I say it backwards, the other way around, but start small and think big, think big, think big. You want to do a yacht? I'm partnering with a yacht company. You want to rent out a train? I can rent out a train. I'm partners with those people. You want to do mountain climbing in Mount Kilimanjaro? You want to do something philanthropic? You want to do something on an island? Whatever it may be, we make it happen. We figure it all out. But I don't recommend you start with the big stuff yet, unless you've been doing these for a long time, because you have to think about your structure. You have to define these memorable, impactful experiences, but you have to do it in an order. You have to create the proper documentation for your event Bible. So you've got so many spreadsheets, you've got airport meet and greets, you have the experiences, the team building, the offsite dinners, the beverages and catering, the room blocks. All of these things are part of a retreat or event. You can start local. I live in Scottsdale. It's resort destination, amazing, not in the summer. But guess what? If you're on a tighter budget, go off season to that city. So you want to come to Scottsdale, but you can't afford the high rates during fall, spring, and winter when we're the busiest because of the snowbirds and all the tournaments and stuff, then come in the summer. We have misters everywhere, air conditioning, amazing pools and beaches. You can come here. I literally back up to the Weston Golf Course. You have amazing resorts everywhere, and you can provide an event for your group during that down season and start there. And then you can work your way up to coming during high season where everything is more costly and busy. But whatever you do, you want it to be experiential learning. You want people to be bonding. You want them to be educated. You want them to have personalized services like becoming chefs in the kitchen or creating their own menus and things like that. There's a lot that we can teach about. Again, I can't do it all in 20 minutes, but in my last 2 minutes, I actually want to give you guys some ideas of transformative experiences. Maybe it's going to get some of your mind, your juices, your wheels turning. So I'm actually producing right now a mother-daughter cruise. And it's going to be amazing because my mother is turning 77 and my daughter is 14. And the three of us together are producing it because we're being paid to vacation. That's right. They're my employees. This is a tax deduction. We're coordinating the whole thing, and we're bringing mothers and daughters and grandmothers from around the world together on an amazing trip. So excited. That's an offline, but father, sons, trips are amazing ideas as well. Something that we could produce or help you produce. What about, so now normally people think of mindfulness wellness retreats when they hear the word retreats, and that is amazing. You want to do yoga and Pilates, breathing exercises, having the sound meditation. I go to sleep to that every night. I love it. So those are great. I have friends who own adventure retreat locations all over Northern US, California, amazing locations. I get hired as a venue consult. So I've got ranches, people who are turning Airbnbs to wellness centers, mansions, whatever it may be. There's so much out there, and I've made incredible connections with those people. Relationships are number one. Then you have your detox retreat. So you have your detox retreat, which is your wellness, but what about your digital detox retreat? How about that? Just make sure you do have that professional videographer, photographer to capture those moments, to help you with your marketing. But everyone else, leave the phone at the door. Then you also have, creative arts and expression. I love that one. And I do have a son with special needs, and I have gone through PTSD in my life, and art has been very important and crucial in my life. So having creative art experience retreats is amazing. I love that. And then, of course, you have your spiritual and healing. But if you're going to get down to other ideas like couples retreats, those are really important. Leadership and empowerment retreats, culinary and gourmet retreats, cultural immersion. I just love the cultural immersion retreats, and I have actually done some with Ethiopians and people from all over the world. Love it. So be creative, wet your palate, and include everything in your trips. Okay. So I know I'm running out of time, so I am going to go on back to my wonderful friend, Ramona.
Hello, Samara. Wow, that was awesome. TRIPS, everybody. Hopefully you got the acronym for TRIPS. It is transform, recharge, identify, plan, and success. I absolutely love your mother-daughter cruise idea and father-son cruise idea. In fact, I'm in the middle of planning a retreat with Araya McGarry coming up soon. And there is also the Legacy Living Ladies community that you must be a part of to share with all of these women how they too can actually bring retreats, how powerful they are and impactful they are to bring retreats to their business also. So join that community because it's going to be one for the books as well. There is 6 weeks retreat revenue masterclass. Wow. Discount using the discount code events. You get it for $997. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much. And then go to paidvacation.samarabethco.com/checkout as well. And then there is the bucketlist.samarabethandco.com. Checkout 648067 and 100% discount code bucket list. Wow, 100% off. I love it. Absolutely love it. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely phenomenal. I love everything about your idea and what you do for retreats, and the event space is definitely one that I have dibbled in and dabbled in with other companies and things like that. And I live for my events. I live to go to those events and there's nothing like enjoying, learning, and experiences with others at the same time in the same venue or location. It is at the energy of other people, the speakers and things like that. It is absolutely next level. I absolutely love it. So thank you again, Samara Beth, for being here. And we have one more speaker coming up, and you're welcome to come back anytime. Just reach out. I'll definitely reach out and let you know when we're here. But I definitely look forward. Oh, by the way, there is an event, another summit, just one day coming up. Marketing, Media, and Profits Mastery virtual experience with Araya McGarry as the host, and myself, Rachel Weaver, Wendy Shore, and Melissa Mann will be speaking this Wednesday for free.
I'll actually be speaking at that as well, Ramona.
Absolutely. So reach out, and maybe, because I believe Melissa Mansfield has COVID, so she'll probably need a speaker. So absolutely reach out.
I love it. Yeah. So thank you so much. And one other thing I wanted to mention is I am going to be working on chatter retreats as well. So people within different groups, and also kind of bringing people together. So it was Clubhouse. Obviously now we're all on Chatter. So
awesome. Sounds good. Thank you for being here. Amazing segment as usual. And look forward to seeing you on Wednesday at the free summit. And reach out to Araya because I know that she might be looking for a speaker as well. So we would love to hear from you.
Oh, I'm already on the docket. I'm already on it.
Awesome. There you go. Awesome. Amazing. Thank you. Okay. So talk to you soon. Okay, that was Samara Beth, everybody. And now, with no further ado, we aren't even wasting any time. We're going to bring him right up. David Evans is in the house. Pick TV Network from Washington, D.C. CEO is in the house. He is traveling right now. He is in L.A. with his son, Stevie O, the producer, doing phenomenal things there in LA. And he has had a media week, a week full of all sorts of media experiences and opportunities and everything else, which is definitely something that he does very well. So we definitely want to welcome him back again. I think this might be the third or the fifth, I've lost count, times that he's onto the stages of Rio. So he is definitely a staple, a constant. He and his beautiful wife as well, Coach. We absolutely love her. Also, tell her I said hello and I send my love and blessings and prayers for safe travels and all of those things as well. So a pleasure, absolute pleasure. We have to bring her here to speak too, by the way. So August 8th and 9th is another one. We may move it back a little bit, but August 8th and 9th right now are tentative dates for the next one. And then we have another coming in September. So David Evans, tell us a little bit about where you are right now in the world and what you have going on. I mean, I know it's a lot, and I know 15, 20 minutes is not enough, but we'll definitely squeeze in as much as we possibly can. So go right ahead and tell us exactly what you have going on. And and your sons are doing absolutely phenomenal. I see all of the posts and all of those great things as well. So tell us, where are you in the world and what do you have going on lately? Because I know it never really stops with you and for you. So I have definitely mentioned you a couple of times throughout the day. I let them know that they should definitely reach out to you for a spotlight interview on the Pick TV Network, as well as for a show and things of that nature, so that they can broaden their reach. And there's the number right there. There's the phone number of how to do that. So reach out to David Evans to connect with him for a show or a spotlight interview, 202-505-2037, which is Pick TV Studio. So there you go. So David Evans, over to you.
Hello. Ramona. TV Network world. We're so happy for all of you. Ramona, you're doing some amazing things. We're here in California. This is our third week here, and we're celebrating, my 37th wedding anniversary.
Awesome.
Me and my wife.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're so blessed, to attend so many events while we're here in California. Last night we were at Universal Studios, and met so many over there. It was amazing, and I want to thank God for the opportunity to be on the hottest show on earth, with Ramona. You're doing speakers, Ramona. I'm so happy because you bring speakers together from all over the world. Cindy Stemple, the beautiful young lady who did the travel business just now, and I just feel honored just to have you just to invite me back several times.
Absolutely. Well, it's an honor to have you. I'm going to move out of your way and let you do what you do.
Yeah. So I want to thank again for everybody watching Pick TV Network. This is a special presentation all the way from California. And I want to bring on a special guest to introduce to the world right now. Pastor is here. We're at her church today. We're in the studio of her church. Pastor, how you doing today?
I am blessed today and so happy to have you and your wife. We're just really, really blessed to be able to meet you in person. Their son is one of our keyboard players, and he brought them today to worship with us, and we're just so excited about that.
Yeah, you made us feel so happy. We in California, in your town, in your city, in your wonderful church today. You let us come on the broadcast this today. Just tell us a little bit about your church. I know you're building this ministry, and I walked over there and see that you're doing even got another edifice that you're building.
We are so blessed. We are actually in Altadena. Altadena is right on the border. Pasadena, Altadena. We call it the Dinas. And the Lord blessed us a number of years ago to purchase the building that we're in. It's a warehouse. It was a warehouse, and we didn't quite know what God was going to do with it. But we kept saying God is up to something, because we're a small congregation. We're not a huge congregation, and when we were able to buy this building, we had to start believing then that God is up to something.
Yeah.
And it's bigger, better, and greater. And we've never been this way before. And so we just put our mind to follow God and to just to listen for his direction. And we're just grateful that God has blessed us with this space. We don't know exactly what it's going to turn out to be, but it's in God's hands. And so we are just really, really happy to be a part of what God's doing in the kingdom today.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first time visiting your church and using the studio here. I want to say thank you. The praise and worship was awesome. My son Steve-O was playing the keyboards, the drummer, the bass player, the singers were off the chain. Tell people how they can come and watch your services or how they can come and visit when they're in California like me.
Yes, well, we would love for you to come visit in person when you are in Pasadena. We are located, it's Community Bible Church, and we are located at 2124 Lincoln Avenue in Altadena, 91001. We're right on the border, combining those two cities. And we would love to have you come. We can also be seen online on Sunday mornings. Look, and I wish I had known I was going to do this. I come to church on Sunday, so I'm not quite sure.
It's okay.
It's I think it's CBC of Greater Pasadena.com. I think that's you can get on like that. We have Facebook too. We're on Facebook, so we would love to have you peek in and see what we're doing and be praying for us, that we would be able to fulfill God's vision for us in His kingdom right here in Pasadena, Altadena.
Well, you're doing an amazing job. Ramona is working with me to do a global media conference coming to California, and surely this is to be a nice place to host some teaching sessions and to bring some people in and even have you to speak at the global media conference in California. We're planning for 2027.
Whoa, that's great.
So God is connecting the dots.
And Pastor Evans, I know 2027 is good. We're going to be done with all of this building that we're building out and be able to, I think our space that you got to see today is going to probably be able to hold about 800 people or so. So yeah, we're excited about, we'd love to be a part of that. So.
Yeah, 800 people, that'll hold the whole conference right there. Ramona, I know Ramona is laughing right now because Ramona, we got to cut. Look how God connects the dots. We already got Pastor. They're building a beautiful, beautiful edifice here. So 2027 fans, let's get ready for our Global Media Conference coming to California. Pastor, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
No, thank you. Folks, we are so happy today for all of you watching. I want to bring my wife up. This is Coach Yvette Evans. She does the beautiful, beautiful coaching the people. She worked in the government for many, many years. Department of Interior, Department of Defense, RS, FDIC. And I'm going to bring my wife in before we go to the next phase of this. This is my wife for 37 years, folks. Coach Yvette Evans. Before I go into my presentation on Unleashing Your Potential, I have to let her come and say something today. Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Hello, everyone. So glad to see you in the social media world. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Ramona. You're always a blessing to us. Thank you for your connections. We always believe that your connections tie into your destiny.
That's right.
And where you are connected is key to where you are going. And so we are excited to be a part of Ramona's show. I'm often in the background listening in to my husband talking, but always, enjoying the nuggets that I hear.
Ramona popping in.
I had to come in and say hello to the beautiful Coach Yvette Evans, my absolute favorite. Absolutely, I had to pop in and say hello. I couldn't miss that. Are you kidding me? I couldn't miss this opportunity.
I'm on the way because we've been talking about the Global Media Conference coming to California. The past building an additional 800-seat auditorium.
Wow.
2027 locked in.
Look at God.
Yes, the connections tie into our destiny.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
We don't have to worry
about absolutely amazing.
Ramona, we don't have to worry about a place to hold it. We don't have to worry about getting a center. We can hold all the events right here. 800.
Amazing.
All we need to do is book the hotel and the air flight.
That's it. And show up. That's right. Oh my goodness. Absolutely amazing.
There are extra rooms.
It's beautiful.
It's 2 floors. There's parking.
Wow.
It's just going to be amazing. My husband, as we've been out here, has been making wonderful connections.
Amazing.
I just believe
Awesome.
our time and our season.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Timing is everything. And I definitely put in the chat prayers up for Pastor when she said just pray, send some prayers. Absolutely. She is definitely in my prayers for sure. And I'm sure plenty of the others that are watching. I'm on Clubhouse right now, room full on Clubhouse. We are also streaming on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Facebook. So there's people all over the place. They're blowing the chat up as well. So they have been commenting. And I believe it was author Tanini Mason right here. I'm going to put her comment on the page. Right on. She said, "Greetings, brother Dr. Evans." And she is on Clubhouse. So she recognizes you from Clubhouse as well. And she has been here hanging. She's in the Clubhouse room. And then she also clicked the link and popped over and she's on StreamYard. So she put that little comment there in the chat. She is a serial author. I know that for a fact. And a phenomenal woman of God as well. So I definitely just wanted to give you that message and say hello myself. I was not going to pass this opportunity up. I wasn't letting Coach Evans walk away and you tell me she's nowhere around now and she left. I'm like, oh no, I have to pop in right now and give her my love and say hello and safe travels. Pray for safe travels back whenever you guys come back. And you guys are the epitome. Let me tell you, you are the epitome of what beautiful love. 37 years. Congratulations, by the way. Definitely want to give you my congratulations, by the way, on celebrating 37 years. Absolutely love it. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for letting us take some of his time on Sunday as well. And thank you for sharing her with us also. Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, so I want to thank again everybody watching Pick TV Network. We're going to talk about unleashing your potential. Before my wife goes, she is a life coach. And folks, she's a certified life coach. And I always ask her this on here. Coach Evans, what's the difference between a certified life coach and just somebody who inspires to do coaching?
Well, I don't like to belittle anyone's gifts because there are gifts that come even if you never go to school, you never get certified. So shout out to all of those who are coaches who are making a difference in someone's life. But I think the difference between certified and just coaching as a gift is if I tried to do your hair and I never went to school to learn how to do it. I might be gifted, but there are things that you learn and you are inspired through knowledge if you go to school and learn to get the knowledge and skill sets that experts out there provide to us. So I am certified through the International Coaching Federation, which is the largest coaching organization in the world.
Awesome.
There are chapters all over the world, even international.
Amazing.
And we are required as part of our certification to be trained to get recertified every 3 years.
Yes.
We have a mentor coach ourselves. So doctors need doctors, dentists need dentists, and coaches need coaches. So
yes, absolutely.
Training program, certification program, and we have high ethical standards that we are to, and we are held accountable to those standards. And that's the key difference between being certified and, to me, not being certified.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you one more thing before you go and I start this lesson. I remember taking you on Capitol Hill, and it's a $10,000 event for that coaching session, and everybody can't just walk in. Can you tell folks, Coach Evans, how they can get in touch with you and some of the things that you provide with your coaching skills?
Yes, so you can get me on social media. I'm on Instagram, Coach Yvette Evans 22, and I'm on Facebook under Rise Enterprise. Rise with a Y.
Okay.
Rise is my business.
Okay.
And I believe my calling for coaching is to coach women of color who need the confidence to go out dream. If you aspire or you are inspired and believe that God has put you on this earth to do more than what you are doing right now, then I'm the coach for you, because I work with you to develop that confidence, to address those saboteur thinking thoughts that come, and help give you the positive intelligence to move forward strategically toward those goals. I have clients testify and provide feedback on how they have been impacted in a positive way to realize their dreams. And I'm excited. My calling is to women of color. You are a leader, and a leader doesn't just mean a supervisor or a manager. You are a leader in this world to make a difference and make an impact. And I'm here to help you do that.
Wow.
Absolutely. Wow.
I'm excited, Ramona. I'm going to do my presentation for my time run out today.
Yes. And then we have author Tanini Mason just said in the chat, I genuinely thank you, Queen Sister Ramona. You are absolutely phenomenal. You and Dr. Evans are in her 3-time bestseller debut memoir.
Wow.
So I definitely just wanted to make sure that you and your beautiful wife had the opportunity to hear that comment. And I know that she's a serial author. I did mention that she's a serial author and a woman of God. And we are both inside of the people who have impacted her life in some way, shape, or form. In fact, I coached her live in one of the rooms on Clubhouse one day. It was a mindset room. And what a powerful segment that was as well. But there you go. There you go. We absolutely love you all, and blessings is her message. So David Evans, I'm going to get out of your way. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful wife. We also have Abid still with us. He's been here since we started at 5 hours ago. He put a comment inside of the chat as well. Abid Awan said, this has been 5 hours. This has been 5 hours and you have been the same pace and passion. Yes, Abid, the energy doesn't change. Hats off to you, Ramona. You're very energetic. That's Abid from the UK, making $500,000 a month, by the way. Abid does.
You need to call me.
in his e-commerce business. So I will definitely be on a call with Abid this week. So Abid, thank you for being here. You have been here for the entire 5 hours straight. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's global, people from everywhere, all over the world here. So thank you so much, David Evans. I'm going to get out of your way. Thank you so much, opportunity for popping into the Clubhouse room and then popping onto the chat. I will never forget that day that you and I connected inside of the mindset room on Clubhouse with, I think it was Diamond Diva who ran that room and hosted that room with Dr. Finance. And it was held every Wednesday and it was absolutely phenomenal. And wow, amazing. Thank you for being here. It's her first time here too. So absolutely amazing. So thank you, Dr. Evans. I'm going to get out of the way.
Thank you. Hey, folks around the world, this is David Evans, President Pick TV Network, live from California, from Washington, D.C. to California. This is our 3rd week here. And today I've been asked to speak on unleashing your potential. But before I do that, I got one more person. This is my son, Steve-O, the producer. Folks, we really flew out here to celebrate his birthday, and it was amazing. He works with some of the greatest musicians on planet Earth. He's been in the presence of Kanye West with the gospel choir singing around the world. He just did something with Keisha Cole's on the stage with 10,000 people at the Orange Arena. He also works with people like Post Malone, J-Lo. In the presence of people that Rocky, David Chappelle, names that he just texted me and say, Dad, I'm over this place. And he's right here, you guys. Steve-O, the producer, my son, is here. You know, I love you, dude. You know,
oh my God, now you're going to make me come back up. I can't let your son come and not say hello and meet him personally. Are you kidding me? We're never going to get through this segment. Are you kidding me? But it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure, Stevie-O, the producer, to have you here. I was on the birthday call, by the way, on Zoom.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
So I saw you on the birthday call. Yes.
I didn't expect to jump on today, but, you know, nice surprise.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If he's going to work while he's supposed to be visiting you, you might as well pop in and say hello. Absolutely. Absolute pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
I'm the proudest dad in the world. You know.
Oh, you should be, rightfully so. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to get out of the way and let you finish your segment.
Yeah, when I come on to California, my son Steve, the producer, allows me to meet some big people, you know, and I want to thank God for him. Just this week, I was in rehearsal with him, with Keisha Coles, the band, the choreographers, everybody. He tells them what to do. I mean, and then they come into Orange Arena at this fairgrounds and see over 10,000 people, literally 10,000 people. He's setting up on the stage, making sure everybody's in place. Keisha Coles comes out, hugs him, gives him a high five. They talk in the back. Steve, we talk about unleashing your potential, man. I want you to help me on this today. And to be in church on Sunday to play. Just talk about, man, how you have that balance there, man, between, you know, working in secular music but still loving God and coming and blessing people.
I think it's everything you taught me. I don't know if it's separate from me. You know what I mean? It's all leadership. It's all great ability to point people in the right direction, no matter what the venue is, and it's keeping God first at all times, being a light in those secular spaces, because you could be in church and not be a light. So you know, I don't think that the building matters. You know, Christ didn't have a full wall church, so I just try to be a light wherever I go, and try to be a great leader and try to follow the footsteps of the people who laid the foundation before me. So. Man, I think that's it.
And giving a lot of love out, man. I know you got to give a shout out to Aaron Spears and Pop Spears, man. What did Aaron mean to you, Steve?
It's hard to put it into words. Aaron was the first person that made me believe that everything I'm achieving was obtainable. First person from our side in the Washington, D.C. space to soar and go past the mainstream level and to get those opportunities on television and award shows and kind of just be like one of the premier people of his class, of his generation, to kind of go out and do something bigger than the local and the national space. So absolutely my biggest and first influence on that level.
Okay, yeah. And those who don't know Aaron Spears, he is the one who plays for Usher. He passed away a year ago, and you talk about one of the greatest musicians on planet Earth. All you gotta do is look him up on YouTube and see over 1 million people watching him. Aaron Spears. He also did something for The Voice, Steven.
Oh, everything. Voice, American Idol, James Brown, Usher, Ariana Grande. Resume is too long to memorize. You just got to look up the name.
Yeah, man. I love you, man. And, you know, just talk about, Steve, how humble you are, man, when you go to a place and the Orange Stadium. First of all, you got up early in the morning with your staff to go over there to set up for Miss Keisha Coles for the event, man. And how did you feel walking out there and seeing over 10,000 people in that arena, man?
I'm always grateful, but it's normal to me. This is every single day. It's another day in the office. Wow. And I thank God for that consistency. So it's just literally like going out to preach a sermon or like to, you know, anything that anybody does. I think the level in which we do it is phenomenal, but the responsibility is always the same. You got to be locked in, you got to be focused, and you got to lead.
Yeah, man. I thank you for teaching me, man, about how to hang around stars, man. Sometimes they don't want to do pictures. You told me don't take no pictures, don't do no videos.
You got to act like you've been here before. That's the phrase.
Wow, man, and I respect that because even last night I was over at Universal Studios, and there was some stars there, man. I just shook hands, and took pictures, man. I got one of the stars from well, it was so many. I can't even name all the stars I met last night, man. Paul, Warren, yeah. It was amazing, Steve. You know a lot of these people.
Yeah.
Being in California from DC, man, how do you feel that you've grown?
I've grown as a man. I moved here when I was 28. Now I'm 35. So I feel like I would have been different whether I moved or not because I'm older. But I think this city in particular has taught me some valuable lessons in socialization and sensitivity, reading the room, like a lot of those political sensitivities are very, very, very high level for me now, because you got to navigate these spaces in order to stay in to stay in the space of being hired and being malleable and being usable.
Yeah, man. And I'm gonna thank God for you, man. I mean, to be my son, I'm the proudest dad in the world, man. My next heartbeat is boom, Stephen. Amos. It's Stephen, my son Amos. Give a shout out to him in Nashville. Let me do my show, man.
Go ahead, do your thing. I ain't mean to hijack.
No, you ain't hijack, folks. This has been one of those historical minutes. I got to get ready to wrap up here in the studios here while we are here. But let me just tell you a couple of things. Unleashing your potential. First of all, you have to stay focused. Stay focused on what you've been called to do. And don't try to tell blind people your vision, because blind people can't see your vision. And you have to see your vision. And nobody's going to see it into your vision till they see your vision. So when you stand focused on unleashing your potential, and you can't listen to negative people. When I started Pick TV Network in 2020, there were so many people told me, you don't know what you're doing. You never started a network. You don't have the experience. You don't have the money. How are you going to get big? Well, I had a vision. And that vision was to do a television channel that grew into a television network. So today, when you turn on Roku TV, you see a fitness channel. You see a sports channel. You see a food channel. You see a music channel. You see the Pick TV Network original, Hello America, that I created for you to come on and tell your story to the world. You see TV shows and programs that you can only see on Pick TV Network. Our network is your network on Roku. And you watch now and pay never. You don't have to worry about paying a subscription. Turn us on and see all of our shows, all of our programs. But it didn't start that way. It started with just an idea. And it started because I wanted to do something to keep my sister legacy, Brenda, her legacy alive. In 2020, the saddest day in my life, one of the saddest days in my life, when I woke up that Sunday morning, after I talked to my sister Brenda on that Saturday in COVID, August, the last Saturday in August, Sunday I woke up that morning, and Angel, my niece, said, Uncle David, Aunt Brenda died. I said, no, she didn't. I just talked to her yesterday. She passed away on the way to Howard University in the ambulance and missed COVID. My whole world shattered. And that's when I said, I got to do something. Everybody's home, it's COVID. And I send my love and prayers out to everyone who lost loved ones in the midst of COVID. That's how I started Pick TV Network. And nobody on planet Earth was going to stop me, because my zeal, my passion, my emotion, everything I had, the power within me said that I'm going to do this for my sister. And at that time, we started Pick TV Network with 25 channels. Empty channels on television, and I created TV shows, commercials, short films, and all of that stuff that grew. But it started with ground zero. That's why I'm humbly blessed to bring people on television, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. We created a Prison Freedom TV show with people coming out of prison. That has over 50 episodes with Brother O from Chicago. So I'm excited for Pick TV Network, and you guys who are watching me right now, unleashing your potential. Speak your vision and celebrate small wins. I have 24 people around me who are my team. Ramona's working with me. We have Michelle Costa from Atlanta, Georgia. We have Dr. Sheila McGrew from also Atlanta, Georgia. I'm sorry, from down in Mississippi. Lady of Wisdom, Alabama. We have people all around, Melvise, Colorado. I have managers. So you have to empower others. Celebrate small wins. Share the stage. You know, ego means edging God out. You never want to edge God out. Whenever you do something, I always put God in what I do. I don't hide my faith. I'm a man of faith first. I believe God. With God, all things are possible. And we entering into a brand new world of television where people are streaming. And we use your phone, your laptop, and your computer to stream live from Pick TV Network studios in Washington, D.C., around the world. I am blessed while we are here in California, folks, for 2 more weeks to meet some beautiful people. All right. And they're calling me now to come to come off the set. So I want to thank you, Ramona, If you want to check out Pick TV Network, www.watchpicktv.com. Thank you, Ramona. Mona, we connected a big dot today.
Absolutely, we did. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being here. A pleasure meeting your wife as well as your son here and having them on the Rio stage as well. Guess who just popped into the Clubhouse room? We're streaming on all platforms, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Julius Weems just popped in on Clubhouse as well. And we have Stack Black Nation. Unisa Kamara from the UK is hanging out with us. He has a speaker's platform as well. Tiffany as well just popped in. UX Diva just popped into the stage as well. Tiffany Jones just got back from Africa, has a nonprofit where she gives kids in schools, provides school supplies to kids and schools over in Africa as well. She just popped in on stage. However, we're going to go enroll some credits at the end for each speaker that was here. Christina, my administrative assistant, is going to be sharing all of the value and offers that every single one of you speakers have shared throughout the day. And we're going to go back and start with the first speaker and then end with the last speaker. So if you're sitting in the audience still, I know Abid has been here, Abid Awan, who's making $500K a month with his e-commerce store, says that this has been 5 hours and you have the same pace and passion. I'm getting on a call with him soon this week. He is doing phenomenal. He's out of the UK as well.
Mona, I'm still have goosebumps over the vision that we have for the Global Media Conference. We're going to do it on Washington, D.C. We're also going to Nashville, Tennessee. And we just spoke into existence that we're going to do one in California. And here it is, the pastor today of 800 seat.
There you go.
Ready to rock and roll.
A venue secured already. That's awesome. Absolutely phenomenal.
I'm just
amazing. You guys saw it and heard it right here. Oh, Abid is in the chat saying, yes, I'm here still listening. He's been here since we kicked off this morning. Oh my goodness. Eamon, click the link Eamon at the top of the room and you can come in to the actual event. She is a good friend of mine from Egypt is in the room as well. Great friend. All of these phenomenal friends that I was able to connect with and meet on Clubhouse. I will be forever grateful because I wouldn't have met none of you if it wasn't for Clubhouse. So thank you. David Evans is in the house. Go ahead and reach out to him. Oh, but Rebecca is here in StreamYard saying hello. That's one of my leaders in my Preneur Queen Club as well, of women that I created a little space for and in fact, she has been with me since the beginning in Clubhouse. And she has joined Preneur Queen Club as well. So with that said, guys, I will be speaking, by the way, at another event this week, Wednesday. So you definitely don't want to miss it. I am a part ambassador with the Legacy Living Ladies community created by Emmy Award winner Araya McGarry. We have collaborated and we have a lot of phenomenal things coming, and she'll be making some special announcements. I will be speaking there. So you definitely want to be a part of that. It's for free, by the way. So for the men in the room, if you have your significant other, your wife, have them join us for free. So you can find that link and we're going to share that link. In fact, Christina's getting ready to share the links of all of the speakers, and Araya kicked us off today with the energy as well, right at 11 o'clock. And we will definitely, there you go, check out the Limelight Network with Araya McGarry. She is also Get Celebritized, CEO of Get Celebritized. There you go. There is the link right there, arayamcgary.com/legacy-by-design. So you want to put a dash in between Legacy by Design. And there is where you can actually get, here's the link right now to her Profit Summit. It is called, that summit is called Marketing and Media Profits Mastery Virtual Experience, coming up on Wednesday, 11 to 2. All of you should go to bit.ly, that's bit.ly/bit.ly/July Profit Summit. July Profit Summit. So if the link is right there on the screen, that it's for free, by the way, but you definitely want to be in the room. We have Rachel Weaver speaking, and she does PR. And wow, she is very well connected, as well as Wendy Shore, as well as myself. I am one of the ambassadors and speakers. And then we also, I believe we have Samara Beth maybe replacing Melissa Mansfield, who has COVID right now as well. So you definitely want to be a part of both her community and her actual summit coming up one day from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is coming up soon as well. Oh my goodness, another great friend just popped into the house. Amir is in the house, everybody. Come on up and join us. So with that said, you just saw a link for Samara Beth. She gave us TRIPS. That's an acronym for creating the powerful retreats on beaches and things of that nature. She's been doing it for years, has always been in the event space. She has some beautiful work on her page, and you get 100% discount code off by using the word bucket list for your discount code. And TRIPS was the acronym: transform, recharge, identify, plan, and success. Those are all of the main elements that it's going to be required to create a phenomenal retreat. And you definitely want to connect with Samara Beth. And here we are with a 6-week retreat revenue masterclass valued at $1,997, taking $1,000 off, leaves it at $997 using the discount code events. There you go, everybody. So that is a retreats masterclass. And then you can also go to https://paid to vacation. She is creating a daughter and mother cruise right now. And she said that fathers can do it with their sons as well. And she will be more than happy to help you do that. Arrange it, organize it, and all of those things. Have a father-son cruise as well. And you can go to paid to vacation. And that's two spelled out, TO.SamaraBethAndCo.com/checkout. So that's how you would get a hold of her and get involved inside of her paid vacation as well. And we also have Bakari. Bakari Jambar was here from Sky Legacy Financial Services. He retired himself. He first of all retired from the military, 20 years of military. So thank him for his service. And then he also is the CEO of Sky Legacy Financial Services, and he is a motivational speaker as well. And he's now financially free also. So you can go to www.meetbakari.com. And Bakari is spelled BOCKARIE. So meetbakari.com is how you'll get a hold of him if you want to know those secrets that he learned coming out of the military that has now gotten him to be financially free. And we have Iman Badwi from Egypt in the chat on StreamYard. Lovely to see you, Ramona. Lovely to see you as well. Iman, thank you for popping in. Rebecca as well. And we want to thank our sponsors. We have Dylan Taylor of Blindsight Connections. Go over and follow him on Blindsight Connections is his tagline, username on IG as well. And he's also on LinkedIn. He's also on Twitter as well as Facebook. So thank you so much to Blindsight Connections, showing you how you can increase your sales by 13% by making sure that your landing pages, your websites is accessible by those people who have vision impairments so that you don't leave money on the table. So thank you to all of our sponsors, including Araya McGarry of Celebrity CEO with Limelight Networks is also an ambassador, and Cindy Stampo of C Stampo Development is also an ambassador as well as a sponsor of Rio. So we want to thank her as well. And thank you to Cindy Stampo is the message on the screen right now. So thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you. And then we had Bobby Vincent, who came and did a phenomenal segment, as usual, always over-delivering. If you want to reach out to Bobby, go to https://freemindsthrive, freemindsthrive.com. That's how you would get a hold of Bobby Vincent. Or you can go to freemindsthrive.com/links. And you can connect with him there with all of his ways to connect, his social media sites, his emails, and all of those things. We had Megan DiMartino, who is the cosmetic queen, a researcher as well. It's a spa. Novita Spa is the line of her cosmetics and she is in her early 70s, guys, and she's still going strong. And there is nothing that can stop Megan DiMartino from continuing to create. And she has sold a couple of businesses as well. Go to Megan DiMartino of Novita Spa Skincare. And you go to novitaspa.com so that you can be an affiliate. So for the women out there, you want to be an affiliate of some of her products, then you go to novitaspa.com, and that's how you can also be an affiliate. And you can also go to Propel. She has a Propel expansion community. Every Wednesday and Thursday, she actually features another phenomenal entrepreneur. I've been featured twice, And you go there by going to propel.megandimartino.com/info. That's how you can be a part of Propel. And we also had Shara Ruffin, who is now getting her own Wikipedia page as well. Check out Shara Ruffin's bestsellers on Amazon. Bestsellers that's plural, by the way, multiples. And she's also hit multiple six figures in her business by helping people learn how to become certified with their certification with taking the social worker certification course. It should take only 2 years, and it took her a whole decade. And she finally found her voice after decades and decades, and started with very humble beginnings, and is now completely financially free, all in the last 2 years, where she had almost lost her home and her car, and now doing absolutely phenomenal. So she has hit six figures multiple six figures in a month as well. So with that said, thank you so much to Shara Ruffin for showing up and sharing her powerful story of overcoming and triumph and finding your voice and believing in yourself. Thank you so much, Shara Ruffin, as well. And who else did we have? We had Will Baptiste out of Canada, who showed up as well. Will to Rise is the name of his book. His book can be found on Amazon, and he actually is Will to Rise coaching of men, helping men to become more emotionally sound, and learning how to use their emotions in the proper way, so that they aren't creating more collateral damage, and that they can thrive in their personal life as well as in their business when they learn how to resonate with their emotions and use their emotions to be more constructive rather than destructive, and understand that emotions are a valid part of who we all are, and they shouldn't be hidden or suppressed, but used in a constructive way. So that's Will. Loving to see everything that he's doing. And he was also nominated for a pretty prominent award there in Canada as well. I believe it's the Black Healthcare Hero Award nominee as well. So these are all phenomenal, powerful speakers, guys, doing some powerful things as well. And then we also had David Williams, who he's a 9-time author, and he also has a line of wine that he created so that you can now create your own luck, which is the name of his new book, his 9th book coming out soon. And he also wanted to create a fragrance line that went along with his books as well. Blissful Memories Wine by David Williams. There you go. Thank you so much, Christina, for throwing up the links as well. He can be also found on IG for sure. And I know for a fact on Facebook as well. But he also wanted to help you figure out how you too can create your own luck and celebrate your wins. If nobody else is celebrating for you, celebrate yourself. And while you're enjoying the experience of reading your books, he will also give you a fragrance to go along with the book. And he also has created the line of wine so that you can also celebrate as well. So celebrate yourself, that is. And then we had Nick Loriano, Only the Motivated. If you need a motivational speaker at your live events or virtual events, you definitely want to reach out to Nick Loriano. He is a powerful motivational speaker, and he has been here on multiple occasions. And I've also co-hosted other events where he has also spoken all throughout COVID, and he is still going strong and growing and soaring and elevating and innovating as well, which is the title and theme of the event, is Elevate and Innovate. So thank you for being here, guys. And we also had Christina Baca, who is my mentee and now my administrative assistant and ambassador of Royal Influencers Organization, which I rebranded and launched last year. We have had over 150 speakers between 2023 and 2024. This might be event number 14 or 15, and I host them every single month, with the exception of the beginning of this year, of 2023, but I kicked them off in March, and we have been going strong ever since. There's another one coming up in October. There's another one coming up in September, and we are going to sail right through the end of 2024 doing events just like this. So if you're interested in becoming a part of this movement, because that's exactly what it is, reach out to me on the back channel with the word Rio on the back channel of IG, and make sure that you also DM me that word Rio if you are interested in getting on a 1-hour call, coaching call with me. You will get 50% off of that call by being here and DMing me the word Rio. Or if you want coaching, definitely DM me the word Rio and get 50% off of my coaching. And go to www.royalinfluencersorganization.com. That link is inside of my bio on all social media platforms. And I definitely look forward to seeing you guys there. We were being live streamed on Chatter as well through Bobby. So I'm not sure if he's still live streaming us on Chatter, but whoever is there on Chatter, definitely just want to say hello. And I'll be popping on doing a little room later. And then thank you to those of you who have joined us on Clubhouse. ECMD is in the house on Clubhouse. He has also been here in the chat on StreamYard as well. We are still live streaming on my YouTube. So if you have not gone to my YouTube yet, go to Queendompreneur TV or just search me, Ramona Rogers, and find me there and subscribe to my YouTube because I'm working on building and growing my YouTube. We also had David Evans, Pick TV Studio. If you are interested in getting a spotlight as well as a show, creating a show on Pick TV Network, go to Pick TV Studio, call Pick TV Studio at 202-505-2037 and connect with David Evans and let him know that you are interested. And Rio sent you. Royal Influencers Organization sent you. If you're in Clubhouse, there's a link above the room. You can pop over in and physically see us. And if you are on Chatter, you already know that you have the access to use video on Chatter. And if you also are interested in joining us on Chatter, because it is event only, just send me the word Chatter on the back end of IG, and I will connect you with the people who have the invites. All you need to do is download the app. Chatter app is on the Apple Store. 10,000 people downloaded the Chatter app within 24 hours of it going public beta. And then it's in day 10 or 12 or something like that right now. And over 10,000 people have been there. Brian McKnight, the R&B singer, showed up this week and actually sang one of his big hits from years ago. And we also had a lightweight champion fighter that showed up. I can't think of his name, and I should have looked it up by now, but I can't think of his name, but I have screenshots and I posted it on my actual feed on IG. So go over and look at my feed and you'll see some of those as well. Nick Cannon, who is married to Mariah Carey. He's also made an appearance on video on Chatter as well. That was last week, I believe. So there are definitely people coming and showing up on Chatter, and it is an awesome experience as well to be able to go on video. And I am doing rooms there on a weekly basis, probably in the 6 o'clock hour. I hang out and I do rooms with Dylan Taylor of Blindside Connections. And then I also do my own room with the Legacy Living ladies. And if you're a lady or female here, join that community. It's phenomenal. We meet on Zoom every Monday as well. And there is also an event coming up. Christina, if you can put that link up, the bit.ly link for the summit coming up, the July summit coming up, so that they can definitely be a part. It's for free, by the way, no money at all. So if you're sitting here on Clubhouse, I'm going to get a pen and paper ready. Christina's got to put that bit.ly link up again. And I want every woman here, Rebecca, Tiffany's already in the group, by the way, I recognize her. And author Tanini Mason, as well as Eamon Badwi. Araya McGarry is not new to Clubhouse. She's an Emmy Award winner, and she has created a Legacy Living Ladies group for women 39 and older who still have their little dreams sitting in their heart that you haven't really given birth to, and you want to now achieve those dreams. That particular women's community will help you do so. So there you go. It's https://bit.ly/July Profit Summit. Join it now and make sure. Oh, okay. Sack Black Nation on YouTube also has Chatter links. He just sent a note. Sack Black Nation is in the Clubhouse room right now. He's on YouTube, and he also has the links to Chatter as well. So if anybody is looking for a link to get on Chatter, you have to download the app first. Then you get the link, click that link. And when you click that link, there's a button up in the upper right corner that you need to click on to go live on Chatter. And then you just create your profile. You create your channels. They're called channels that correlates with your business. And then you can start monetizing only 3 channels. So with that said, thank you, and thank you for each and every one of you being here. I definitely look forward to you guys reaching out to me and connecting with me on the back end. And author Tanini Mason is absolutely amazing. She has been here just giving all kinds of love in the chat. So definitely appreciate you as well. And I have a message here that I'm going to put up for you guys that she has shared. Ramona, I am beyond impressed. Blessings to you, Queen. Thank you so much. for that powerful message and empowerment as well. And thank you for making me a part of your 3-time bestseller debut memoir as well. The absolute privilege and pleasure. So thank you, and thank you again. Opportunity Mason in the house. Absolute pleasure. Dr. JS is also in the room on Clubhouse. Feel free to click that link if you guys are there. You can pop in and see me live right now on StreamYard, where I am actually hosting a one day today, but typically they are 2 days, but because I'm doing it on a Sunday, and I'm also participating in Araya McGarry's event on Wednesday, another summit for free, by the way. Just to remind you guys, definitely reach out to me if you are interested in attending, because you don't want to miss it. We have Rachel Weaver. She's going to be there. We have, I think Samara Beth will be there now. Myself, I'll be speaking there. And then we also have Wendy Shore that will be there as well. We are all ambassadors of the Legacy Living Your Life by Design women's group. And men, if you know of a woman, your significant other, a daughter, a wife, feel free to send her our way. We're going to be doing some phenomenal things, retreats and live events and things of that nature as well, and helping these women achieve their goals. So bringing resources and tools and things of that nature. And there's nothing like a great group of women getting together and all supporting and uplifting and motivating and inspiring each other. So with that said, thank you, and thank you guys for being here. What a great one. And David Evans' wife is also a coach of African-American women. So if you're interested, reach out to David Evans on the back channel of IG as well, and let him know that you're interested in connecting. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again. Shout outs again to all of our sponsors. Dylan Taylor of Blindside Connections. If you have not taken time to get him on a call, you definitely want to do so that he can take a look at everything that you have created, whether it be your landing page, your website, or your event marketing materials, to make sure that they are accessible, so that you don't leave money on the table and you can increase your sales by up to 13%, because there's trillions of dollars in the disability community that you can access. And you also want to make sure that you reach out to every single one of these speakers who have taken time out of their busy day to show up for you guys today and over deliver major value. So thank you to each and every one of you who have taken time out of your day to be here. So thank you to Abid Awan. We're going to get on a call a little bit later in the week, as well as everyone else that is here, whether you're watching on Facebook, which we're still live on Facebook. We just finished on LinkedIn. We only have a few hours on LinkedIn, but it just finished. It was still going strong about 10 minutes ago when I checked. YouTube, we're still going strong there. If you haven't watched me on YouTube, or you haven't watched some of our other events are there as well that we've done. So over 150 speakers collectively combined with all of our events from last year, 2023, which is when I launched Rio, to now. So everything else about me and what I do, who I am, is on my actual website, which is royalinfluencersorganization.com. So thank you. And those links of how to get a hold of me are everywhere, because I am omnipresent. I am on LinkedIn. I am on Facebook. I am on IG. I am on all platforms, Twitter as well. And that link of how to get a hold of me is right there in the top of all of those bios. So thank you, and thank you again. 50% off, by the way, if you DM me the word Rio on the back end of our IG, 50% off of coaching if you just want a 1 hour consultation. You heard how I helped Will Baptiste out of Canada. He actually went VIP, and he actually got a one-on-one coaching call with me, and he has gotten those tools and resources and put them to work. And he is now monetizing his book, as well as he has events himself, as well as he has a course and all sorts of things that he was able to create and monetize. So with that, thank you, Abid. An absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. You're fabulous as well. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you so much again for being here. And I definitely look forward to you guys joining us on the next one. So thank you, and thank you. Prayers up for anybody out there who are looking for resources and tools and things of that nature, or you're just on the struggle bus. I am here to let you know that you guys have everything that you need within you to succeed and to conquer all of your challenges. Challenges is that one word, my favorite word, CHA at the beginning, NGE at the end. All your challenges are trying to do is get you to change something about how you're doing what you're doing, how you're moving, how you're operating. And remember, we're all just one relationship away. It's not who you know, but who they know as well. So don't be afraid to connect and collaborate and reach out and ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be opened unto you. That is Matthew 7:7. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again for each and every one of you who have been here for all 5-6 hours. And it's an absolute pleasure to serve you. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys either on Clubhouse, Chatter, or on one of the social media sites. Thank you guys. Bye-bye, and have a phenomenal week. And see you on the next one. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you so much, Christina Baca, my administrative assistant, doing a phenomenal job behind the scenes. One-woman team, that is. Christina Baca is in the house, and she's on Clubhouse, and she's giving us music on the actual StreamYard. So thank you, guys. And I am going to end the stream right now as we speak. And I'm also going to end the Clubhouse room. Thank you, Unisa Kamari from the UK, hanging out with us as well. Arthur Tanini, thank you. UX Diva, thank you. Thank you, CMD as well. All right, and the replays were on, guys. So the replays are there if you want to go back and listen in. If you missed a speaker or two, the replays are on Clubhouse as well. Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.